Hi friends, welcome in. I'm looming. Oh, hang on, let me... No, that went the wrong way. Boop. There we go. Hi friends, welcome in. Jaden Echo, variety streamer. I am looming and watching crap. So, that's what we're doing. Hi, welcome back. It's a Tuesday. Loom. Craft. We craft on the weekdays. Oh, god damn it. I need to cooperate, you asshole camera. Jeez. Anyway, that seems to be fine. Just move my chair forward. I need a plastic rug under this damn chair. Anyway. The intro before we get yelled at. There we go. I played the intro. I cannot get sassed. Whoop, whoop. You know, my thing keeps crashing with just this on, but I know I should turn the YouTube on, so let's see if it'll work without crashing. Hold on, Bailey, you're in the way, girl. Let's see how it goes. That is a really terrible pose for Bailey, but you know what? That's what happens sometimes. Oh, updating. Come on! Damn, it's gross. Yeah, I already know to unmute my mic source. I did! Stop telling me how to live my life. Hang on. Boop. I don't have to keep logging in all the damn time. Log in, talk. Hi. How's it going, baby? What are they doing? Keep having this stupid thing on my phone. Hang on. I gotta deal with this stupid TikTok thing. Annoying! Come on now. Here, watch bitches make bread while I, log that dumb shit in. Oh, for the love. Come the fuck on, buddy. Move faster. today would be great. Come on. Is it this? No, not that. What the fuck is TikTok light? What the ass is that? Fatality. Really? Well, it seems TikTok wants to be a bitch. We're gonna watch murder and, well, we're crafting and people baking. Because that seems like it goes together. Murder and bakeries. How is it the maximum? What are you on about? There we go. Got the damn TikTok going. Alright. Bailey looks like she's about to swallow some serious pickle. We are doing today DIY. Looms.
It's a party! Alright!
Show love 1. Rico 1. Nico cheered 1 bits.
Could you not let me do my professional job as a professional? No. 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 Can't let me professionally be a professional, nothing professional, huh? No? Nothing? Nothing at all? Rude. Rude. telling you. All right, TikTok kids, welcome in. I keep not turning this on, but now it is on. Hi. All right, murder. Play.
Hi, friends. If my eyes are watery, I just put in eye drops, okay?
Okay, we're
How are you
watching
doing
Murder.
today? Are you having a good day? I sure hope so. My name is Bailey Sarian, and today is Monday, which means it's murder, mystery, and makeup. Hi. If you're
It's
interested in
not
true
Monday.
crime and you like makeup, I would
that's
highly
fine.
suggest you hit that subscribe button, because I'm out of breath. Okay, can I just tell you guys something really quick before I jump into today's story? 2 things. 1, I had COVID. Let me tell you. I give it 1 out of 5 stars. I would highly recommend you do not get that shit. It sucked. Bitch, I was like, Jesus.
Okay, that's what we're
Come
doing
to
today.
see you, my guy. Come
Moons.
Jesus. I'm sorry, Jesus. You know, like, I saw the light. I saw it. I am gonna give it 1 out of 5 stars because I did get some really great
Hair
sleep.
poop.
But for the
Didn't
most
you wanna
part,
loop?
avoid that shit.
Are you gonna
Please.
eat?
Highly recommend you do not get it. Okay. 2, today I have a lot of new products. I feel like on my Monday uploads, I've been kind of using the same thing consistently, and I'll swap in some new stuff here and there. But today there's a lot of new stuff I'm gonna try. Not a lot.
the bottom
like
one.
4. But that's a
Flip it
lot
over
for
the
me.
top.
So I'm telling you this only because if my makeup looks like absolute garbage, I haven't tried any of this. So, you know, just a little disclaimer, if I look like shit, sorry about it. It's that time of the year, everyone. The holiday
Up and
season has
over.
officially arrived. I
See
love the
how it's
holidays so
curved?
much. I mean, the
Go
lights, the
up and
decorations,
over.
the candles that smell like trees. But along with the holiday magic can come a too. I freaking love HelloFresh because not Thanks, HelloFresh. So let's get into today's story. If you're ever curious to know what I'm using, I do leave it down in the description box down below. But other than that, let's talk about this young man. I'm just kidding, he's not young, he's old. Robert Mormon. Not the religion. Just last name, Mormon. Yeah. Okay, let's get into it. So Robert Mormon, he was born June 4th, 1948. There's really not much said about
I mean, I was gonna
his
crap,
upbringing, but the things
somebody
that we do
got
know
in
for
my
sure
business.
is that as soon as Robert was born, his dad just up and left, poof, gone, vanished. He was a
This is
magician,
my
I guess.
Guado
And
arm.
with Robert's
It's attached
mommy,
to my shoulder.
she very young. She was 15 years old, I guess, when she
If
got
you don't know
pregnant.
the
She was
reference,
working
you're
as a
probably
sex worker,
too young.
and
Fine.
not ideal. It was said that at 15, Robert's mom, she was a raging alcoholic. At 15. So from the very beginning, things for Robert, it's a little rough, to say the least. So things are not too great for Robert. I think that's safe to say.
Okay,
And his
bye.
mother, she doesn't want to be a
Can you
mom.
wait
She's
until closer
15.
to bedtime to
She's
get that to
drinking
her?
a lot. There's no actual proof of this, but it was mentioned many times that people were pretty sure his mother drank heavily during her entire pregnancy, which, if that's true, not great. You know, not ideal to be doing that. So the decks were pretty much all stacked against him. I think that's safe to say. Now get this,
Decks?
because it's like, okay,
Did you say
things are
decks
already pretty
or
crappy,
decks?
but then they get crappier. When Robert was 2 years old, his mom, she was involved in a horrible car accident, and I guess not to get graphic, but she broke her neck and then she died. I know, she was only 17. So this isn't gonna be good, right? This is the combination of something real bad. And that's why we're here, because after his mom's death, Robert was basically an orphan. I mean, yeah, he was. Robert went to go live with his maternal grandparents, but that didn't even last long because, surprise, surprise, I don't know if it's a surprise or not, but his grandfather was also a raging alcoholic. So it's just kind of one bad situation to another to another. So it wasn't long after until the authorities came in
think we're good.
and removed Robert from the situation, from his grandparents' home, and they ended up placing him into the foster care system. And the poor boy, he bounced around to 6 different foster homes, and then he was officially adopted by a couple in Arizona, and their name was Henry and Roberta Mormon. This is also a side note, because it's speculation or whatever, But I don't think Robert was this guy's name, like his real name, because his full legal name, now that he was adopted, was Robert Henry Mormon. So he was adopted by Henry and Roberta Mormon, and then his full legal adopted name was Robert Henry Mormon.
Wow.
Yeah, so it sounds like a combination of the parents' name, right? I mean, it doesn't even sound like it. Kind of is. I feel like it's not like a puppy, right? You can't just like change someone's name. I mean, you can. I'm sorry, you can. Maybe his name was really stupid or something. I'm not sure. But they changed his name, mind you.
Usually,
when Robert
okay,
is
so
adopted,
hang on.
he's like
Usually when they're adopted, it's not that there's a stupid name. It's like giving them a fresh start kind of thing. And if they're not super young, they'll ask them what their opinion is on the names and so on and so on. So it's not really dicky like that. Some kids will keep their names, but usually in the foster care system, especially, I have family members that have been in the foster system before. It's a lot of them want that, to completely leave behind their old horrible life and name, and they're fine with getting rid of it. So don't forget that. It's mostly so that the old family can't ever find them again, because who would want to be around them, right? If you're in the foster care system, there's a reason you were taken out of that family, blah 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 blah. Yeah. So it isn't always a bad thing for them to fully change their name, okay?
3 years old at this point, so I think he knew his name, but it's okay, they changed it. So, this is your new name now, sweetie. It was said that the couple, Henry and Roberta, like she really wanted a kid. Henry says that he was a little weirded out by adopting. He didn't really want to do it, but Roberta wouldn't let up because it's always the woman's fault, you know? So Henry was like, when everything happened, he was like, I said I didn't even want the baby. Just typical. Not typical, but am I surprised? No. Anyways, so Henry was a little weird about adopting Robert, but Roberta convinced him and they went ahead with it. Okay, so they renamed the kid. Not bad, whatever. We're not judging, kind of. But other than that, Henry and Roberta, they were like very well-respected, active members in their community, and they were living in Flagstaff, Arizona. And Henry, he ran a taxi service, and Roberta, she had like lots of friends. She was very social, and many would say that she was the perfect like 1950s housewife, and the family kind of tried to paint this traditional all-American little family. And now that they had this little boy, you know, America and like 50s tradition, yay. And the Mormons in general in their neighborhood, I mean, they were very popular, well-liked. If you've been watching these Monday episodes, you know, like if you're well-liked, popular, whatever,
You're
could be a
probably
murderer.
gonna get
If you're
murdered.
crazy, psycho, whatever, you could be a murderer. If you're tall, you could be a murderer. If you're short, you're a murderer. Everyone's a murderer at this point. There are no more red flags. So Henry and Roberta, they, again, popular. People weren't quite feeling this new kid, though. Henry and Roberta, they're like, we love them. Wow, oh my God, they're so amazing. This new kid, Robert, people were like, something's a little off with him. Like, he just was a little weirdo. And I'm not saying that. They're literally like people in the neighborhood would call him a weird kid, a weirdo. They just thought he was weird. That's the only word people knew when referring to little Robert. I mean, again, this is the 50s. Obviously, if you're different in any way, shape, or form, it just doesn't go well for you. Life is gonna be a little rough. Like I said, Robert's brain was probably really, maybe a little off in the beginning because he potentially, maybe, we don't know, allegedly had fetal alcohol syndrome, also traumatically losing his mother at a young age, who also probably didn't even like have the capacity to meet his needs in the first place, and then jumping from a bunch of different foster homes to his alcoholic grandfather. I mean, we don't need to even say anymore, right? The Mormon family, they didn't have other kids, but you know, they had family members, aunts, uncles, cousins, all that stuff. They would all, I guess, talk shit about Robert. Like, no one really liked this guy. But here's the weird part. When I was kind of looking up, like, why they didn't like him, I'm laughing because it was always like, he was weird. No one liked him. He seemed weird. Okay. Robert in school did struggle. He had severe learning disabilities, and he was also placed in special ed classes. So again, this theme of things not being that great, kind of just consistent throughout his life. And yeah, I'm laughing because I keep saying the same shit. Like, it's just not going great for him. It's just sad. Like, things were just really tough for Robert growing up, and like basically he only had his adopted mother like on his side or in his corner.
Oh,
one of his
gross.
relatives
I bet
said
they're
that
gonna
Robert
have
was almost like
wink,
a
wink.
quote throwaway child, end quote. Yeah, and never received the same amount of love as any of the other like children his age. So it's like, okay,
weird.
Thanks, but his mother, his adopted mother, was always there for him. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Well, bad thing. Why are we here right now,
Sounds
baby?
bananas.
But even his relationship with his mom, you know, it just not gonna last forever, this good relationship. When Robert was 13 years old, he was committed to a state mental hospital after he, quote unquote, accidentally tried to shoot Roberta with his rifle. Happens. He
The
was like,
only
yeah,
person that likes
accidentally-
him, and he tried to
just
shoot her.
accidentally shot her.
Is that
and,
what we just?
Roberta, she was all right. She wasn't hit or anything, but the bullet definitely like grazed her, came by very, very, very close. Very close. And Robert claimed that he was just showing his mother the gun, and it accidentally went kabam, kabooey,
Oh yeah, he's weird.
and went off. That's what he said. Because of this little
he's weird.
oopsie daisy, I accidentally shot
Some
my
people are
adopted
just
mother.
weird. It's not a bad
Robert
thing. Some
landed
people are just
himself
weird.
in the mental hospital. Now, I couldn't find out how long he was there for, but I guess long enough that they made a note of it. Anyway. Oh, wow. This is a fun color. So that's pretty much all the information there is, like, about his upbringing and stuff. That it was bad. All of it was bad. That's what it said. I mean, both intellectually, emotionally. Robert was said to be, like, pretty behind as a human. Now, it was said that Robert really couldn't live on his own.
He reminds me
Well,
of that
it's not
trailer
he
park guy.
couldn't.
The, what's his name? Trailer park guy.
I think, from my understanding, he could
With
live
the
on his own,
glasses.
but it wasn't ideal.
I've never
like, he
watched
wouldn't
the
take care of
shows,
himself
but
and
I've
whatnot.
seen,
So
like,
he would
commercials and
live
clips.
with his parents,
the
and then
glasses
eventually it was
guy.
like him and his mom, Roberta. They became
And the
very
Trailer Park
dependent
Guys.
on each other. And it was even said that when Henry died in 1967, Robert and Roberta became like attached at the hip, super creepy, you know, where it's like the older mother is like clinging on to her child for comfort and control. Something. It was like that. Some mommy dearest vibes. Robert did take a little initiative in
Hecka
1972
weird.
when he ended up abducting one of the neighbor kids. Yep,
What?
here we go. Buckle in. When Robert was 24
strap
years old,
down.
he ended up kidnapping one of the girls in the neighborhood who, she was like 8 years old. Little girl, lives in the neighborhood, not great. He then took her, this 8-year-old, to Vegas, allegedly sexually assaulted her multiple times on the way. And some later would say that Robert, his original target was the girl's mother, who he was having rape fantasies about her, and he wanted to kidnap her, but I guess she wasn't there, so he's like, I'll get the girl instead, you know? Well, whatever was the reason, no one could prove the mother theory, and no one really could even prove the sexual assault of the daughter.
How?
So
She's
when
8.
Robert got caught, because he got caught, he was charged with kidnapping,
you not
and he ended
be
up
able to-
receiving
what?
a sentence of 9 to life, which sounds about right. Robert would spend the next 12 years at prison in Florence, Arizona. His mother, Roberta, still loving him, visiting him often. She would drive 3.5 hours on the bus just to get to where Robert was, the prison he was staying at. She just wanted to support her son. I don't know, lady. I mean, okay. She stood by him no matter what he did. It was still her kid. So something interesting that happens, I guess, at some prisons for some kinds of crimes. So this prison, Florence prison, did something called a furlough. Now this is a break, a vacation from jail. Yeah, it's like a day pass. You get out of prison. They're like, hey, you could just go live, have some fun, just get back here in time for dinner. I don't know about you, but seems a little different, you know? That's different. Are they gonna come back? Maybe. So with the furlough, you could get up to 3 days off of prison. Honestly, great deal. Sounds great. Sign me up, you know? And this is exactly what they did for Robert. Now, I don't know who decides who gets furloughed. Like, maybe good behavior is what I'm assuming. Like, hey, you've been here. You've been a real good boy. You go outside and go potty for 3 days, you know? Come back. But they did. So Robert gets 72 hours of furlough. And he's probably like, cool, I'm going to Disneyland. Now, Robert didn't have many friends. I think maybe you can understand that. So at least not any friends outside of prison. So naturally, like when he's leaving prison, he's not going to go hang out with his friends. He's going to hang out with his mom, you know, his mommy, Roberta. And yeah, Roberta, she's on board. So Roberta goes and she picks him up, 3-hour drive. Now, because they only have 72 hours together, tour. Roberta's like, well, I don't want to waste 3 of those hours driving all the way back. Let's just get a hotel locally and we could stay there. And, you know, it kind of makes sense, right? It's not very far from the prison. She doesn't have to do that long drive. And they could just hang out in the hotel room, which sounds creepy, right? But okay. So I know a lot of you at home are doing the same exact thing I'm doing right now, which is like, if you're furloughed, like, wouldn't you just pick up and leave? Why go back, right? So the happy couple ends up booking a hotel room at the Blue Mist Hotel, and it's like a local motel. What's the difference between hotel and motel? I always forget.
A hotel has just the rooms. Okay, a motel usually has like kitchenettes inside.
Spend some time together.
They're more for long-term
the prison
stays.
Glass barrier in between them. Probably hang out at the pool, have a couple brewskis. I don't know. Blue Mist Hotel sounds fancy. The two of them, they check in the first day, right? Now they lay low. Nobody really sees them doing anything. They're not being weird yet. They're just paying customers at this point. However, the next morning, Robert is seen at a local store, and he's buying a buck knife, a steak knife, and some snacks. Now, the weird thing was, the snacks didn't need a knife. So it was like, okay. Anyways, nobody sees Roberta, though. It's only Robert who's seen buying
He needs
these
the
items.
knife to open
Then,
the snacks.
After that,
Don't be silly.
Robert's a little hungry. So he stops at the pizza parlor, where allegedly he knew the owner. I don't know how, but he did. This story's weird. There's just lots of information that was driving me nuts that I could not find. But Robert stops at the pizza parlor. He knows the owner. He's like, hey, what's up? How's it going? You know, you're working at the pizza parlor. Wow, I love pepperoni. It's so great. So during this conversation, Robert tells the friend or the owner of the pizza parlor, he's like, yeah, my mom, she hasn't been feeling well all morning. So, you know, I gotta like go stop and pick up a few things for her. Just kind of something in passing, right? Keep that in your noggin. After going by the pizza parlor, he goes back to the hotel and he goes to the front desk and he tells the same thing to the staff member. He's like, my mom's not feeling well. She's kind of sick. Don't send housekeeping because she's sick. Robert, after saying this to the front desk person, he then kind of has this moment where he's like, actually, can I get some disinfecting spray? You know, so the person on the front desk gives him the disinfecting spray. You know, maybe he's a germaphobe. Maybe mom is sick, but okay. So he gets it. Robert, what you up to? We don't know. So that happened. And throughout the 3 days, the 72 hours that Robert was out, it was said that he was seen and interacted with like a lot of people throughout the days. Like later that morning, the second day at the hotel, one of Roberta's friends actually comes by and she drops off a suitcase. So it's just getting all sorts of suspicious. I guess Roberta had like forgotten her suitcase, so the friend comes out, brings it, drops at the door. Robert answers, and she's like, hey, I'm here to drop this off. Bring your mom. And Robert tells the friend like, oh, she's not here. She's not here right now. She's visiting someone. She's like, that's interesting, but okay.
She's visiting you.
And right before the friend's about to leave, Robert is like, hey, can you actually throw away these garbage bags for me? They're kind of heavy, like I can't look. Can you throw them away from me on your way out? So he gives the garbage bags to the friend. And as you can imagine, I don't know, maybe there's something in the garbage bags. One thing the friend did mention though, was that when she peeked into the room, kind of like behind Robert, she saw that Roberta's bag, her purse, her pocketbook was still in the bedroom. So she was getting all sorts of funky feelings, like, something ain't right here. These trash bags are weird. So then he goes back to the pizza parlor from earlier. He tells the acquaintance, the pizza parlor owner or whatever, that his mom is feeling a lot better and she went out to visit a friend around like 6 p.m. Right now it may not sound that weird, but when you really think about it, could you imagine you're at work and someone comes up to you, a friend, and they just are like, hey, my mom's feeling better and she's gonna go visit a friend at 6 p.m. Wouldn't you be like, okay, and, you know, like, why are you telling me this? It's a little weird, Robert. Anyway, so then he casually asks his friend, the pizza parlor guy, to help him throw away some, quote, cow guts. So I have a feeling it's not a cow, but he's cow guts. He has cow guts, I guess. I don't know. This world is just weird. Anyways, the pizza parlor guy, yeah, he's like, something's not right. Like, I need to call the cops immediately. So as soon as Robert leaves, the parlor owner calls the police, which was 100% the right thing to do in this situation. I totally forgot. He's furloughed right now. He's a furloughed inmate, and he's asking for someone to get rid of cow guts. Yeah. So you should probably call the police.
Where'd you get the
Good
cow?
idea. Police go out to the hotel that Robert and his mother are staying at, right? So police arrive at the motel room at around 10:30 p.m. Now Robert answers the door, okay, and says like, yeah, I'm here with my mom, but she's actually out visiting someone. And then they're like, well, when did she leave? Like, asking further questions. And Robert tells the police that, you know, he's like, well, thank God you guys are here because I'm actually really nervous. Like, she's been gone since 6 p.m. and she's not home. It was 10:30, right? She's not home and she needs to take her medicine. So he's telling this to the police. Like, I'm worried. Well, I guess the police, they just
concerned.
leave. I mean, there's nothing they could do except for file a missing persons report, I guess. They're like, all right, good luck with that. Like, we'll keep an eye out, and they leave. And then Robert just continues his night. So once the police leave, Robert, he stops by the front desk again, and he asks them, like, hey, can I throw away some stuff? He's just like sloppy and yeah, I don't know what this. Yeah, whatever. He goes to the front desk. Can I throw some stuff away in your guys' trash can? Mine's full. Yeah. So she's like, I just have a ton of garbage, you know. So weird. And the reason I bring this stuff up is because it's just his behavior is a little bizarre, right? Robert goes back to his motel room. He picks up the phone and he calls one of the lieutenants from the prison that he technically lives in, right? At the Florence prison. So he calls up the lieutenant and he's like, hey, how's it going? Great. I've got some great bones over here. Oh yeah. Just a big box of bones for the prison dogs to chew on. Do you want me to bring them? I mean, it's not funny, but like, you know, like, what are you doing, Robert? Anyways, so I think most of us would have just not done that, but not Robert. He told the lieutenant on the phone, like, if you come pick them up, the dogs, you know, they can have a toy. They can chew away. So, okay. All right, Robert. Sure, you know. Say what you want about this man, but do not say that he isn't generous. Very giving man. Well, after the police had spoken with Robert, they thought he was a little bizarre, right? His behavior was weird. He just gave them weird vibes. So
I mean,
police,
it sounds
left,
perfectly
they went
normal.
back
Who
to
wouldn't
the
have
office or
random
whatever,
bones
and
and
they did
large,
some digging
copious
on
amounts of
Robert,
garbage fresh out of
and they
prison for
confirmed
72
that, like,
hours?
he wasn't just a normal guy, like staying at a hotel with his mom. Fun family vacation. No, this guy is a furloughed prisoner, and he's incarcerated technically for a very violent crime. Like, we should probably keep our eyes on this guy. So the two officers informed their boss that Miss Mormon was actually missing, and they couldn't find her. So the boss goes with them back to the motel, and at this time it's about 1 a.m. Now when they get there, Robert lets the officers into his room, and he shows, like, this is my mother's medicine she left behind. She so desperately needs it. Like, he's still trying to act like he's very worried, but it's very clear that he's just being weird and awkward, you know? But he thinks he's believable, as they usually do. Huh. So once the police officers and the captain, everyone's inside, the captain notices he spots some small brownish red spots on the floor, also on the wall. Also, the floor was wet, And not only that, like, Robert starts telling the captain a different story, you know? It's not funny. It's not. It's just, I just can't believe this is real. It sounded fake. It's just so stupid. Because he tells the officers a completely different story. He said that his mother had asked him to purchase a knife as a gift for someone, but when he got back from the store, his mother was gone. She left. It was all a lie. She didn't want a knife. She was just trying to get him out of the house or the motel. Okay, so the captain's like, hey, we actually heard from your pizza friend that you had cow guts. You want to tell us about that? Well, what's going on with these cow guts? I'm intrigued. Robert tells the police officer that his cousin gave him the cow guts as a gift. You know, that's okay. Yep, he got them as a gift because at every age, sometime in life, you just get cow guts. It's a normal gift. So the captain is like, okay, where are they? And he's like, well, I flushed them down the toilet. So he's just arrest him. I know technically legally you can't, but it's like, come on, what more do we need? This is all weird. So the police realize that they're really not getting anywhere, and then the captain he turns to his other officers, and he's like, look, keep an eye on this guy, okay? So the captain takes off, and Robert doesn't know that he's being watched, but he is. He's under surveillance, and the officers see Robert leave the room about 15 minutes after the captain had left. He leaves the room and he uses a payphone nearby. This is a side note, but I feel like recently, like, I haven't been finishing my makeup in time.
How is he getting all this stuff
so
done
sorry.
and nobody's
so
stopping
this is where the
him?
information kind of gets a little murky. But apparently, it's during this 15 minutes when the captain gets word that a prison employee had stopped to pick up a box of dog bones. Now, this happened like an hour earlier. So, I mean, what the hell is going on at the Blue Mist Motel? I don't know, something weird. So police spot him, go to the payphone, they wait until he's done, and then, so the officers go up to him and they ask like, hey, Robert, do you want to come like sit with us in our police car? And we could just kind of wait for your mom together so you don't have to be alone. And Robert tells the police officers like, sure, that's a great idea. So Robert follows the police officers, he gets into their car, and they're just waiting for Robert's mom to show up. Now it's about 2:30 in the morning, and still no sign of mom. She is just a magician, vanished again. Officers are able to fully examine Robert's motel room because he's in the police car, and this is where they find a box filled with bones. I guess it's obvious that they're human bones. It's not like chicken bones.
Yeah.
So they open up this box filled with bones.
Pretty
and
obvious
some of
when
them
shit's
have
bones.
the flesh still on the bone, and then others see that there's other bones that like it's stripped off. So Robert's arrested. Great, obviously. And police, again, now they're just full on like examining his motel room because what the fuck is going on? Bones in a box? Yeah, bones in a box. So police are now examining his full motel room, and they find blood-stained bedding, blood all over the floors, blood all over the walls, as well as Roberta's bra hanging in the closet with $500 in cash, safety pin to it. I feel like there's a joke there, but I don't know what it is. Anyways, nearby, there's dumpsters, where they dump the motel trash, and that's where police would find Roberta. And not find her, like all of her. They found like parts of her. She was all over the place, literally. Yeah, that's what it said. She was all over the place. Oh, dear. Oh, God. So yeah, Robert was definitely arrested. The rest of the investigation focused on finding those remains, and also they searched Robert's prison cell. When they searched Robert's prison cell, they found like really weird, creepy handwritten notes where it seemed like Robert was essentially trying to fake a will from Roberta, leaving Robert like all of the money. You get it. It's a fake will so Robert can get all the money and everything. In fact, Roberta, she did really leave a will. It was typed up, not written, and she really did leave everything to Robert in her actual will. Now, I don't know why he was faking a will. I think we're gonna find out. But she did say he wouldn't be able to handle it alone and that someone would need to help him manage his life, the money, and all the responsibility that would come after she dies. Which makes sense, because he's obviously not doing too great. So they think this is the motive. Was this murder for the money, for everything? That's what they're thinking. So,
Yeah.
trial.
Everybody
Robert killed his mom, okay? He then dismembered her, and he tried to dispose her body and all of her remains. He, like, dropped it off all around town. That's what we know for sure. Those are the facts. At trial, Robert did admit that he killed his mom, but he claimed that he was not guilty by reason of insanity. He said, quote, "I accept responsibility for what happened that night. The only two people in that room were her and me. I know I'm guilty of the crime. I wish I could go back and undo it, but I can't." End quote. Yeah, they always say the same shit, right? It's like, okay, and what do you want us to do? Forgive you? That's between you and Jesus, okay?
Bubba, you gotta slow
This is
down
also a
or
side
you're
note.
gonna be
I have a runny
coughing.
nose, illness, sick. Stop accusing me of doing drugs. Okay, I don't do drugs. I have a runny nose. Thank you. Anyways, Robert's lawyer argued that he was so mentally impaired that he really didn't have the capacity to be guilty. Like, yes, he did it. He admits that he did it, but he really didn't know what he was doing. He had no idea he was carrying around a box of bones. Come on. Give him a break. Robert's lawyer brought in a bunch of witnesses and people who like knew Robert in real life. Many of them took the stand saying that they had known him all the way up to his adult life and that he didn't act like a grown-up. He didn't act like an adult. He acted like a very young child and that he always had acted like a young child. So then during trial, 3 psychologists were brought in and they all testified that Robert suffered from pedophilia and schizophrenia. Bad combo, I'm sure, and a bunch of other horrible mental illnesses. And that they believed he really didn't know what he was doing. All 3 of them took the stand saying that he probably had no idea that he was actually killing his mom or like what he was doing in general until after it was done. 3 different psychologists. So then during trial, it comes out, Robert's defense. Robert was like, look, I didn't just kill for shits and gigs, okay? Robert said his defense was that not only had he been traumatized from day one by his birth mother, but also he had been traumatized by his grandmother or grandparents, the foster care system, pretty much everyone.
Oh, it's
around
everybody
him.
else's
You know,
fault
the
that
fact
he
that he didn't
murdered
have any type of support
his
system.
adopted mother,
Pretty much he
who
took the stand and
supported
said,
him and
my
loved
defense
him.
is that my life was really shitty, and
And
that's
that
why
he
I'm like
not
this.
just murdered
but then
her, he
during trial,
dismembered
some
her.
bombshell information is dropped. Girl, Robert claims that his adopted mother, Roberta, had been sexually abusing him since childhood. Oh shit. Honestly, okay, look, I think it's true because Roberta was creepy. I believe that. I don't know Roberta, never met her. She's R18. But their relationship, the way it was described, seemed very, you know? That was his take, though. And that's what he said. And no one could find any proof of it, to be
Nasty.
fair. So,
Nasty.
I mean, it could
Nasty,
be, could not be.
nasty,
They were
nasty.
very close, and she's not here to defend herself, but that's what was brought into trial. Robert said, that the abuse had started in childhood and had continued all the way up until he killed her. Even up in the hotel room that they were staying at, like she was gonna, you know,
Tickle
try
his
and engage
pickle?
in sex. Fucking, like, ew, why? I saw that
She's
coming,
so
didn't I?
nasty.
So during the trial, Robert kept changing his statement. He said that at one point, he killed his mother, or stepmom. He killed her while they were having sex in a fit of rage. I could see that. That probably makes more sense. Like, if they're, you know, and he snaps and he, like, kills her. But anyway, so he said that. And then another time he said that he was playing with her breasts. And then he said that he doesn't remember anything after that. That everything blacks out. He wakes up, he remembers vaguely dismembering her. But he maintains that he killed her because he just couldn't take it anymore. He didn't want to fuck his mom. I don't blame him. So this became a very, is it controversial or like a hot topic? Because a lot of people are Team Robert. Because let's say she was abusing him. Self-defense, he just wants her to stop. He's not well. He's not right in the head. Like, I can see that side. I'm laughing because I'm uncomfortable, and I don't know why. Because I don't know. It's just, why is it so uncomfortable? Oh, because he's a murderer. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, Bailey. After all of this and just 2 hours of deliberations, the jury rejected his plea of not guilty by reasons of insanity, and Robert was convicted to death. I guess you could say, like, this is where the luck ran out for Robert. I don't think he had any luck, if we're being honest. But, like, it probably ran out on day one. But luck ran out even more with this little part, because the law says anyone with an IQ under, you get an IQ score of, like, 70. There's a law that protects you. You can't be put to death if you have a low IQ score. But they found that Robert's IQ was slightly above 70. Like, he was 71. You know, like, it was just slightly. Like, he was off a little. He was just a little too smart. Had to die. This guy just, I don't think he had any luck. This is wow, poor guy. I feel really bad for him. Obviously, I think we can all agree shouldn't have done what he done. But
need to be more charged?
But I don't think he should have been put to death. I think his mom is probably abusing him, and he probably tried to kill her in self-defense. And that's where the law just gets it so wrong. Did you guys know, this is a side note, but there's like there's court trial that's going on now. I forget the girl's name, but she was sex trafficked or something, and she killed the guy, the pimp, I think, and she's getting like 9 years in prison or something stupid. Like, she shouldn't even be. Don't get me started. This is giving that. So yeah, they convicted him, and he was sent to death row. Now the judge said apparently that even though he did have, quote, a diminished intellect, that the crime was so horrible and so cruel that he really had no choice but to recommend death. Okay, I guess. I mean, okay. Where are they now? Little update. Robert was executed in 2012. It was 28 years after his sentencing. That made him one of Arizona's longest death row prisoners ever. Congratulations, I guess. I feel like if we do a lot of these on this show, we should hand out awards, I guess. Yours? So Robert used his last words to apologize to his family, and also to the family of the 8-year-old girl he kidnapped and allegedly molested, he said. Allegedly. He said, quote, "I hope this brings closure and they could start healing now. I just hope that they will forgive me in time."
Right there.
End quote. That's sad. But, like, yeah, you can still be sad for someone who does bad things. Come on. We're not children. Also, just an FYI in case you end up in prison in Florence, Arizona, because of Roberta's murder, they canceled their furlough program. Probably a good call, but Robert ruined it for everyone. So skip that prison. Just kidding. Hi friends, how are you today? I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. My name is Bailey Sarian, and today is Monday, which means it's murder, mystery,
It's not
and
Monday,
makeup.
it's Tuesday.
Monday. I said no more theme song, and you guys are peer pressuring me. I'm gonna be up here crying. Anyways, if you're new here, hi. My name is Bailey Sarian, and on Mondays I sit down and talk about a true crime story that's been heavy on my noggin, and I do my makeup at the same time. If you're interested in true crime and you like makeup, I would highly suggest you hit that subscribe button. Before we get into today's video, I wanted to give a big thank you to our sponsor, Casetify. They have been my go-to for phone cases for years. My cow phone case, my smiley face phone case, love them. But my favorite thing about their cases is that they protect your phone so well. It's a bad feeling when you drop your phone. Go to casetify.com/BaileySarian today to get 15% off your order. Now let's get back to the story. Okay, now we're back. Yay. Look, I have my Mr. Ballin merch on. Thanks, Mr. Ballin. I hope he doesn't get mad. I cut it. I made it into like a crop. Cute, huh? I love it. Shout out to Mr. Ballin. Oops. Ballin. Okay, so today's story, let's talk about it. Takes place in Sydney, Australia. Oh, God. I don't know what's going on with Australia. Actually, I do, because I was going to do a dark history episode on it, but I don't want Australia to be mad at me. Oh, if you're ever curious to know what I'm using, I'm going to list the products down in the description box. Today's story is unfortunate. You know, like, what do? You want kids, you have kids, but what if your kids suck? Like, kill people, then what? You know? So, Today's story, it takes place in the late 1970s, in the early 80s, in a suburb of Sydney, Australia. This place is called like Claymore. Now, honestly, it seems like Australia kind of low-key hates Claymore, because like if you Google this place to get information about there, I mean, even their Wikipedia says that Claymore is a place of hopelessness for young people. So that's where our story takes place. You should Google it. It's like, oh, everybody seems to really hate this place. Okay. So in 1979, Claymore was like a pretty largely unknown, remote kind of suburb. Is brand new community. Apparently the housing in this community were really, really bad because first of all, it wasn't heavily funded. And second of all, they had built these houses like really quickly because this area was growing so fast. People were moving in. They were arriving and there was nowhere to live. So they were just building shit real quick, like using tape, you know, glue, stuff like that. So because this community was newer and things were still growing, things weren't well established. Like there weren't a lot of transportation options, if any. There was little to no employment opportunities. There was no like place to shop, and not just like shop for clothes and stuff. I'm talking about like shop for groceries and whatnot.
Keep going. Do all these over
I don't know why I felt like I needed to further expand on that. Anyways, no shopping. It's so hard. And the majority of the people living in this town, they would complain that there really wasn't a lot of privacy because everything was like built so close together and everyone's just jam-packed in there. It was just like really crowded. People didn't start moving into Claymore until about 1978, so just a year before our story takes place. Oh dear. Okay, well, we're going with it. So what I'm essentially getting at is that the community is very new. Okay? Neighbors, they don't really know each other yet. They haven't had a chance to like meet, right? Everyone was still in that like get to know you phase, or just get to know the neighbors, who is everybody. It's new. You get it? Great. And then on top of that, Claymore seemed to have a very high crime rate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's just
Sounds
like a lot
low-income
going on,
housing.
right? And then the Department of Youth and Community Services, they were quoted as saying that many of the people living in Claymore led lonely, unhappy lives. Yeah. It's like no one has anything positive to say about this place, right? Okay. Anyways, so Claymore, this sad place is where our story takes place. And here is where we have a girl named Helen living with her mother. Her name's Jessie. And her stepfather, John. She has two younger brothers. One is 7-year-old Peter, and the other one is 2-year-old Andrew. So as far as anyone could see, like from the outside looking in, well, it's a pretty normal family, right? Like nothing strange, nothing looked off. Everyone looked happy.
Nothing.
Helen, the daughter, she was super close with her younger brother, Andrew, like really close. She loved taking care of him. The two bonded, and she was like more of a motherly figure for 2-year-old Andrew. So just like every family, I mean, they had their issues, you know. When Helen was born, her mother, Jessie, she like always had this feeling deep down that something wasn't right with Helen, you know. She said starting at 18 months, baby Helen was having a hard time communicating like other 18 months her age, Bailey. Yeah, I said that. 18 months her age. But she was having a hard time communicating like the others around her age. And on top of that, Helen, at 18 months, seemed to be very self-destructive. Oh yeah, self-destructive. And like Jessie, her mother, noticed at a young age, like Helen was ripping and destroying a lot of like her dolls, her stuffed animals. She was chopping off heads. She was pulling off limbs. I mean, she was just destroying everything, you know? Jessie was like, you know, this is different. Yeah. Jessie, Helen's mom, she thought that something was off with Helen since she was a baby, you know, like
thank you. You're
something
a good
was just
helper.
off. And whenever Jessie would
continue
bring it
these
up
little
to
bit.
other family members, they'd all like,
What do you want to do right
no
here?
one believed her. No,
Right
no,
here?
shut up.
Or are you
It's
done?
just like she's just a baby. Chill out.
Bye.
You're being weird. I mean, to everybody else, Helen was like, she was never difficult. She was only difficult when around her family, like at home. So no one else saw her being, you know, different like Jesse had claimed. And plus, overall, Helen was like a really quiet kid. She didn't really talk much. She was super shy. She wasn't a bad student. She was actually pretty smart. She never got into drugs or drinking, never did anything really bad, you know, like a kid growing up would. For the most part, Jessie, Helen's mom, she just had like a deep down gut feeling. And like, you can't go up to someone and be like, hey, I have a feeling that she's not well. You know, people need some kind of facts, evidence, you know? And then when Helen was at home, like around the family or whatever, just out of nowhere, she would have like just screaming out of nowhere.
Bipolar.
Intense behavior. She would start destroying everything. I mean, it was bad, according to Jessie. I guess there was this one time when Helen was playing a game. She was 13 at the time, and she was playing a game with her brother, some kind of card game, and she ended up losing, right? You can't win all the time, Helen. But, you know, she ended up getting really upset to the point where she, like, attacked her brother and then pulled out a chunk of his hair and then, like, a chunk of his scalp. Like, girl, it's just a game of go fish. You know, what are you doing? Now, this definitely set off Helen's mom because, like, now Helen is hurting her other kids. She's like, you can tear your Barbies and stuffed animals' arms off all you want, that's fine, but you are not going to be attacking the other kids, you know? So at that moment, Jessie knew that she had to take Helen and go see a doctor ASAP. Jessie ends up taking Helen to see a doctor and get like a psychological evaluation. But when Helen was seen by the doctor and given, you know, like a test or an evaluation, the doctor came back and said that she was a, quote, perfect angel, which fine. I mean, I don't know. Like, can a doctor say that? A perfect angel? I'm like, that's not a diagnosis. Try again. The doctor said that there was like no signs of violent or destructive tendencies, that, you know, she was like perfect for her age. So by the end of the appointment, the doctor instead turns to Helen's mom and was like, girl, you're the problem. You're the one who's struggling with something and needs to be medicated. You're making up these wild stories about your poor child. She has been diagnosed as a perfect angel. So in the end, the doctor ends up prescribing Jessie Valium. You know, that medication. Like, yeah, so that happened. But I mean, God, that would probably make Jessie feel so shitty. You know, like, because what if the doctor's right? What if you are just an asshole and like, oh no, like this is my kid and I'm acting like they're psycho, or, you know? So she must be feeling all sorts of ways because this doctor gaslit her into thinking that, you know, she's the one who needs help. I just couldn't imagine. That must be like, that'd be a brain fuck. Let me try and blend this out. Here I go. So that is where our story pretty much begins. One, in a really much hated suburb, right? And two, Helen, something's off, but we don't know what. Okay, so I messed up on my eyeshadow like a lot. So I'm gonna circle back to it. Let's see if we can fix it, but I gotta move on because I've been sitting here forever, like, I don't know what I'm doing. Let's get back to this story, thank you. So the year is 1978, and Helen is now 16 years old. She's working at a local community center called the Claymore Information Service. When I looked it up, I don't know what it was. I think it's just like the community center, because that's what I think, that's all, because I couldn't find out, like, what else was going on there, you know? It's kind of funny, it was called the Information Service, but I have no information for you. So Helen's mom, Jessie, said that one thing that always lifted Helen's mood or made her happy was her younger brother, Andrew. I mean, the two were very, very connected, right? Very close. She loved him. She spoiled him. Helen would babysit her younger brother from time to time, and she was like really realizing, you know, she's a teenager. She's like, you know what? I really like babysitting. I'm good at it. I like kids, you know, cool. So this gave Helen a really great idea. She's like, what if I start babysitting? Like, she's going to school, she's volunteering at the community center, and she's like, okay, I could have like a side hustle where I babysit and I make some extra money and stuff, and like I could hang out with kids. Cool. I'll be good at that. Now, it worked out for her because the community center that she was volunteering at, they had like a local bulletin board. Remember, this is before the internet. So people would come in and they'd advertise their services on this bulletin board. Car wash, I don't know, just all kinds of different stuff. Car wash was the first one that came to my mind. And then also people would,
Mowing
you know,
your
put up places for
lawn.
rent.
Blah, blah.
Stuff like that. You've
Babysit
seen
your
them.
pet. Walk
It was just
your
like a main hub.
dog.
Okay, it was a great place to get your business out there. So Helen decides to
Hi,
use this
T&L.
bulletin board to her advantage because she wants to
How
start
you doing,
babysitting.
Bear Daddy?
So she's like, cool. You know, she uses the bulletin board to advertise herself. Babysitter, you know? Perfect timing. The town still growing. Lots of people didn't have a connection, you know, to a babysitter, a local babysitter. So it was great. Like Helen was getting some work. But sadly, something really terrible happened in March of 1979. Helen's younger brother, the 2-year-old Andrew, he passed away in his sleep. Yeah, sad. Any freaking parent's worst nightmare. But how does a 2-year-old pass away in his sleep, you know? That's what I was thinking. Apparently, Helen did not take this well, which I think is easy to kind of imagine, right? I don't think anyone would take that well. Authorities determined that Andrew had died of cot death, which is now known as SIDS, or sudden infant death syndrome. Now, SIDS is very rare, which is why it was very peculiar, very suspicious, that just 2.5 months later, on May 19th,
Why, babes?
1979, another baby in
Anything
town.
you can talk
Well,
about
it was like
on
kind of
chat?
nearby. It wasn't
Otherwise,
far,
you
okay?
can message me.
Another baby dies of SIDS. And what are they? Ugh. This time it was a 16-month-old baby named Suzanne McIntosh, I believe. 16 months old. But then get this. Small world. Because 16-month-old Suzanne was Helen's cousin. I guess who was babysitting the night baby Suzanne died. Helen. Yeah, so Helen was babysitting that night. And she had put little baby Suzanne to bed, right? Her parents came home. Suzanne's parents came home. They like peeked in the room and they're like, oh, she's sleeping, you know? And then they called it a night. They went to bed. So no one like realized that this poor baby, she was dead until the next morning when she wouldn't wake up. It's awful. Word eventually gets back to Helen's mom, Jessie, you know, that baby Suzanne had died, and this tragic news. But the feeling that Jessie had gotten deep down in her gut was something that she said she couldn't shake. I don't know. It's just like, it was too much of a coincidence. Right. And Jessie's over here thinking like, okay, look, I keep trying to suppress
big
my
hugs and
feelings, my
kisses.
instincts about my own daughter. And then this happens, this little coincidence. I just should go and talk to her. So Jessie does just that. She decides she's going to go to her daughter and just confront her. And just ask. Maybe she'll tell her the truth.
Your
Hey,
streams are handsome
those
and
babies?
delicious.
yeah, Mom.
Consecutively.
All right. You know, like, I don't know what she expects, but maybe she'll get something. So Jessie goes up to Helen and is like, hey,
Y'all,
did
if
you
you
have
don't know
anything
how
to
a
do with
barbecue
those
works
deaths?
or a
You know,
smoker,
I guess
go
this,
watch some
was
T&L.
very
He'll
upsetting
teach
to
you
Helen,
that
and she
shit.
started screaming and just going a little
Of course I do.
hysterical. Kicking, screaming, you know, it was very extreme, over
And
the
it's
top.
not just 'cause your
yelling at her
gravelly
mom
voice
that she
makes
didn't
me
do
sticky.
it. And this
It does,
must have
though.
been convincing enough because Jessie like didn't want to push any further. So she's like, I don't know what Helen's capable of, like, you know. So Jessie was like, okay, I'll stop asking. I'm sorry I asked. And I'm not a mom, so I can't imagine how hard it would be to actually confront your own child about potentially killing someone. I mean, the
Oh,
fact that
this
she
one's a
even
good
did
one to
that
ride
is
to.
very
I gotta
bold.
add this
Good
one.
for her. She has that gut feeling. She's listening to it, but no one's listening to her. And not only that, could you imagine how guilty you would probably feel for even thinking that your child is a murderer and then like being wrong? What if you were wrong?
Hi, Sam!
With nothing to go on, other than her gut feeling, Jessie just takes a step back.
Trying to
And she's
add
like,
music
"Look, okay,
to my
fine, like, Helen can keep
Spotify list,
babysitting. It
bitch!"
must have just been a crazy coincidence. But okay, you know. So
All right.
Helen goes back
I'll show
to
you the
babysitting.
progress so
So
far.
it wouldn't take long for things to go wrong again. You know what I'm saying? Like in January of 1980, there was a 12-month-old baby. His name was Vaughn. And this baby was suffering from like a serious convulsion and like having seizures in his sleep. Just randomly this one night, 911 call comes in. Everyone's freaking out, right? He had a babysitter that night. Guess who's his babysitter? Helen. Yeah, another weird coincidence going on. Now, luckily, Vaughn,
like,
the baby,
not-
survived.
wait.
And experts informed them that, You know, the seizure he had was very
9
rare.
balls in?
It was totally natural.
I'm
and
like, well,
honestly, a very rare occurrence. They even called it a
I'd say
freak
it's probably
accident
closer
at
to
one
8.
point.
I think I'm 8
What are
balls
the
of
odds of
yarn
that?
in
But Jessie,
out of
once again, she's got that deep down
24.
gut feeling. She's like, come on, guy. Like, this is
8
the
of
third
24.
baby, okay? And Helen has been babysitting all of them, you know? Like, she has to be involved somehow. Something is going on. So Jessie decides that, you know, she's going to confront Helen again. And of course, that's not going to go well. I mean, you know, I don't blame her. Because like, she's like
the
got
blanket
really defensive.
is 60
You know, she's
by
blaming
80.
her mom for making
Hang
these
on.
crazy allegations against her. Her own daughter, that,
Hang
you
on.
know? And her mom was just
Hang
looking
on.
to blame her for
Hang on.
something. She's
There
like,
we go.
shut up, Mom.
I don't want to fight the microphone
up.
for superiority. I'll just turn that
Being
shit down a little bit.
teenager.
But
then again, the other side
it's
of
a
it's like,
60
well,
by
you know,
80
who
Afghan.
wouldn't get defensive
in ombre.
if your mom is accusing
So it's a
you
queen size
of
bed.
murder?
It's
You
a
know,
queen
like,
size bed
I think we
Afghan.
would kind of get
It's-
defensive over that. Some of us. I don't really know what
I'm gonna make
Jessie
bunches
is
of
hoping
them.
for.
I
what
like
kind
my
of outcome
double
she's
hook.
hoping
Look at
for.
my double
But, you know,
hooker.
again, I give her props for listening to her
You
gut.
know I can
Right?
never
Like,
just be a
God,
1.
that must be hard. Poor thing. But Helen, deny.
Okay.
She was like, ew,
That.
Mom. How could you think that I'm killing babies? So messed up. After some time apart between the two and, like, after the silent treatment, from
Nah,
her
this is
daughter,
getting sold.
Jessie ends up going to her
it's got a
daughter
little-
Helen, and she apologizes for thinking that, you know, she had anything to do with this. Like, she's embarrassed and ashamed.
Handmade
So
by
Jessie,
Jaded
after this
Neckos.
point, after she
I have so much
apologizes,
yarn
she's,
to
like,
make more
really
of them.
thinking
Look,
that
this is the blue
she's
one I'm
been
gonna
wrong
do
this whole
as
time,
well. There's
and that something must be
blue. I'm gonna
seriously
do a
wrong with
blue
her.
one.
She's
I
like
love this
over here
ombre.
thinking that her daughter, her teenage daughter, is a killer. Like, she's feeling.
Yeah.
She's just feeling guilty. Poor thing.
Helpful
So 2 weeks go
information.
by.
I'm gonna be up
2
your
whole
end
weeks. Helen's
uh,
babysitting another baby
in May
and this baby,
for
this-
Arsenic's
or this child.
graduation.
There's a baby.
I'll be
There's a
all
child.
up over there anyhow.
Has a mysterious seizure. Mhm.
Listen,
On February
listen,
1st,
listen, babes. Hang the fuck on. I'll show you what's going on. Look at these stash we've got going on. We got the stripies. This one's called Aqua Violet. This one's like eggplant or some shit like that. Eggplant. This one's eggplant. I'll be up in PA. It's like next door. This one's called Dark Blue. We've got the mixed colors of the baby blanket. This one's called Raspberry Kisses, and it's all these cute little different colors of pinks. Okay, right. This one's called Tourmaline, and I absolutely love this one. I've got a bunch of this one. And then there's, wait, where's my grabby? There he is. She's a basket case. This one's called Smooth Sailing. It's pink and blue and white, which is, I like. If you're going through, yeah. Yes, I can make baby Afghan. This is a queen size blanket. What the fuck are you smoking? Can you make a baby Afghan? No! I can only make queen size blankets because I try too hard. What the fuck, Sam? And then I got this one. I think it's called Grape something or another. Grape something. It's all, it's, go to your Bernat whatever and pick your color. Your stripes, ombre. Go check the Bernat blanket yarn in a 6. This is what I use. I don't care what other brands you fucking use. Doesn't matter to me. The Bernat blanket. No, you know what? Look. You want to fucking... Let's throw down, bitch. Alright, let's throw this shit down. Hang the fuck on. We're doing it now, baby. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Nope. Okay. I want you... Huh? No. This one. Done. And window capture. Boop. To be perfect in your eyes, keep me pretty till I die. Okay. We're gonna pause the bakery bullshit too, because I keep forgetting to do that. Bernat blanket yarn. Alright, are we all on the same horse? Yeah? We don't buy from fucking Temu either. We are looking at the colors. That's what we're doing. Relax. That's all we're doing. I don't order them from here at all by any means. I am just giving you the view of the colored fucking options. Bernat. Shop the Bernats. Shut up! Merca. Okay, the Bernat yarns. No, we don't fucking want new arrivals. Okay, we want... Your yarn weight is a 6. Super bulky. You can also I can't really do a 7 on this loom. It would be a not... If you want a loose loop blanket, I would go to a 5, but I don't recommend it. Okay. Feature... No. Yarn type. I don't give a fuck what yarn type it is. 6, super bulky. There you go. Okay, you got the pixels, you got this shit, you got this one, you got this one. Look at this cute blanket. There you go. Blanket yarn. There's your side stripe on that bitch. Here's the gray. Wait, where's the gray? Oh, there's your side colors on them ones. No, you can't, TNL. No, you can't. Okay. Let's see. The tourmaline? Yeah, the tourmaline's nice. I like that. So these are going to be like adult size, wrap around yourself. You can throw it on your bed, you know, like this is a queen size Afghan loom. It does 60 inches, and I just make them as long as I want, which is like 80 inches. Sure, I'll rub it all over my titties, okay? So this is the stripe one. We all looking at the colors? All right? Y'all can also go and Google this bullshit anytime you want. This they call perfect phasing. This is the ombre ones that I'm using. It's like not the only one, but there's the blue that you're looking at right now. But there's crimson, orchid, teal. You saw the dark blue, gray, electric blue. Just because it is out of stock here does not mean it is out of stock everywhere, okay? If you have a favorite color, see, I've got more of this coming. I get them somewhere else for a different price. You don't need to worry about it. Because I buy in large quantities. Because I need 8 of these minimum. I need 8 of these! So I buy a lot of them. Anyway, that's the green that I'm using right now. This is called aquatic. Oop. Citron. Petal. Fuchsia. Right? That's the ombre. As you can see, this is how it's going to stripe. Okay? It is a very, very nice stripe on all of those. Yes, that's the green I'm using right now. That forest oh, ditch. The tweed yarns are pretty too, if that's your jam. Maybe you want one for your dad or your husband or what the fuck ever. I don't care. The soft frosting yarn is cute. It looks kind of glittery. It's just one solid color. Like, go look it up. Go look it up, y'all. These velvet ones, they're alright, but they annoy the piss out of me to keep clean. The sheepy one is fun too. I like that one. But normally I use these, the cakes, because it's 300 grams of yarn. I like the big fat balls. They work out great. That's right. Roll them around and shit. I will restripe these all the time and change their patterns though. Yeah. But this is called Big Sky Country. This is called Grapevine. Foggy Shores. I like the blues on this Cape Cod one. If you're into stripy blankets instead. This is the eggplant one I already have. It is a very soft, nice coloring. But again, it is a stripe. It is not an ombre. I can re-stripe it to make thicker or thinner stripings. It doesn't matter. But ideally, if you want an ombre fucking stripe blanket, just get the ombre fucking yarn. If you want a stripe blanket, get the stripes. If you want thicker stripes, I can make you thicker stripes. It's not a big deal. Red Alert is called this one. Oh, I like this one too. Teal Deal. I like teal. Sam knows where to find fucking yarn to look this things up, so I don't need to tell her. Gray Matters. That's another pretty one. Again, we are just looking at the colors available by this company. Just because it's out of stock on this particular website does not mean shit to us. Oh, fuck. My YouTube. I forgot about my TikToky. Tickety-tock! I forgot about you! You fucker! Let's turn you back on. Go live again. Sorry about that, TikTok. Sorry about that, TikTok. Hang on. Okay. Jesus. I forgot to pay attention to the TikTok window. Sorry, TikTok! I got busy. Okay, you're back. Calm down, TikTok. You're back. Fucking relax. You're back. Sorry, TikTok. Okay. This is called Sunshine. So this one is baby blanket called Stripes. Either way, it's all super bulky. Number 6. Blanket yarn. Bernat. 300 grams. I prefer the cakes. So it's 300. It's 3 balls of yarn already wrapped for you. So it's less annoying to restripe it. I like this one too. Violet's gorgeous. This is another one one of my favorites. Ballerina. This stripy one. I love stripies. But I like the ombres too. I can ombre. If you want ombre, pick ombre. If you want stripes, pick stripes. I can restripe the stripes thicker, thinner, blah, blah, blah. Are you looking? This one's... Oh, shit. I wasn't telling you their names. That one's called Sprouts. Sea Glass. Above the Clouds. That one's pretty too. Pebbles. Coral Bells. These are called cakes. Cakes. Because it's 300 grams. Shaped like a cake. Those are what I prefer to use, but I will use these balls. I just rewind them into a ball, so it's easier to roll. Because it's easier to pull the... Yeah, anyway, don't worry about it. How I fondle my fucking yarn. Just be aware that there's all these different kinds that are available. All these different colors. This one's cute. Skipping Stones. Charcoal. Ever After Pink. Ooh, Rosy. That's pretty. Abracada Apricot. Maybe I think they abracadabra apricot because it just says abracadapricot. Yeah, that's cute. Crocus Fairy. That's a pretty one too. I like that. Sunny. Ooh, that's pretty. Aqua Mariana. Peachy Keen. Ooh, Wearing Blue. I like that. Wearing Blue. That's pretty. Yeah. Probably. Why? Misty Jungle. That's cute. I don't know. Probably. I just have to make one long stripe and do it in, script. Like, you know, handwriting. These are cute, too. I like these, the brights. That's if you're doing a solid blanket. Again, these are also the ombres available that I like. I'm ready. These are specifically called ombre. See that? Eggplant ombre. Navy ombre. I like that navy ombre. It ombre is really dark navy. It's gorgeous. Orange Crush. Ocean Teal. Mommy don't know daddy's getting hot. Charcoal. Burgundy. Dusty Rose. That's pretty. Cool Purple. Again, that's the exact same thing in the baby blankets, just a slightly different shade. Really not all that different. This is another nightline I like, the shaded blue ombre. I like that one too. But it's not my fucking blanket. It's your blanket. So, if you say, I would like a blanket, my favorite color is blah 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 blah. Where's my fucking camera? There it is. My camera started freaking out. Hang on. There we go. There we go. Anyway, Bernat yarn. Alright? Bernat blanket yarn. Just tell me what color you like, and I will send you various options. Tell me what color and whether you want ombre or stripes, and then we'll go from there. But yeah. If you want a letter put on it, like monogram, that's fine. I just make one long strip of loomed from the socket. I have a sock loom, and I just make one very long strip. And then I put the name in calligraphy, and then you just sew it on with the other yarn. It's annoying and tedious, but I can. That'll cost you extra, though. Unless you know Arsenic. She could probably crochet that on there for, I don't know, whatever Arsenic charges for prostitution.
A 2-year-old boy named Aaron Crocker, and he ended up having, or she ended up having to call the ambulance that night because I guess while he was sleeping, she noticed that Aaron wasn't breathing at all. So she calls the ambulance. 2-year-old Aaron would end up being in a coma for 2 weeks, just staying in a hospital.
I don't know what she charges for these blankets, and I don't want to know. So don't ask me. And don't tell me. Just tell me what size you want.
He was blind and unable to walk.
A twin size?
And this would cause him
so
many issues later on
Don't
in life.
DM me prices.
He would actually die from complications that stemmed from this incident. Just like freaking awful. So
ask the girls. What? Look, hang on. I can do this right now. You need for a twin size bed. Look at, I've got my grandma Bernat blanket explanation-y thingy on here. For a twin, I mean, it's probably about the size of this. Let me see my measurements for a twin size bed. For a baby Afghan, they only want me to use 4 balls. But I'm using 8 balls on this sucker. I'm also intentionally, I'm probably going to use more than 8. I'm intentionally making this massive, though. So right now, this is 40 inches across. Like, what size do you want a twin? Okay, hang on. Okay. Okay. So they say a queen is 96, but a queen mattress is 60 by 80. And that's the size I'm making it. So a twin... Apparently I'm making a twin right now. Oh, there you go then! The Afghan I'm making is going to be a kind that drapes over the sides on a twin bed. 60 inches. 60 by 80. 60 by... Probably not 80. 80 is going to be way too big. Maybe. Nah. Yeah, 60 by 80. 60 by 80. No, he wants a twin size. A twin size on this loom, I'd say 60 by 80. Stroller size? Stroller size. A stroller size 40 by 40 or 40 by 50? Yeah. 40 by 50 for the stroller, I'd say. I mean, it depends on how tall your stroller is. If you don't want it to be possibly laying across the ground, I'd say 30 by 40 maybe. I can do 1 ball in 6 hours. I can loom 1 full ball, 1 full cake, which is 3 balls of yarn. I can do 3 balls of yarn every 6 hours. So, a couple of days, It would take me a couple of days if I just sat down and did this the whole ass time. But I usually will sit for at least 6 hours pumping this out, and yeah, I can do 3 balls of yarn in 6 hours. That's while I'm fucking around with y'all and dicking with my phone and having ADHD. You did a 50 by 90? That's a throw. That's a throw. That's not a baby blanket. You're drunk. That's a throw. Yeah. 50 by 90 is a throw. A long throw, too. A 60 by 90 is a twin bed. Like a 65-ish? 60 by 90? Yeah. See? Yeah, that's a throw, girl. That's a toddler blanket. Yeah. 40 by 50 is a toddler blanket. Oh, you're going by rows. I'm going by inches. I rock by inches, baby. Rocking them inches, girl. Hey. Okay, but anyway. I ain't going by row, I go by inches. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. There's a lot of opinions on these, isn't there? Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of opinions on length and width. I'm finishing this one anyway. We are on a 60-inch loom. I will not make more than 60-inch wide blanket. So if you want a fucking blanket, I'm down. But I will not make more than 60 inches because that's how long my loom is. But I will make it as long as you want. Like, that's how wide I can make it. But I can make it as long as you want. I don't give a fuck. Just remember that it takes me it takes me a couple hours each ball of yarn. 2 hours per ball of yarn. With my ADHD,
this is like
girl.
2 weeks later. Helen, once again,
Yep.
is babysitting another baby. I don't know why
That's
her
what-
mom is
that is
still letting her.
Arsenic Gummy Bear is my craft pimp. Do not ever tell me what you paid for anything of mine that you receive. Period, ever, period. I'll never make them again. I'm serious. Do not ever tell me. Don't care. That's between you and sales. I'm production. I don't give a fuck. Do not tell me. She was saying things like, if I went by what the table is, You would be getting $1,000 a blanket. I gagged. Visceral. Ugh. I had to take my nausea medication. Because she was serious. No, don't. Fuck off. Stop it. No, nope. Don't do that. Don't do that, and don't tell me about it. Absolutely not. No, the fucking way. No. Nope. No. Nope. Stop. I'm fucking myself up. Woo! Drugs. No. Drugs. Thank you. Hooray for drugs. I'll make you all the shit you want. Just don't tell me about it. Just don't tell me. And if I find out, it's gonna make me not want to make them. Like, just make sure it's reasonable, please. Because genuinely, I would amass these and only charge you the cost of materials, and she would have my throat, so... Stop it. Stop it. I got a deal on my yarn because I buy it in bulk, but just don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me! Alright, I don't care. Special delivery instructions cost extra. If you want me to rub my titties all over it, that costs extra. No, I'm just kidding. I'll do that for free. For the girls blank, I'll tell you when I'm done this one. I'll tell you when I'm done this one. When I'm done this one, when it's at the length I want, I'm doing 60 by 80. That's where I'm stopping, I think, on this one. I don't know. Let me finish this one, and I'll show you how big it is on a bed. Alright? I'll, like, huck it on a queen-size bed, and you'll see how much it covers. And then you can decide how wide you want your blanket, and if 60 inches is too wide for you. 60 inches, I feel like, would probably drape a little bit on the sides, like, over the edges of a twin bed, for sure. I feel like it would, you know... Thank you. And you can watch it being made on stream, and they can be like, "Ooh, my blankie, yay, projects!" You know. This one I'm doing 8 cakes on this one. 8 cakes. Tell her, 8 cakes. And then I'm gonna see where I'm at.
It's a party, all right.
Cheer
8.
1.
Hi, Mom.
Arsenic gummy bear cheered
I'm
1
gonna do
bits.
8 cakes on this one and then take a pause and see where I'm at, because 8 cakes might be too much. 8 cakes might not be enough. I don't know yet. The loom is 60 inches. I want 60 by 80 on the blanket. Right now, I'm sitting at... unstretched, unwashed. You know what I mean. You've made fucking blankets. I'm at 26 inches with 8 balls of yarn. I'm at about 26 inches with 8 balls of yarn. So 2.5 cakes. 26 inches with 2.5 cakes. Somebody math that. I'm 2.5 cakes in, and I'm on 26 inches. Yeah, I'd call it more like, yeah, 2 3/4. 1, 2. Yeah. I'm about 2.5. Yeah. 2.5, yeah. About 2.5. Yeah. 10 inches a cake. That's why I said 8 cakes was a rough estimate, and it's going to give it a little extra, like, hangs on the end. So, yeah, 8 cakes. 8 cakes. That's the size of blankets I'm making on this sucker. If you want them smaller for your, like, baby blankets and whatever, that's easy cheesy. Just make them smaller. I am also making a smaller one in purple stripes on the other loom. And it's about, I want to say 30 or 40 inches. And that one I'm doing 4 cakes on as well. But I'm stopping at 4 cakes on that one. That one's going to be like a baby blanket size, I think. I don't know yet. Here, TNL, my love, babes. Look, okay? Ready? This is a cake. This is a ball. They are the same size. They are 300 grams. 3 balls of yarn, 3 balls of yarn. It's called a cake because it looks like a layer of cake. It's a 300 grams. It's 3 balls of yarn rolled into one. Three balls, 3 balls. They're just big balls. And this is just a cake. So we call this a cake. For every one of these, I get 10 inches on my 60 inches of loom. So 60 by 10. It's always 60 inches so far. So 60 inches by 10. I don't think he does. I can, but I don't think he's correct. I don't think you're right. I think 60 by 80 is the correct width and length for a twin size bed, but I can do that. Or at least 50 by 80. And it weirds me out when you do them weird like that. I'm wearing joggers and they're black, so you can't really make out my cake today. But yeah, this is a cake. Do they want stripes or do they want ombre? What colors do they want? You know? 50 by 80? That's a mattress! Not the quilt! That's the mattress! We were just going through this with Sam, Miss Ma'am. Alright? Shut your skank mouth. When I finish this blanket, I'm going to put it on the queen size bed. Like, look at how wide this is. This is the perfect wide for a fucking twin, for sure, for sure. It will hang over the edges just a bit, but it won't touch the floor. Yeah. 60 by 80 then! Don't argue with me! This is ombre. This is ombre. This is the ombre stripes. This is the forest green ombre stripe. I got it going forest green, green, mint. Forest green, green, mint. And then mint, green, forest green. Forest green, green, mint. Mint, green, forest green. I did the 3. Yeah. We've got blue here. We've got all different... I got a bunch of these different stripy colors. And then we've got the solids. If they just want a solid color, that's fine. Like the mixed up solids and whatever. Those are just what I have on hand in the bag behind me. No, it won't. Shut up. If I want to know about putting meat in hot places, I will ask your ass. Alright? If I want to know about the right way to stroke a beard, I will ask your ass. If I want to know the exact sound testicles make slapping on my cheek, I will ask your ass. Do not come in here and have any kind of opinion about what a fucking blanket is going to do, Mr. Sir. Okay? I'll come over there. Yeah, variegated is an abrupt color change. For sure, for sure. I like the stripies. They're cute. I'm going to call this one for... Well, how... Okay, look. I'm going to fight you bitches. Let me fucking finish this blanket, okay? That's just... Let me fucking finish this blanket. Look. For a twin, they're saying 50 by 90, and I'm telling you 90 is going to drag on the floor. Because a queen-size mattress top is 60 by 80. 60 by 80. Period, straight up. That doesn't lean over the sides, doesn't go over the edges anywhere. It is the exact size of a queen size mattress. 60 by 80. If you take that size and you drape it over a twin size bed, it will not touch the floor. It will come close, but it will not touch the floor. A full size, it would be a little bit higher up. But I'm... Go to the interwebs and look up the Bernat blanket yarn when you finally decide whatever color it is they like. Just, like, the girls having all the opinions themselves would be perfect. Go to Amazon. Go to Amazon. Bernat blanket yarn 6. It's the 6 gauge. Look. Look. Super bulky. Bernat blanket yarn, super bulky, 6. And let them pick whatever color they like. Just give them your phone or your internet and let them roll through all of the yarns themselves. It's on Amazon, I'm telling you. Just let them go through Amazon. Every kid does that. It's easy. And they can click the one they like with his stripe or ombre or whatever, and then they can look through the colors and then, oh, Dad, I want this one! And then they'll give you back your fucking phone. You'll be like, okay, cool. This one wants this one and this one wants that one. To that! I unadded a bunch of yous. I really did. I did not appreciate what happened the last time I saw the girls. Not all the girls. The ones that were involved know what ones were involved, and the younger boy kids, I'm not dealing with that nonsense. Y'all, some nasty shit came out of some children's mouths, and the older kids not only didn't clock them on it, but they went and sat down and had some fries with them after. And abso-fucking-lutely not. Y'all got no honor, that's a you problem. Nah. So I left a bunch of the groups, but I did still keep a bunch of the kids, and I don't know who all is fucking in on what, and I don't want to be messing around in that kind of nonsense drama. It's just... It was... Not right now. I'm clearly busy right now, but yeah, add me later, but like, I'm very unimpressed with what took place. Genuinely could give a fuck if I see most of them ever again. Just the hell was that mess. I was just sitting and chilling with one of my favorites. She knows who she is. And then the other two rolled up and we were chatting and I was explaining, like, I don't got beef with y'all. Y'all are a bunch of children's. You got attitude with me when you're inebriated. I'm not going to tolerate it, and I'll just not bother going around you. It doesn't mean I hate you or anything like that. Just means that I'm not going to bother being around you because you give me stink eye every time I see you. And it's weird because y'all are babies, and there's no wink processing when y'all are babies, you know? Get your shit together. I don't want to be in prison. Also, babies don't give me boners. Sorry. I require daddies. You know? Like, yeah. T&L knows. Wink, wink. I don't get down for babies. I'm only down for daddies and mommies. Ask my mommy. She's in the chat. Wink, wink. Oh, arsenic's ass. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I got a boner just now. Yeah, sorry, not sorry.
Stupid sexy
I just adored you kids the same way I would adore any member of my family. It's... anytime it started getting turned sideways, it was genuinely nauseating and weird. Why is your brain going there? And you know why? Underdeveloped frontal lobe. You are at the stage where the frontal lobe is developing, and you're crazy bananas right now. And that's okay. You're crazy bananas until you're 26. We all know. We went that age too. We know. Your frontal lobe is developing and you're psychotic right now. Sometimes puberty is scary. Oh, man. Ooh, look! That wasn't all the way cooked. It was soggy in the middle. That's why it flopped over. You know why that is? Because they didn't dry their mushrooms. They let them get all wet. It was gross. I've been hydrating. I'm only drinking water. Yeah, anyway. The other ones that are normally there that can, you know, calm down the problematic ones, they weren't there. I don't want to name drop, but, you know, H wasn't there. B wasn't there. G wasn't there. Like, the ones that normally keep the adolescent boys from getting too mouthy, none of them ones were there. Adolescent is probably a big word. Oh, this is one of my local babies around my neighborhood that I just indiscriminately feed. I accidentally picked up teenagers one night, like a year or two ago. It was late. I was at the movie theater. I was enjoying myself with lovely flavored drinks and watching a movie. And then when I was done the movie, I was chilling out on the, there's a little veranda where I go out to be an adult because I pay taxes, and my movie was done. I was walking back through, and there was these teenage girls standing at the counter, putting their change together to get a snack, deciding what they want. And I was like, oh, absolutely not. So I asked them how many of them there were. And then I bought a whole bunch of food and sat them down, fed them, and immediately left. And then every time they saw me, they would run up and give me a hug and call me mom, and it escalated from there. So originally there was 4, and now I'm at like 20 or something. But it's teenagers, and teenagers have perpetual drama. And I was bored chilling up by the fires. Arsenic's been here, she knows. I was up at the fires up the road at my house, chilling, looming, getting roasty. This fire! It's gorgeous outside, and I would like to get hot. So that's what I was doing. I was chilling outside, getting roasty, and one of my favorites. I have favorites in the kids, and it's the ones that can keep the other motherfucks under control. The ones that are reasonable and rational, and, you know, I like the boys that show up because they are garbage pits, and they will just eat and eat and eat, and then I just leave. It's just feeding bitches, feeding babies. I have no babies to feed here because all my Canada babies are up in Canada. So I just indiscriminately feed people. I'm the neighborhood mom. I don't know. I do. Everybody knows me. Everybody knows my kids. And they're pretty well everybody around here calls me mom. Yeah. Controlled chaos. I'm the dude that'll feed you for sure. Right? Like, I'm the dude. I can't handle kids and seniors being hungry. I wasn't raised that way. It's unhinged to call yourself an advanced civilization and still have your seniors and children out there being hungry. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Nah. So yeah. I feed everybody. My coffee kids, I buy them bitches like pizza and sushi. I love those kids. They're great. Anyway. It escalated to, there's a pack of them. There's about 20 of them, ranging from like, junior to you know what I mean, like sophomore to senior kind of thing, but they're little high school cutie buddies, right? Well, some of the juniors are moving up into the middle section and getting some attitudes and trying to establish themselves in the hierarchy of the monkey colony, because that's what's up. Y'all are a bunch of monkeys right now, and it's okay. It's you're developing your frontal lobe. Look it up. It's science. You're a bunch of little monkeys. A bunch of crazy little monkeys trying to figure out how your brains are firing off all over the place. I'm fucking serious, yo. So, yeah. The good ones that normally control the chaos were not there, and it was the ones that are trying to control the chaos are... It was a whole ranking nonsense thing, but, like, the ones that were there should have... I don't care. I don't care. It was tacky and gross, and the ones that were involved can eat my dick, and the ones that weren't, we're still fam, it's fine. They may have all been kind of in the same group, but they weren't. They did also split off, and some of them were sitting over here, and the rest of them were outside with the younger kids with the attitude problem that come over and started mouthing off. So I threw down and mouthed off back. Little bastard. Fucking talking shit. What are you doing hanging out with teachers? I'm not. They came to me. They came to me. I was sitting there enjoying myself and the fucking kids started coming over. Like, I ended up with the first one and she's great. I love her. I'll sit with her anytime and chat. And then 2 more of the girls showed up. And the second one, I'm good with her too. It's the third one that I've been having issues with regularly. What am I supposed to do there? I'm not interested in your teenage bullshit. Back it up and drive that truck somewhere else. I'm busy. No, thank you. That's what happened. So I don't want to deal with that shit anymore. This is like the 3rd time some dumb shit like that has happened. So I started removing a bunch of them off of my Snap because I just don't want to be listening and dealing with it anymore. And then I couldn't remember which ones were, so I stopped deleting everybody. But I'm all done with the nonsense. I'm just like, no. Come the fuck on. I'm just an old lady that wants to feed kids. Keep your fucking teenage drama to yourself, dude. But also, have some goddamn honor. Like, dude. Decorum. Have some fucking decorum. Have some fucking decorum. If this bitch is feeding you for free regularly, you better have some goddamn decorum, yo. Like, I'm not asking you for anything but basic common sense and respect. You don't pay me. I don't need you to pay me. Just eat food and shut the fuck up. Act like a little bitch. Fuck off. And if one of your little punks mouths off, get that shit under control. Or you're not gonna get food anymore. There you go. You lost your snack. It's gone. Wasn't that smart of you? Whoopie doopie doo. Dude! I never thought to use my... Oh my god. That would... Yeah. Okay. Oh, you motherfucker. That's a pastry cutter, and I never thought about using it to cut up my eggs instead of my potato mashers, because I don't like the way the potato mashers mashes my egg salad. Anyway, I like feeding people, I like cooking, and we had a good thing going with the kids just shutting up and eating food, and then more kids got involved, and then drama started getting involved,
well, yeah,
and...
because she thinks she's wrong. Bailey, shut up. Helen's
What?
babysitting another baby.
Didn't you just watch what the Eggman was doing right here? Watch. He used a pastry fucking cutter to cut up his eggs for his egg salad. Right here. This one. The egg one. No, not the egg slicer. No. A pastry cutter. It's metal and it's got like grates in it, and you use it when you're making pie crusts to cut your cold butter into your pastry without over mixing it and leaving it chunky so that you get nice good chunks. Yeah, that. He used that to cut up his fucking eggs, and I was like, oh, Jesus. Because I have the potato masher that's shaped like a snaky, and I have the potato masher that's the little diamond shapes, and I hate the way both of them smash my eggs. I don't like the way they do the eggs in the egg salad. But this is a nice... I didn't even think of doing that. It leaves them nice and striped and chunked and like, dude. Smoke me some eggs. Smoke me some cheese. Oh my god. Smoke me all the kind of things. Baby. Mm. I will smoke back. Anyway, at one point they all got my phone and Snapchat and added me to their Snapchats, and there was like 20 fucking... Jesus, there was like 20 chats going on all the time, and when I'm out they were like, Mom, where are you? See right here, look! Look at the way they got it going. Perfect. Perfect fucking chunk size. Look at that shit. Perfect chunk sizes to what I want. I like the mixed up variety of texture when you do it that way. Yes! See, you know what would be really good? Smoked ramen eggs. Oh. All of them. I like hard cheeses. Ooh, smoke some goat cheese for me. Stop. I'm gonna get boner. I love smoked chicken. That's good too. Smoked Gouda is so good. I like smoked Havarti, smoked Gouda, Munster. Oh my god, yes. Goat cheese for sure is my favorite though. I like the hard cheeses. I'm getting a food rection. Food rection. Alright, I'm back to my loom. Y'all are distracting as fuck. Bunch of cutie muffins, I'm telling you. Adorable motherfuckers. Jesus. Anyway, I should probably turn the Discord on, eh? Go away, baby, take my love. 'Cause I don't wanna live if I'm living without you. Suicide long, take me out if you have to. There we go. Alright, let's turn Bailey back on. I get it at Costco.
This baby
Get it from Costco.
dies of a crib death. It was a poor little 2-year-old girl, and it was Rachel. She was found just dead in her crib.
Ooh, I made egg
It's
bites
just
the other day, and they were
now,
so
I know,
fucking
I
good.
know. You're at home thinking, Bailey.
They're
you look
making mini
crazy.
quiche.
I know. But you're also thinking, Bailey, how could no one have put this together? How was nobody like
Oh,
solving
that-
mysteries out there in Claymore? Okay? She's being very messy, and I don't know. It just went
It
under
was.
the radar because this community was brand new, and things were really not running very smoothly.
Wait.
There was lots of new families moving in, and no one within the communities were talking with one another.
This was
It
before I
just
chucked
kind
them in
of-
the oven.
Everyone stuck to themselves, you know? So
They
there
were
was no word
so
of mouth
good.
happening. Like, hey, you know what's weird? Helen was babysitting my kid too. And so
It
they would
was
talk to their neighbors. And the only person who was
the
like putting
base
the pieces
is
together
bacon,
was given
sausage,
medication
and
told
green
that
onion.
She was, you know,
an egg, salt and pepper, bit of
Delusional.
garlic, blah blah blah,
So,
herbs.
yeah.
Um,
things are
and
not going
then
that great.
I
Mhm.
put
But-
hard cheese in it.
There's
So
always a but.
the regular
There was a
plain
turning
ones
point.
had
you see, while Jesse
cheddar
had always
jack,
suspected that
and
her daughter,
the
Helen,
other
was
ones
responsible
had
for all these
mushrooms and
attacks,
Gouda.
It wasn't until
Oh, they were
the
so
Gouda
good.
attack
The mushroom
she
Gouda
knew-
ones
well, she
slapped.
said she knew for
Fuck,
sure.
they were good.
Okay, and that's when her
Oh,
7-year-old
and,
son, Helen's half brother,
It's
he
egg,
died while in
evaporated
Helen's care.
milk.
So she's like, oh yeah,
some herbs, garlic,
it's
salt,
Helen.
pepper.
So on March
and
31st,
proteins.
1980.
Oh my fucking god, they
Helen's
are
mother,
they were so
Jessie,
good.
Left
They were
her
so
children
good.
home alone with Helen.
Base?
She was in charge to babysit. Now during this time is when Helen attacked her 7-year-old brother. His name's
What
Peter,
else would
by the
you
way.
smoke?
And at 7, you know, Peter's not a
Salmon.
baby,
Oh
so
my
he tried
god,
his
I want
best
some
to fight
salmon
her off.
smoked.
He's 7,
Fuck yes.
but his sister still much stronger. The exact details are a little unclear, but what we do know for sure is that the police were called, and Jessie goes to the police when they show up, and she says Helen is the one who's
I'm gonna get some
responsible.
salmon fishing done
she just,
in
like, didn't
Ontario
even-
one of
she
these
had no
days,
proof,
and then I'll
but
bring
she's
a
like,
whole
"Helen did it."
fucking big ass
And she
salmon
was
over
just
for
tired
T and
of
L to
covering for
smoke.
her. Jessie was done. It was her daughter. She knew it.
I think I might have
She
to
knew
fish
it.
that
So
salmon in
once
America
Helen
though.
was arrested, she
I don't
started
remember.
blabbing away. She had some stories to tell. Not only did she confess to murdering her half-brother Peter, but also she confesses to the deaths of Suzanne and Rachel, as well as the attack on baby Vaughn and Aaron. Both of them survived.
See, I
Yeah,
wanted to do
yeah.
like
But she
a
confessed to everything.
like a supreme
While Helen was
version
in
with
police
like bell
custody
peppers
on
and
March
onion
31st
and
April 1st, Helen details
sausage
all the
and mushroom
attacks.
or
In the case
ham.
of Peter,
or
Helen
ham and
claimed that
mushrooms
she
and all
simply,
that.
Like just walked
just-
up behind
whatever.
him while he was watching television, and then she put her
Bang, bang,
her
as long
hands
as it's
over his nose and
gluten-free.
his mouth, just trying to suffocate him. Her shits and giggles, I guess. I guess he actually broke free and then like tried to run to the front door, but she caught up with him, and then Helen held Peter down and like she suffocated him until like he was dead. Yeah. And then, because she's even more fucked up, she threw his body down the stairs. And then she took a shower because she wanted to get nice and clean before actually calling the police. I don't know. People are gross, man. Like, that's a different kind of fucked up.
Ooh.
And she's a kid? Yeah, that's not good. Well, Helen was telling
I
police,
would
like,
I
her
would chuck a
third
tray of
way
pine
attack
nuts in
was
there
the
too, then,
hand
and smoke the
over,
pine nuts as
nose
well.
and mouth move. Like, this is what she did
And
with
then
all
once
of
you
them.
have
In the
made
case
your
of
pesto with the
16-month-old
smoked
Suzanne,
items, put the
Helen,
pesto in
she told police that she suffocated
large
her.
Pyrex
She
and
did
then
the whole
smoke it
hand
again.
over mouth situation. Hand
If
over
you don't find
mouth
it smoky
and nose
enough with just the smoked
situation.
items,
And according
smoke the
to
pesto.
Helen, the little girl didn't struggle much.
Leave the container open
Yeah,
and
Helen,
smoke it for a
'cause she's
hot minute up
baby.
in there.
She's like, yeah, she didn't struggle much. Really, Helen? She said once she thought he was dead, she went right back to watching her television programs like nothing had happened. She was actually surprised because she started crying a bit later.
Soy sauce. There are gluten-free soy sauces. Soy sauce, malt. If you're using like liquid smoke, just read the container. Because it's usually malt or caramel coloring put into it that makes it not gluten-free. But like, if you're just using regular herbs and seasonings, you're fine. It's when you start adding other things like marinades where it starts to that. And it's usually because soy sauce and malt. That's it. But if you did like a barbecue sauce, most of them are already gluten-free. It just depends on your marinade and your sauce and your herbs and whatever. Like, really, most of it's already gluten-free. Just genuinely. Yeah. You heard what I said. I said if you were to use liquid smoke, it would be a problem. Did I not just say that? Because they have gluten in them most of the time. What? I know what I said. I said what I said. I said if you were, it would be a problem. That's what I said. That's it. So if you were doing a rub, the herbs are fine. If you were doing a marinade, damn near all of that is fine. You like I do a the maple bourbon one for my turkey usually. I like that on poultry, maple and bourbon. That's a 3-day marinade. None of it, anything in it is gluten. None of it. It's peppercorns and, you know, cinnamon sticks, apple cider, you know, blah, 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 blah. None of it's gluten. Just juices and fruits and vegetables and herbs, and boil that shit down, let it cool, add some water, salt, sugar, that kind of shit. Dump it in and marinate your bullshit. It's the same thing with proteins and meats. Like teriyaki, just get a gluten-free bottle of teriyaki. It's like, if you're not making your own sauces and you're just buying the bottled stuff, that's fine too. Just read the bottle. Most of them already say gluten-free. Herbs are gluten-free. Herbs are fine. No, herbs are fine. No herbs have gluten in them. It's wheat, barley, hops, malt. That's gluten. That shit, nah. I love molasses too. Not gluten. Nope. No gluten in the sugars. Nope. Eggs. Nope. Meat in general. There's no gluten in meat in general. It's when you start adding things that's salt and pepper, all fine. Garlic, parsley, everything is fine. All that shit's okay. Pine nuts upset my stomach. Pine nuts upset my stomach. It is. It's grains. It's grains. Yeah, it's grains more than anything.
Samus X raided your channel with 3 viewers.
Hi, Sammy! Welcome in, Raid. Fucking
Monch57 raided your channel with 4 viewers.
Hi, welcome in. I am not terrified at all. Thanks. Jesus Christ. So we were talking about blankets and people were ordering blankets, and then we got distracted by the smoker and talking about what had gluten in it. Welcome in, friends. Hi, welcome in. How's it going? If you're new and you've not been here before, Jada Echo Variety Streamer. Holy shit, how many fucking raids are we gonna have at once? Jesus balls. I'm in the middle of looming a blanket, watching some Asians bake some bullshit, and listening to Bailey talk about murder.
Here. So that's when she kind of panicked.
Wow, welcome in, babies.
She's like, oh, shit. So she did the same thing.
This is a
with,
loom.
the
I'm
other
making an
baby,
ombre
Aaron.
blanket in
He
green
ends
right
up
now.
Surviving, quote
Green,
unquote.
green, green,
Not really,
green.
'cause it's like he lived a
That's what
rough
we're doing.
life after the fact. But yeah, I guess she didn't actually fully kill them, and then they would wake up and start crying, and then she would
Welcome
panic
in.
and be like, I don't know. And then call the ambulance.
I think I don't have any mods
She
in here
told the
right now to
police
do shout
that was
things.
her
Or maybe
thing.
I do. I don't know.
Yeah, this is her thing.
I don't know.
If her victim survived,
Thank you, though. Welcome
she called
in.
the
Hi,
ambulance.
kisses, kisses.
We all have a thing, you know? Like,
Oh, wait.
Some people don't.
Uncle Pineapple Cookies. Mama Kitty is at the hospital with some liver stuff. We're keeping an eye on her. And Alice has an ear infection and a lung infection. That's what's up right now. Wah, 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 wah. Yeah. She just went to the hospital. I told her yesterday to go to the fucking hospital, but she finally went today. She went just now. It happened to me. They just need to pull her fucking gallbladder out. And I've been telling her that for a while, so... They need to pull her fucking gallbladder out. She's been having problems with it for a while. Like, just pull the fucking thing out. Come on, dicks. Assholes.
Walk
La, la,
underneath
la.
a ladder or something like that, you know? But with Helen over here, her thing was calling the ambulance.
Oh, once
the
again,
victim
for the
survived.
new friends that are in the chat that have just arrived, if you like the shit I'm making and have gone through the Instagram to see a bunch of it, because I'm a dumbass and I never post pictures, but there's some of it on there. If you like the shit I make, you can get a hold of that arsenic gummy bear bitch and buy it. Tell Arsenic she has the shit. PoisonCandyCrafts.com, or you can message her in the Discord for sales and whatnots. She's the sales guy. I'm production. So if you're after blankets, you just have to tell us if you want stripes, solid, or ombre, and what color. And I mean, roughly how big. I do not make them bigger than 60 inches, which is basically the size of... It's the exact size of a queen mattress across. Because that's as big as my loom is. 60 inches. I will not make it wider than 60 inches. Which is a very big, good, comfortable, wrap around you Afghani blanket. So, you know, that. But I work with leather. I work with vinyl. I work with... I'm a fiber bitch. I do whatever. So, if you want shit made, let us know. Oh. Well, let her know.
It's different.
Unless you
Now,
want crochet.
many-
I don't
especially the
crochet.
police,
She
they thought
does.
That was pretty odd, actually, that she called the police. It was very unlike a killer. But then again, Helen is so
Actually,
young.
I actually can do that.
I don't know.
I have
Anyways, they
friends
just
in
thought it
that
was odd. It was a good
industry,
thing, but it was odd
and
that
I
she
can do
didn't
that.
Really try to kill them, because most
Yes,
killers
I could
would
do that.
They would go back and because they don't want any survivors. So
Yeah.
yeah, that was noted. Noted.
Hang on, let me
After
see.
Peter's death,
Hang
that
on, let's
made
see.
Helen's death toll 3, with 2 attempted murders. When Helen was asked, you know, like, why would you do this? Especially to, like, your son. Not your son, I'm sorry. Your brother. She said her only reason for committing the offenses was that she just
Wait, the top
felt
bits or the
like
bottom
it.
bits?
She was bored.
Top bits or bottom bits?
That's not a good answer. Just based on that answer alone, they should never let her out of jail. Okay, I look like an evil villain or something. I'm sorry. So the trial. Helen's trial started
Hi.
on May 19th.
A question was posed, and I need
initially
your
she was
opinion as a
being charged with
professional.
3 murders. Now she would end up being
About how
denied
much
bail
would
for
a
the protection of
silicone
the
usable
community,
mold
which I think
of
is probably
my
a good
lady
call.
business be?
The trial itself, it lasted like 5 days. During
Top
the
and
trial,
no.
Helen
In
actually
your
took a
opinion,
stand
as
and made a statement. Yeah, Helen
It's
spoke to the court and gave a brief statement,
Yes.
saying that she was really sorry
your
about
opinion.
what had happened. She said, "I didn't know. I
Full
don't know why
cus-
I
has-
did those
yes.
things. I love children.
Full
I
custom?
always
Yeah.
have. I love looking after them." And then
That's
she
it?
ended it with saying,
You
like,
would
"I don't know
only
what happened
charge
to make me do these
$250
things."
for
Which, okay, is fair, you know, whatever. She told the court that life began to go
Yeah.
wrong for her after her brother Andrew had died. Like everything in her life just went downhill.
Yeah.
And wrong, and all she wanted
that-
was a
that's
cure,
what I'm
but
being
she
asked.
had no cure. She
Usable
also said
silicone mold
that
of my
after
lady
seeing her
business.
brother die, she didn't
Other
see or
than the
understand
production
why other
cost.
children got to live. So out of that, like she first
Why
killed
would I? I'm
Suzanne,
not
the
using
first-
it.
Her first baby. But then plot twist during.
No,
the
I'm not.
trial,
I don't use
Helen
it. I
would
just
be
got
charged
it.
with yet another murder.
How the fuck do I know what's good on it? No, I
Helen
use
was
that.
being
No,
charged
no, no,
in
no,
the
no, no, no.
death of her
I
2-year-old
use that.
brother,
You
Andrew.
use that.
Oh,
I
they
use
were
that.
super
I don't
close.
use mine.
He, doctor said he passed away from SIDS.
Yeah, I use it
And
when you're
remember,
not-
in the
no,
beginning,
I
I
don't
said,
use
like,
mine.
SIDS is super rare. Most cases
Other people
occur in
use
babies
mine. I
under
don't
the
use
age of
mine.
6 months.
Mine's just
And
attached
the
to me.
age range where
I
like,
don't
there's
know
most risk
if
when it
it's
comes to
good
SIDS
from
is
your
2 to 4
perspective.
months.
I
Now,
know
these
I
kids
like
were
it
no
from
younger
my
than
perspective.
16 months,
So how
and
could I
it's
gauge
understood
its
now that the
value if
risk of
I
SIDS
don't
is
know its
almost zero
functional
by age 1.
fabric?
So
No,
Andrew being 2 years old
fabulousness.
at his time of
Because
death,
that's, I
it was
can't.
just a
It's a different
little
perspective and texture
odd
and feel and things.
that he would die
You
of
see?
this, you know?
Science.
So was her brother
Yeah.
Andrew her first kill, or
I mean, I put
was
my hands in
he
it all the
her
time.
reason
I
for
think it
killing?
feels nice, but I don't have a
now
wing
that
wang.
seemed like the answer? I mean, the question.
Don't
Am I
all of them
okay?
feel different? Do
I
they
think
not
COVID
feel
brain
different?
Is a real thing because
I mean-
where's my brain? During the trial, Helen's defense called a psychologist and psychiatrist to the stand, and they told the test they
You all don't need to
conducted
hear
on
what he
Helen
said.
suggested
Anyway.
that she was borderline schizophrenic, who was sometimes
So-
unsure of reality and did not
They-
know
oh,
what she
they
was
do?
doing.
Oh,
Plus, she had
okay.
hallucinations.
See?
Another thing that came to light during the trial
IMO,
was that
they
Helen
all
had
feel wet
allegedly
and
told the
squishy when I shove my
psychologist
fingers in
that
them.
She had been
They taste
sexually
different, though.
interfered with by her uncle.
But I can't get as far up in there as y'all
And
can. It
on
all
top
just
of that,
feels the
he
same
also
to me
attempted
because
to
they all
rape
feel like
her.
what
Helen
feels
also
like
said
inside
that
mine.
this had occurred
Little
since the
wiggly,
age of
grabby,
8,
smushy
and it
things.
was happening like on a daily basis. Poor thing. Oh, and who was her uncle? Oh, plot even twist. Who was her
It's a
uncle?
very appropriate stream
William
right now.
McIntosh? Or
Looming and
I think it's
asking.
McIntosh. Suzanne's
Yeah,
dad.
but I told you, the stream
Suzanne,
wants to
her
know
first
how
victim.
much
Her
a
uncle.
silicone usable mold
Suzanne
of
was her cousin,
top
so her
and
unc-
bottom lady business would be.
So did she?
We were talking
kill 'cause
about
she was
we were
angry
talking
with
about
her
how much
uncle?
the
You know,
blankets would
she
cost
said
to
her
make.
Uncle William
And then
had
somebody
continued
asked if I could
molesting her
do
until
silicone
Suzanne
molds in my
died,
lady business.
and that
And
was
I
when
thought
her
of your
uncle
sister and
stopped
was like,
coming
oh, you know what? I
around.
bet I
So, like,
fucking
she
could. I
solved
bet
the
you she knows
problem.
somebody
The
that knows how to do
uncle
that.
Denied the allegations,
And
but Helen's
that's
lawyer
where it
insisted at
escalated
the
from. And then I'm
trial
like,
that
okay,
there
well,
was
wait
at
a
least
minute.
one
I
incident
don't
when
use
Helen was
mine. I
15.
use somebody
There were
else's.
other
So now I got to
doctors
ask the motherfucker that
were
uses
called
it.
in,
So
and
that's
gave
what
a
happened.
different mental health assessment. Some of them testified that, this is a quote, she did not have a mental illness that would make her
The end.
not responsible for her actions, end quote. That would make her
I mean,
not
it's a regular
responsible for her
Tuesday.
actions. I just feel like that's just like an easier way to say these things, you know? Like, nope, she's a lawyer. I don't know. They always get so
Asians
wordy.
cooking things in a
Well, this is what
bakery
a problem
and
is, you
murder
know, problem.
makeup.
Anyways, to give you an
And
idea,
I'm looming
of
a
what
thing
Helen
with my
was like
titties
during
out.
her trial, it was said that she was, unlike a
I mean,
lot of
they're
those
in a
being
shirt,
accused
but,
of
you know.
murder, most of the times
I'm an
when
appropriate
there's a
stream.
murder
Oh,
in
sorry,
court,
stream, I got
they're very
distracted.
stone-faced, they show no
So, yeah.
emotion.
I don't
and
know.
they
We'll
just
have to
come across
talk
as,
about
like,
how much it
monster
would
or
cost.
something, you know? But Helen in the court,
But it better be
it
like,
seemed like
it's
she
going to
could
be
really,
like when you get a
feel what
Louis
was going on. She
Vuitton.
was showing
You
a
could
lot
go
of
get a
emotions.
handbag from
She was
Walmart,
sad
or you
for
could
her
go and
doing
get
that.
some
She was crying
high-end
and
brand,
stuff. Like,
you
it
know,
looked like she understood what she did.
quality
You know what I'm
item.
saying?
So you're going to be
So
paying
her
for
first
quality.
hearing was originally delayed for like quite some time because I guess Helen had fainted. Drama. Just drama.
Nah,
all
you're
around.
fine,
So she was
TNL.
like rushed to the hospital.
We're
and she
we're
was
all
treated
on
for
board, buddy.
dehydration. But then
Okay,
eventually,
I'm gonna let you go and
you
get
know,
back
she
to
would go to
streaming.
trial. It was a 5-day trial, and then Helen Patricia Moore was sentenced to 3 life sentences plus 10 years.
My hookup
for the
is gonna go
attempted murder.
inquire
Yep.
what that would
Okay,
cost for a
well,
good
there.
one. For a good
So,
one.
you know, where are they now? I actually just watched.
They're
an
gonna go
interview
ask about a
with her
base
on
one and a
YouTube,
really
so
good.
let me not
Why are
lie
you like
myself.
that?
So as
Because
far as her
you
parents, Jesse and John,
are
yeah, I didn't even
a
talk
normal
about John at all.
human.
But they naturally had a
Listen,
very
if
mixed
I know
reactions to
somebody
Helen's
with a
conviction.
supremely
Jessie,
amazing
Helen's mother,
business
she was not
setup,
convinced
oh,
that
fuck
Helen
yeah.
actually killed Andrew, you know, her son.
Oh
She
man, I
maintained
can't
that
call
the
her.
two
She's
of
at the
them were so
hospital. It would be a
close,
very
and there's no
inappropriate
way.
question.
She knew
No, you
that
know what?
her
She's
daughter
not
would kill
feeling
the
good. I'm gonna
others.
leave her
She
a
was just
voice
not
message.
convinced
She'll
that
love it.
She killed Andrew. Jesse and John said that they didn't hate Ellen for the crimes. They were were just
hi, I love you.
more,
How
like,
much
devastated.
convincing
at
would
the
you
tragedy
need
of
for us to
losing
make a
all of their
silicone
children.
mold of your
They
ass
lost all of their kids.
for
All
wink
of them.
wank
They said they didn't believe
purposes?
that hating Helen would bring anyone back. And they also didn't believe that giving Helen a life sentence would cure whatever was going on with her. And others agreed. Because in 1999,
My
Helen was
wife has
released
this
on parole
super amazing
and is thought to be
ass.
living somewhere in Australia. Yeah,
Oh.
so she's out there today.
Her donk,
just
yo.
somewhere in Australia. Hey, girl. Helen should be about 60 years old, and I have no thoughts. I have no thoughts because, I don't know. Like, is this a happy ending or not? I don't know. There's no excuse. At the end of the day, she killed people. So she has to be held responsible for that. Yeah. I was about to, like, you know, if she was abused, I could have, but no, she killed people.
I know, I just hung up with her
What are
and then
you
I called her
doing?
back.
Look,
Lol.
Australia they're really forgiving over there, huh? You guys just don't give a fuck. Let me know.
Anyway.
Anyways, thank you guys so much for being
Oh,
with me
fuck.
today. Hi, friends. How are you today? I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Today is Monday, which means it's murder, mystery, and makeup. Monday.
Ooh, I have several friends that should make
Thank you.
molds of their pickles.
If you're new here, hi,
I would
welcome.
never.
My
I would
name
never
is
fuck around with them, but I know people
and
that
on
would.
Mondays, I sit down and I talk about a true crime
And
story
they are
that's been heavy on my
Not.
noggin.
Wow.
And I do my makeup at
Wow.
the same time. If you're interested in true crime and you like makeup, I would say subscribe if you want. Because I'm here for you on Mondays sometimes. Today's story. You know, there's some real messed up people out there in the world, and
It's a little concerning, right? Like, what the fuck's going on?
that's today's story. In summary. You're welcome. Before I jump into today's story,
Fucking
I wanna give a big
Casetify.
thank you to today's sponsor.
Casetify.
It attaches description box.
Her
But other
codes
than
probably all
that,
still work, y'all. So
I
if you're
will
after
stop
cases,
yip
go
yapping
check out Casetify and
let's
try the
get
code
into
Bailey
today's
Sarian, because it probably still
story.
works.
Where do we begin? Well, let's start with Miss Catherine Harrison. Now, Catherine
That thinks
was born-
what? Are you one of those that thinks they are too? Yeah, there is too big. It only goes so far, and then there's nowhere else to go. There's just so much canal a vagina can have. Okay, there's just so much. And if it's a Coke can, ow! I don't feel like, what the? No, thank you. Backing away slow. I'll put that in my mouth or whatever, but absolutely not. You stay abso-fucking-lutely far away from anything below my rib cage. Thank you so much. Thank you so goddamn much. There's also the ones that are like so long you could knock somebody out from a distance with it. That's some bullshit right there. Nope. No, thank you. That's something you're gonna hurt yourself on, and you know, be self-aware. I don't fuck with shit like that when I know I'm gonna hurt myself on it. Like, absolutely not. And you look at it and you know that shit's gonna turn you inside out. You gonna hurt yourself with that. That's like those people that get the fist things. That's for turning yourself inside out. That's no. Hell nah. Hell nah. I may have had a human come out, but you cannot fit your hand in there. Absolutely, you will not be able to. No way in shit. I mean, that's not a flex or anything. It is... just is. Like, seriously, they stitched it back up good when I was done. Don't you... like, what the hell, man? Jesus! Jesus. Also, this is an 18+ stream.
Born in May of 1951 in Perth, Western Australia. Hey, Australia. So right after giving birth to Catherine, her mother got pregnant shortly afterwards, like real quick. And when Catherine was just 10 months old, her
I've
mom
never even
ended up
met one
passing
that could
away
fit
during
all 4 fingers in it.
childbirth.
Like,
Not
what?
only that, but
What?
her baby brother died shortly
What?
afterwards. So just tragedy right off the
No.
bat, you know?
No.
So Catherine
No.
was then sent to
No,
live
man.
in South Africa to
Hell
live with
no.
her father.
They're fun to
Harold.
look at, though.
Harold, I guess, just like could not
And to
take
like
care
watch
of her
turn other
because
people inside
after a
out. Oh,
couple
hell
of
yeah,
years
that's fun to
together,
watch.
he sent
But I would never
Catherine
be stupid enough to
right
do it
back
myself.
Perth to stay
Dumb.
with her, a grandparent.
That's
her
stupid.
paternal
But them
grandparents.
loose flappy
Sadly,
bitches that get
not
around,
much
get
better,
around, they get
because I guess
around.
Her grandmother was just like very strict and not the most loving person.
Them
towards
ones?
Catherine.
Yeah.
By the age of 10, Catherine's father
Hell
ends up
nah.
moving back to Perth. And now that he's back, he's like, well, I want full time, or I want full custody of Catherine. So he tries to get full custody of her. So poor Catherine, she's just like really bouncing around, doesn't seem to have anything super consistent in her life as a kid, you know? It just seemed rough. So Catherine moves back in, living with her father again, and at this point, this is when she meets a new friend. And his name is David Burney. David and Catherine had a lot in common, unfortunately. So let me just like talk about David really quick, and then we'll circle back. David was born in February of 1951. He too was born in the suburbs of Perth in Western Australia. But unlike Catherine, he lived with his parents, which sounds like I'm being a dick, but I'm not. Like his parents weren't great, you know? First of all, David was like the eldest of 5 brothers and sisters. So his home was pretty chaotic, to say the least, you know? David's father was said to work 24/7, 365. This man had no choice. He had to take care of the family. Okay,
All right, yeah, talk to my pimp, Arsenic Gummy Bear.
He was never home.
She's my crafting pimp. She'll work out things if you want to
The
order
kids wanted their father
crafts.
around, but he just never was.
You can check the website poisoncandycrafts.com.
Also, their father had some kind of genetic disorder which made his back hunched and like kind of stuck like that. So when he was around, it wasn't like he could like really rough around with the kids. You know, like a dad like, "Here, football, ugh," you know? Do any like dead stuff? I don't know. Some reports said that like David's father was actually an alcoholic, and then others said that that was untrue. So I'm not really fully sure, but what we do know was that he was not around simply because he was working all the time. I don't see why it couldn't be both, but point is, nobody really knows for sure. But that's not the case for David's mother. Now, her name's Margaret, and Margaret over here, she had quite the reputation for herself. Oh, yes, she did. She fancied the liquor. And when she was drunk, I guess she was pretty violent towards the kids. It was said that she was always yelling or scolding them for something, anything really. And if one of the kids disrespected her in any way, even a little bit, she would just beat the crap out of them with the kitchen broom. Also, Margaret, she chain smoked cigarettes in the house, windows shut, hated cleaning. So as you can imagine, the house was just like filthy, dirty, dusty, ashes, filth, trash, carpets, dirt, you know, and just like the yellow walls. It was just not a place that you'd want to raise your kids in, you know? Well, Margaret did. Anyways, the kids are, you know, they're playing around in the house, so they were, I guess, were pretty dirty and like covered in filth, and people noticed, but like no one said anything. I don't know. Anyways, the neighbors though, they did notice Margaret's appearance. Women at church would talk about how Margaret looked dirty. Oh yeah, like she was just covered in dirt. She was very unkempt, and she had bad hygiene. They're all talking amongst each other, and everyone's like, "Girl, she stinks. Have you smelled her? She stinks." And on top of that, it always seemed like Margaret was just sick with something. She was always complaining. She didn't take care of anyone, anything. She just seemed like a miserable person. In my opinion, I don't know. You know, I don't know, but she seemed that way. By the time David's mother had her 6th final baby, Margaret, she was just checked out. She was fully checked out.
Why aren't you in here chatting with me while we craft, bitch? Is it because you're a bitch?
And just raise each
Snob.
other. So it was during all of this.
Same with that other bitch too.
Very
She should be
broken
on here
children, David and
crafting.
Catherine met and
Let me go see
became
if any of
the
them are on
very
there. Let me
best of
refresh.
friends. And honestly, it makes perfect sense too, right? Like they can
Hicks
connect
went to
and
Ursa
bond
Crafts.
over
Oh, Ben.
how they're feeling and maybe what they're experiencing at home. Both of them were lonely. Both of them were around the same age when they met. They were like 12 and 13 years old. Both of them said that they were feeling quite ignored by their families. So when they found each other, it was like everything just clicked. Yeah, everything was great. It was like perfect. But we're here, so it's like not, but like they felt like it was perfect. So it didn't take long before David and Catherine, their relationship turned sexual.
All right, I got Krusty on.
At David's direction. And by the time they were teenagers, their relationship had
Krusty
solidified
Customs is
into
another
a
Moco Loco
partnership.
crafter
Now
bafter.
the two would get into all sorts
And
of trouble in their
ridiculously
neighborhood,
Ben.
mostly for things like breaking
Yeah,
and
you
entering,
bitch.
stealing. That was mainly it. Still bad, but that's what they were really up to. David's parents obviously not paying much attention as to like what's going on, but Catherine's family, they were starting to see like how this friend David was maybe a bad influence on Catherine. Wherever David was headed, it wasn't good, and Catherine's father would ask her like, stop hanging out with him, I don't like him, you need to stop seeing him. But you know how that goes. If you tell a teenager they can no longer see someone, what are they gonna do? They're gonna listen? That's cute. And they're like, yeah. They're gonna do the opposite of what you say because that's what teenagers do best, right? So Catherine is like, no, she's gonna keep seeing David. David is all that she has, so I don't blame her, you know? Anywho, at the age of 15, David decided he was done with school and he quit. And he went to work as an apprentice horse jockey. Yeah, super random. But for a guy that signed up to be a jockey, he didn't even seem to like horses. There were other teenagers who worked there as well, and they remember seeing David being like almost aggressive towards the horses. At times, it seemed like he would be over-tightening their reins.
I just
making
mean
it
I'm
hard
in
for them
the
to
Discord's
breathe,
already
just in
on.
general being
I'm in the
abusive towards
Discord
the
already.
horses. Many of the people who saw David working with the animals kind of felt like,
Jump in
dude,
the
there's
Discord
like
if
something
you want,
dark with
bitch.
this guy. Like, I don't know what it is, but it's just all bad. You know, when you see someone and you're like, I don't want to be here with you. That was David. People who knew him at the time would say that David came off as like a sex
does
addict.
not
Even
actually
as a
craft because
teenager,
she's a
okay?
butthole.
It was said that David was constantly complaining or looking for opportunities to have sexual relations. At one point when he was a teenager, David begged his younger brother to have sex with him
Ew.
when no one else would. His brother said that he told him no, but later that night, he woke up to find David laying on top of him and had to throw him off. I think it's safe to say he abused him, actually probably raped him. So back with the horses, not fully sure how to transition from that one, but yep. So after the racetrack,
Yep.
after work every day, all the apprentices would get together for dinner at like the nearby home of a super kind lady named Miss Bridges. And she was like in her early 70s. She lived by herself, and everyone knew her in the area as like this super just sweet older woman, you know? She was just like, oh, and everyone would go visit her. So cute. They just sound nice. Well, one night, David shows up to Miss Bridges' home. He breaks in. He's naked, mind you, wearing nothing but a stocking over his head. Not, you know, free balling it. And he just attempts to attack Miss Bridges. It doesn't work. I think her dogs like spooked David away, but word got back to the owner of the racetrack. He found out what happened, confronted David, fired his ass, get out of here, you know? But I bring that up because like he was constantly getting into trouble like this, always up to something, and like trying to rape people and stuff. Like, bro, chill. But eventually he and the rest of his siblings were eventually taken away from their parents because they were being abused. I mean, shit. So all of the kids, they were all separated and put into state housing. Some of the siblings never saw each other again. How awful that would be. Regardless of all this going on, David and Catherine somehow always found their way back to one another. They continued to meet up as often as they could, and when they would meet up, they would repeat a lot of like their petty crimes. That was up until the law caught up with them at 18 years old. Because before they were doing this, they're under 18, so I'm not saying you get away with it, but you know it's like it's not the same. When you're 18, it's like game over, bitch. So David and Catherine were actually caught breaking into a local business and trying to steal the whole safe. So both got arrested and obviously in very big trouble. David ended up going to prison and Catherine was put on probation. But it's obvious that the court was a little bit kinder to Catherine. But David goes to prison, and since the two are now separated, this was probably like the best thing for Catherine. She was now becoming less dependent on him, and she was starting to see like just life without him, right? She could see a little bit more clearly. This guy's not around getting her involved in crap. So with the help of her parole officer, Catherine was able to start working as a housemaid, and she was working for like a super well-respected family in the area. They were the McLaughlins.
McLaughlin.
well-respected family. So
McLaughlin.
with this new job,
McLaughlin. Like
Catherine
Sarah
would
McLaughlin.
clean the home. She'd be watching the children, just the whole shebang. And she was treated as part of the family. I mean, family time? She's like, what is this? This is new. This is different. You guys sit down together and, like, talk? What's this? There was a structure to the household. And it was the first time she was experiencing something like that. Good for her. Well, no, because eventually... I keep always I try to see the positive, and then I'm like, oh yeah, but we're here right now. So anyways, eventually she and one of the sons, his name was Donald, they fell in love and they had a son together. It was legal. He was of age, you know. It wasn't like he was a child. It's still kind of weird, but whatever. They had a kid. So when Catherine found out she was pregnant, you know, they had to tell the family. So they told the family, and it didn't take long, like shortly after, the two ended up getting married. They held the ceremony on Catherine's 21st birthday. I'm like, okay, that would suck to have your wedding on your birthday. I mean, unless that's how you want it. It's like a BOGO. Birthday and an anniversary, that's kind of easy to remember. Anyway, so yeah, 21st birthday, now she's married and pregnant. Catherine's family said that they noticed, like, Catherine seemed so happy. She seemed like the happiest that they had ever seen her. Should they be weighing in, though, you know? It's like, where were you most of her life? Poor Catherine. I'm gonna attempt to do a wing liner. Wish me luck. Anyhow, Catherine felt she had found, like, for the first time, comfort, safety. She has a new life. She has a new family. And things seem to be, like, going up good. It doesn't last forever. Because soon, tragedy struck Catherine's family. 6 months after her first child was born, one day Catherine, she had some friends over, okay? Had some friends over to the house, and they were about to leave. So Catherine is like walking them out the front door to the driveway. She's holding her kid. She says goodbye. They get into the car, right? Close the door, start the engine, get ready to take off to reverse out of the driveway. And Catherine, I'm trying to give you a visual here. Thank you. Catherine put her kid down next to the car. It's like, bye friends, thanks for coming, like drive safe, blah, blah, blah. And I guess when the car starts to move, starts to reverse, rather than going straight down the driveway, like out onto the street, the car, it ran over the baby. I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm not laughing at that. I'm so sorry. I'm not laughing at that. It was how I set that up. I felt like I was going strong, and then they ran over the baby, and the baby was killed. Could you imagine? Catherine was like inches from where her son got hit and died. I couldn't imagine how that would fuck you up, you know? So this obviously really affected Catherine. The family would go on to have 6 kids, but I mean, I don't know. I'm not a parent, but I'm sure, like, I could imagine you probably don't really heal when you lose a child. Catherine isn't doing well. For a while, things seem to be going like okay, but Catherine and Donald, her husband, their relationship, it got pretty rocky when Donald ended up hurting his back and he couldn't work because he had hurt his back. So this led to the family kind of getting into some major financial issues, and they would end up losing their family home. So things are just getting real stressful. So this, again, like, this was the first time Catherine had been experiencing like some kind of stability in her life with her husband and her family. And like, once they lost the family home and like things got financially rough, Catherine kind of like had a hard time accepting the situation. Catherine seemed to be missing her old life. No kids, no responsibilities, just doing whatever the hell she wanted with her old friend David. So this rough patch, it seemed to be like the perfect combination to drive her right back into David's arms. Dude, those toxic guys will always get you right back when things get rough. In 1983, Catherine and David, they got back in touch again. Yeah, and they actually started secretly seeing each other. Yeah. Oh no. And this goes on for like quite some time, about 2 years. And Catherine's husband, Donald, like I don't know if he suspects anything, but in 1985, Donald's, Catherine's still husband, he drops her off at work. Like, he did this every day, nothing different. Just when he came back to pick her up, when her shift was over, she never showed up. She just poof, gone. In fact, years would go by before any of her family, even her children, her husband, anybody would see Catherine again. Like, she just up, left, bye, and she went right back to David. So while Catherine was away, you know, being a wife and mother, David was also playing house as well. So during that same time, like, he too had gotten married at the age of 21. He had dated some nice lady for about a month. The two got married, and they would have, I think they would have just one kid together, but it was a rocky marriage. I guess not knowing each other for a month wasn't long enough, you know. But David and his wife, they, I guess, would fight often. David would go on to have multiple affairs, and the two would stay married for about 10 years. And then after 10 years of marriage, David's wife said that one day David just showed up at home with the 16-year-old girl, and he was like, "This is my girlfriend. She's gonna live with us." Like, just out of nowhere. And the wife was like, "Oh, hell no, like, I'm getting out of this." And that's when the marriage was officially over. But David brought in the 16-year-old girl, the girlfriend, and now she's like this new partner. I don't know. His wife, or now soon-to-be ex-wife, took their kid. She upped and left, moved out of the house. And it was literally around the same time that Catherine came waltzing right back in. It seemed like they had like some kind of bird call where, like, if something was going wrong, they just knew, and they would like just get right back together. It's like a bat signal. Okay, so Catherine came right back in, but the thing is, like, David, over time, his crimes had gotten just way worse and worse, while Catherine had gone in the other direction. So she was now getting herself right back into the whole David's hot mess of a life. Yeah. Now David over here, he wasn't just doing petty crimes anymore. Oh, nay, he had moved on to bigger and better things. And he was already looking for that next thing that would get him that much more excited. You know, the adrenaline. He wanted it. So just a little quick warning. This is where things get pretty dark. There's a lot of rape and like sexual assault. Just all heads up, disclaimer, okay? Okay. Catherine and David were living together in a house of, you know, a house of their own. It was on 3 Morehouse Street in Willagee, a suburb of Perth. Willagee? Let me know. Catherine even legally changed her name to Catherine Burney. They didn't get married. They were never married, but, you know, they were married in her eyes. Technically, or at least legally, Catherine was still married to Donald, so joke's on her. The two kept to themselves. David was working at a used car
he
lot
looks
and
scubby.
sold,
Oh yeah, doesn't
used
surprise
car
me.
parts.
He looks scummy and gross.
At work, fellow co-workers would say that David was like a model employee. He was always on time. He was always in a good mood. He made customers and coworkers feel comfortable around him. He was reliable, which was great for him and literally nobody else. So October 6, 1986, David was at work, and a 22-year-old university student comes into his place of work, and her name's Mary, and she's trying to get some used tires. So David, he's being helpful and friendly. He's like, "Hey, you know, like, I could get you some used tires for cheap. The downside, though, they're at my house." So he's like, "You know, if you're interested, give me a call. Here's my phone number, and you can come on over, just get the tires from me. I'll cut you a deal." And this girl, Mary, she's like, "Oh my God, wow, like, that's really nice of you. Tires are expensive. Sounds great. Thank you so much." Later that day, Mary shows up to David and Catherine's home, knocks on the door. Knock, knock, and both David and Catherine, like, answer the door together, which I feel like is the first red flag. If people are answering the door together, what's that? Only one hand needs to be on the knob. Why are you both here? You know, it's a little intimidating. Anyway, so they answer the door, and instantly the couple pulls Mary inside of the house, and they're holding like a knife to her throat. Okay, and they're like, "Get in the fucking house." So they pull her into the house, and they get her into the bedroom, chain her to the bed, put stuff in her mouth so she can't scream. Just all of it happened extremely fast, and yeah, just awful. The only person in the room with, like, who could do anything or like make it all stop was Catherine, because David was the one, like, being more of the aggressor, holding Mary down, chaining her up, being really gross. But Catherine, she was there, like, living. She was kind of like rooting David on. So as soon as Mary was dragged into the house, she was chained, she was gagged, David starts to rape her, and Catherine was, like, right there, right next to the bed, watching and rooting David on Yeah, it was said that she was like petting him, like, oh my God, David, you're amazing. Yeah, David. And like caressing him. Yeah, Catherine just like watched and touched, like throughout the whole assault. Super creepy, super gross. I don't understand, but that's what she was doing. So once the couple was finished, David was like, you know what? We should probably get rid of this girl's car because it was outside of their place. And if someone reports her missing, you know, it's not gonna look good. So David tells Catherine that he's gonna take her car and like drop it somewhere. Now David ends up driving Mary's car into town. Get this, because I was like, this is kind of smart in a terrible, awful way. Because he parks the car, in the Perth Police Headquarters parking lot. Because he figured like that's the last place anyone would look for her car. And that kind of makes sense. And I was like, wow. I'll give him that. Most of these people are bozo heads. I mean, he still is, obviously. Anyways, yeah, so he left the car there. After dropping the car off, David and Catherine back at the house continued to assault Mary. Once again, that he was satisfied, David tells Catherine, like, I want to kill her now. Like, let's do it. Let's kill her. He's getting all worked up and excited over it. God. Get some fucking hobbies. David's telling Catherine, like, I want to kill her, but I don't want to do it in our house because it would cause, like, it would make a big mess. So we need to do it outside the house. So the two of them decide to wrap Mary up in a blanket. They load her into their car, and then they drive her out to Glen Eagle State Forest, which was like 30 miles southwest of them. So I think that's like 50 kilometers for the Australians out there. You're welcome. I know. When they got there, they unload Mary, and David rapes her again, and then he stabs her to death. It's just like so brutal. The couple then, they decide to like dig a shallow grave, and then they bury her. It's just disgusting. After this, like, this was their first murder, and they were stoked. They just have the adrenaline running through their veins, and they want to do it again. Well, after their first murder, all bets were off now. Anything David wanted, he felt like he could get, and with Catherine by his side, he was like, oh, we are untouchable. So just 2 weeks later, the couple, they decide they want to do it again. Oh, sorry, I have like yogurt up here. I was eating yogurt. It's yogurt. So just 2 weeks later, the couple decide to do it again. Oh yeah. Their second victim was a 16-year-old girl named Susanna. Susanna was working part-time, and on this evening, she was actually walking home from work, and she was hitchhiking. Now, I know we all kind of like roll our eyes when we hear that someone's out hitchhiking. Like, what are you doing? You're hitchhiking. Like, are you psycho? But at this time, it was normal. Everyone seemed to hitchhike. Not everyone, but like, you know, a lot of people hitchhike. It was a thing. Now, we're not as crazy about it, you know? Catherine and David were out cruising around that night, and they see Susanna. And they're like, oh, perfect. So they pull over, and they offer her a ride. Because Catherine was in the passenger seat of the car, it was said that, like, it made their victims feel more safe because they were like, oh, at least there's another woman in the car, you know? So Susanna sees, like, okay, guy's driving, but there's a girl. It should be good. It's probably safer than walking home. So Susanna agrees to catch a ride with them. And Catherine and David drove Susanna right to their place where they, once again, they chained her to the bed. They gagged her, similar to their previous victim. David assaulted, raped her while Catherine sat, watched, and like rooted him on. I just didn't understand that Catherine's role in all this, but he needed a cheerleader, I guess. This time was a little different because David wanted to keep Susanna just a little longer. While she was being held captive, the couple forced her to write letters to her parents. Oh yeah, saying that she was okay. So she would handwrite letters saying she had run off to Queensland with some friends and like, don't worry about me, I'm totally fine. And then the next day, they would force Susanna to make a phone call to her parents to tell them that she was okay and that she would keep them updated by writing the family letters. And while doing this, Catherine and David were holding a knife to her throat and like telling her, if you try anything funky on this phone call, we are going to kill you, bleep, blah, bloop. So of course, like, this poor Susanna goes along with it because she got a knife, you know, like, I couldn't imagine. But Yes, they're making her write these letters and then the phone call. And then the reason they made her write these letters, because over the next couple of weeks, David and Catherine, they actually sent the letters out that Susanna had written, and it made it look like she was keeping the family updated over the coming weeks and buying them more time, I guess. So, just all sorts of fucked. The couple would continue assaulting and raping Susanna over the coming days, coming hours, and then they would force her to swallow a bunch of sleeping pills. So I guess at one point, while they have poor Susanna, David turns to Catherine and is like, I want you to prove to me that you love me. And he hands her a rope, and Catherine has no problem proving her love and devotion to David. She takes that rope and she strangles Susanna to death. Catherine wasn't just complicit, she was just full-blown devoted and obsessed with David. Like, it's bizarre. Once again, the couple would drive Susanna's body out to the park right by Mary's body, where they also dug a shallow grave and buried her right next to Mary. And I mean, at this point, 10 days had passed, and the couple had now raped and murdered 2 women. Uh-oh. Like, it's only gonna get worse from here, you know? So David and Catherine both kind of put together, or they worked out like some kind of system to find their next victims. Catherine would scope out potential targets for David, and they would cruise around in their car, pick up hitchhikers, and like if Catherine wasn't vibing with them, they would let the person leave. They had no idea what bullet they dodged, you know? But if Catherine was really feeling the person, she was interested, the couple had made up like a code word amongst each other. So Catherine would lean close to David and say, quote, I've got the munchies. Which was like, we're gonna kill this bitch. I've got the munchies. Dude, people are so gross. And that's the conclusion. Well, on November 1st, 1986, the girl that gave Catherine the munchies, her name was Noylene Patterson. So they spot Noylene standing outside her car on the side of the road. So they approach her, but this time was different. When they got closer to her, David and Catherine were like, hey, wait a minute, like, hey, we know you. And Noylene was actually their neighbor. It was like Noylene was actually relieved that, like, she saw them because her car had run out of gas. She really needed a ride. And it was just nice to see, like, a familiar face, you know? Noylene, she felt like she had no reason to distrust these two. You know, sad. So Noylene, she hops into the car, and right away she was in the back seat with a knife to her throat. They didn't even wait like 1 second. Okay. David ends up driving right back to their house and did the exact same awful stuff. Chained poor Noylene to the bed, gagged, raped, assaulted. Just now, Noylene was a little different. At 31, Noylene was like far more mature than their other targets and a very accomplished woman. David found Noylene like very attractive. She seemed to take care of herself. Like she would dress in flattering clothing. She always had her fiery red hair done up just right. And David, he felt some type of way towards her, like more than just, he wanted to wife her up, is what I'm getting at. Now, Noylene actually noticed how David was acting around her, and like he seemed into her. So she was like, I'm gonna lean into this. So she tried to flirt back with him, befriend David, acting like, you know, she's interested in him, make a little conversation with him. And she would find ways to like ease any concerns that he was having and try to focus on building trust so that he would believe she was on his side, and David would further like fall in love with her or something, you know? I mean, this is smart. Now, Catherine actually noticed that this was going on, and she was getting pissed because that's her husband. She's like, excuse me? So Catherine is feeling some type of way. She's thinking that she's getting replaced by this Noylene girl. She's like, David's my man. Like, Catherine's getting real jealous. Real jealous. So after the couple had Noylene for several days, Catherine goes up to David with like an ultimatum. Well, first of all, Catherine grabs a knife and she holds it to Noylene's throat, and then is like, tells David, look, it's her or it's me. Which one is it, David? Like, which one do you want? You have to pick. David would end up picking Catherine, and the two gave Noylene like a bunch of sleeping pills, and then Catherine decided to strangle Noylene and kill her herself because she was like jealous of her. Can't with these people, just can't. It's like you could do anything as a human being. You could do whatever you want in the world, and this is what you chose to do? Huh, interesting choices. Choices were made. So the couple did the same thing. Once she was dead, they drove her out to bury her with Mary and Susanna. But David felt like Noylene was a little different. Like she was kind of special to David, and she needed to be buried in like a different spot than the other women that they killed. So they went ahead and like buried her separate from the others. Like, okay, thanks, David. Wow, that's so considerate of you. That was really nice. Wow. So then in early November of 1986, the couple continued their awful crimes. This time with a 21-year-old woman named Denise, and then a few days later again with a girl named Kate. And like the victims before, on November 9th, Kate was walking home alone when Catherine and David like pulled up and they offered her a ride. And then once again, just like, you know, sorry to be so redundant, but like, you know, it's just what they did. Chained, gagged, repeatedly raped, assaulted by David. But on that Sunday, David gave her a bunch of sleeping pills, this girl Kate. And he gives her a bunch of sleeping pills and knocks her out. But he failed to see that, or he failed to check to see if Kate was actually taking them, because she wasn't. She was hiding the pills under her tongue. And then when he was looking,
changing the
she
music.
would spit them out and hide them under her bed. So this time, Kate actually spent a lot more time building a relationship with Catherine. So Catherine and Kate are like really hitting it off, and they're becoming friends. Catherine likes Kate so much that she unchains her from the bed when David wasn't around. Wow. So Kate, you know, she has her hands free, and what she does is she ends up like writing little notes when Catherine wasn't looking. She would write little notes and hide them around the room, just in case, like if anything happened to her, hopefully someone would find them and like realize that Kate was there too. Just like so sad. The next day, it was like a Monday, and David had to go to work, so he leaves. And while he's out, Catherine lets Kate roam free around the house. So the two were just kind of like doing their thing. So a couple hours go by, and then there's a knock at the door. So Catherine turns to Kate and is like, you need to go to the room, shut the hell up, don't talk, just listen to me. So Kate goes to the room, and while Catherine is talking to the person at the door, Kate, she finds an open window and she crawls out. She makes a run for it. Go, Kate, go. She gets out of the house and she just starts running. Now, poor Kate, she's only wearing underwear, but she didn't give a shit. She went running. Eventually, she makes it to the local grocery store where she started yelling, like asking people for help. So police were called, and Kate was able to give them David and Catherine's address, detailed descriptions as to like what they look like, and even told police about the notes that she had left around the house to prove that she was in there and she knows what the hell she's talking about. So Kate ended up breaking the case wide open for police, who were noticing a pattern of like women missing, but like no one had leads, no one had anything. They didn't know what the fuck was going on. They're like, women are missing, but that's all they had so far. So thanks to Kate, oh man, who knows how many more victims they would have had if Kate, you know, I don't even want to think about that. Anyways, so that same day, police go to David and Catherine's house solo. Nobody's home. So the two, they let themselves into the house. Now, while inside the house, they see, you know, in the bedroom, there's chains around the bedpost. And also they find the notes that Kate left. So they go outside and they sit in their car until someone comes home. And it doesn't take long before Miss Catherine comes walking like right up to the house. So police approach her and arrest her. And Catherine is acting like she has no idea. What? You know, what's going on, you guys? I was just minding my own business, watering my flowers. You know, just...
I do declare.
No, I don't know. Like, didn't she notice Kate was gone? Oh, she was probably looking for her. That's probably where she was. Makes sense now. Catherine and David were both brought down to the police station to be questioned, which lasted for hours upon hours. I guess Catherine was like Miss Stoneface, like she's not gonna say anything. I can't talk, sorry, I'm a mime. She wasn't saying anything. When they were doing questioning, they realized like, we're not getting anywhere with Catherine, so let's focus on David. When police were questioning David, at first, it was pretty similar. They weren't getting anywhere. But I think he got bored or something, because towards the end of the day, police were like, David, look, it's getting dark outside. Why don't you just like show us where the bodies are so we can dig them up and go home? And to their surprise, David was like, okay, there's 4 of them and they're on their way. So police then went back to Catherine and they were like, look, David already confessed everything, okay? And he's gonna take us to where the bodies are at, so you might as well tell us the truth, Catherine. Trying to bait Catherine into talking, you know? So Catherine asks to speak with David, and she's told, like, that's not gonna happen. So she's like, fine, and agrees to show police where Noylene's body is at, because Catherine was the one who killed and buried, and I guess like even spat on her grave. She was proud of that, and that's what she told them. And she was like, I want credit. I want credit for that one. Can you write that down? Thank you. So, okay, Catherine. Like, they say dream big in life, and some people, it's just like, what the fuck are you doing? Their trial was over almost as quick as they were caught. With the bodies of all of their victims, as well as both of their confessions, Catherine and David were both charged with 4 counts of murder, as well as 2 counts of aggravated assault, sexual assault, and deprivation of liberty for what they had done to Kate. I didn't know what deprivation of liberty was, so naturally, Google. And deprivation of liberty is when a person has their freedom limited in some way. So like holding her captive.
It's kidnapping.
So in
Imprisonment.
February of 1987,
It's the imprisonment
both Catherine and
one.
David pled guilty to all charges. Neither of them showed any type of like remorse, and they would go on to both receive life sentences as they deserve. While they sat their ugly little asses in prison, Catherine and David would exchange around 2,600 letters between the two of them. 2,600. Catherine wanted for them to be married while in prison, but I guess that never happened. David complained that being apart from Catherine had sent him into a very deep depression, and 20 years after his sentencing in October of 2005, David had committed suicide. He was dead. Catherine, however, still alive. I don't know what she thought after hearing about David's death, but it makes honestly no difference. She ain't going anywhere. Catherine has like applied for parole 3 or 4 times, which has been denied every time. And currently Miss Catherine holds the record for the current longest serving prisoner at the Bandy Up Women's Maximum Security Prison. She served 34 years. Way to go, Catherine. Achieving big things in life. Doing big things. So today, Catherine's 69. She's still in prison. And I guess she works as like the prison's librarian. And that's where she's gonna stay. Yep, just let her stay there. Goodbye. No more David, no more children, just no one. She needs to just be in the library in prison. David and Catherine are all the way up there on the super effed up list. They were disturbing people who did terrible things and who deserved nothing but terrible things in return. Well, David's dead, so yeah, terrible things in return. I think it's safe to say that they're like really high up there on the list of Australia's most hated. Yeah, they suck ass. I would love to hear your guys'. Hi friends, how are you today? I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Today is Monday, which means it's murder, mystery, and makeup Monday. If
It's
you're
not,
new
it's
here,
Tuesday.
Hi, my name is Bailey
She's lying.
Simon, and on Mondays I sit down and I talk about true crime story that's been heavy on my noggin, and I do my makeup at the same time. If you're interested in true crime and you like makeup, I would say subscribe, because you can if you want to. But other than that, I will stop rambling, because today's story, interesting. Before I jump into today's video, I want to give a big thank you to today's sponsor, Casetify. I absolutely love Casetify and have been using their cases for years now. Not only do they have a ton of different designs and prints, it takes place in a popular diner that was in Macon, Georgia, and it was a place called Lyle's. Now, they served American comfort food. Sources online said it was hearty meat and potatoes. So, okay. Macon, Georgia wasn't a big place in the 50s. I mean, I guess still today, it's not the biggest. The population sits around like
I've been there
150,000
before.
today. Back in the 1950s, it was half of that. So when a diner this good pops up in a town super small, everyone knows about it, and that's the spot. And that's exactly what this diner was, Lyle's. It was the spot. This is where people went to hang out, to talk with one another, get good food, you know. Everyone knew each other. great. And this diner is where we can find the tall, beautiful, and charming young woman named Anjette Lyles. Anjette was born in Macon, Georgia in 1925. She came from like a very loving family. They were financially and economically stable. She went on to do very well in high school. Nothing weird or off to be said about her in her upbringing. She had 2 brothers and plenty of friends from school who say that she, Anjette, was like very popular. Yeah, she was well liked. Everyone would compliment her on her beauty, and she always had boys like lining up for her, wanting to take her out, wanting to talk to her. And when she left high school, you know, it was the same thing. Everywhere she went, she received attention from men. She was blonde, she was tall, she was beautiful, and men were just like, let me get in that, you know? I think she liked it. I don't know, I wasn't there, but you get it. Great. So with all of that in mind, it's no wonder that local boy and World War II veteran Ben Lyle takes notice of her beauty. Now Ben, had just returned from the war. It was said that he himself was actually a very great catch. He was young, he was handsome, and that's like literally all I could. It's not funny, but when I like looked him up, you know, like his background, it was like he was young, he was handsome, he was a World War II veteran, and that's it. So that's really all I can say. It wouldn't take long for the two to hit it off. They started dating and then quickly got married. Anjette was also ushered into the Lyle family business. Oh yes, her new husband, Ben. Ben's mother ran the local restaurant and diner by the name of Lyle's Diner. Anjette started working there in 1948 after she and Ben had their first child named Marcia. And just like everywhere else she went, Anjette was very popular with the customers. She was barely into her 20s, but Anjette was considered like this new charming waitress at the diner, and everyone was like, you gotta go and see her. She'll take real good care of you. You know, like people were coming in for the good food, but people were also coming in just to see Anjette and talk to her and flirt with her. She was known to sit at the tables with the customers and have like long conversations with them. And let me tell you, people just loved that. They loved it. Anjette would occasionally bring her daughter Marcia into work with her, and like since her mother-in-law owned the place, there wasn't any trouble. So it was great. And Marcia, the daughter, she was there so much that she ended up becoming
Oh my
IX_Craft
Jesus.
rated your channel with 13 viewers.
Everyone knew Anjette and everyone knew her daughter, and just everyone knew the family in town.
IX_Crafts
It was
followed your
great.
channel.
So Anjette, she was working her butt off.
Lost Oracle followed your channel. Mad_Hatter 88 followed your channel.
Hi friends, welcome in. Hi friends, welcome. Wow. Jade and Echo Variety Streamer, Team Moco Loco. Hi fam, welcome in. Today we're looming. Watching people make shit and listening to Bailey talk about murder. It's an ADHD day. So I startle easily. Yeah. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. They have sound alerts for me. They have bit alerts for me. They're just a bunch of dicks here that scare the shit out of me regularly. I startle easily. Hi, welcome in. You're lucky I was watching Sam. You're lucky I was watching Sam. But yes. That one notoriously gets me. Welcome in. I'm a fiber artist when I do craft. I also cook and do a bunch of other random things. Video games. There's lots of swearing. This is an 18+ stream. It's legal where I am, so that's what I'm doing. Yeah. You can see some of the crap we make on the Instagram. I am a terrible streamer, and I don't post my things. Because why would I do that? That would be helpful. Duh! So I started making these Afghans. I'm making an ombre one right now. This one's gonna be like 60 by 80. Yeah. I love my loom. I kick ass on this loom. I can whip stuff out on this sucker super fast. It's good for my scrambled brains, but the loom makes a blanket that's 60 inches wide. I can make them any size, but I'm not making them bigger than 60 inches because I don't want a bigger loom. So if you want a blanket, you have to get a hold of my crafting pimp, Arsenic Gummy Bear. Arsenic Gummy Bear is my crafting pimp. I'll make the stuff, but she handles the finance. I cannot crochet. I do way too many medications. I have way too much ADHD. I can't put something down. If I can't put something down and pick it back up and keep going, hell nah, brah. Hell nah. Can't do that shit. But I embroider, I cross stitch, I loom. I can make stuffed animals on a loom. I can't crochet. I can make yarn out of a lot of different stuff. I am a Mohawk Canadian that has lived in the US for a hot minute. I'm at like 15 years now being down here. Yeah. What's some of this? Oh wait, hang on. Oh. I make leather stuff. I make the vinyl cutie stuff. I'm almost done this bag. Oh, these are the little character bags that everybody's been ordering. This one's an albino. He's albino dino. I made a red one too. I made a red one and he looked like a little baseball. It was the cutest thing. What else is close by that I have made? Oop. Oh, all the wallets and stuff. I don't want to go rooting. Go look on the Instagram. Go check out the Instagram. Ah. I keep snapping my fucking... Oh, I have to... My necklace is getting tangled in my bra. Thanks. I'm an old ass mom over 40. We usually call this boobs and looms, but I'm not allowed to put that on my stream because I'll get yelled at. But boobs and looms.
Off. Her butt off.
Enjoy
at
the
diner
murder
for
and the
years,
crafting.
Up until like 1951 to be exact. At this point, when she left her job, her husband Ben, he had gotten sick. He caught an illness overseas during
Tuberculosis,
the war, and it
HIV,
wasn't getting any better.
gonorrhea,
because it had
the
left
clap.
his throat like completely infected.
Oh.
And he was in incredible pain.
He
every
was
single
swallowing
day
cack
trying to
overseas.
The infection
Yeah,
in
he
his
was.
throat was so bad that the pain from it prevented him from working. Luckily for Ben, he had been receiving a military pension. So even though he was unable to work, luckily he was still receiving an income from the military pension.
He could
Anyway,
communicate
in
by wish living.
1951, Ben's government assistance, the pension, all that, it came to an end. His medical examiners determined that he was no longer unfit for work from his illness, and after 3 years of paying him or having his money come in, they decided to end it, to cut it off, which left him in quite the predicament because he hadn't been saving any money since he stopped working. And while Jet was working at the diner, Ben would spend his nights drinking and gambling. Oopsie. And wouldn't you know it, it's around then that suddenly the Lyle family is in quite a bit of debt. It's believed that Ben had been racking up gambling debt from way back before the war, not to mention that he had been adding on top of that since he had been out of work. The debt had gotten so bad that Ben's mother, her name's Julia, make a little note of that, Julia decided to step in and help. I mean, it is her son and she wants to help out, you know? So she decides to sell the diner. Oh yeah.
Ooh.
And then with that money, hopefully she can help
Oh,
her son
that's...
get out of
You're
debt.
a
Don't ask
sweetheart.
questions.
You can
Just
touch
accept
my
that this
boobies.
happened
Oh, wait!
because
We got a raid. We forgot to play the intro. What the hell? This is what happens when none of the mods are in here to keep me online. Welcome in. We are a bunch of degenerates that love crafting. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh my god. This fucking necklace. You know about the booby song. Stop lying, Sam. You're an awful, awful hot mod, but awful still. Terrible, terrible at your job.
Julia ends up selling the diner for $2,500. I know, it makes no sense. I have no idea why.
Degen
that happened and why
Crafters.
so little, but she did. It was said it was really her only option, and that selling it
Hashtag
was the last thing she
Degen
wanted to
Crafters.
do, and it was devastating for her. But family's more
Hey,
important. Not only
You were
was
going to
this
be awake
devastating
anyway.
to
Stop lying.
Julia
And it's only
and
9
her mother,
o'clock.
but also to Anjette, who basically made this
Oh,
job at the diner like her whole world. Yeah, it was everything to her. So when she found out that the diner had been sold, she was outraged and disappointed. And it was said like this really put a wedge between her and Ben. Ben didn't even tell her what was going on, and she had to find
Okay,
out
music.
all of this once it had been done. Am I making sense? Great. I hope so. Now, what's wild is
Ooh,
that
share it
almost
in the
right as the
Discord.
government
We
took
love us
him
some
off his
shares.
benefits, and doctors started to tell him, like, you're getting better, you can go back to work. Ben
Share your
immediately
socials,
got
do all the
really sick of Ben.
things.
Talk about
Sam, did you
bad
shout
timing,
anybody
because
out, you
he'd already lost
bastard?
access to everything.
Thank
But
you,
whatever
baby.
was going on with him was getting way worse, and when he went to the doctors,
Oh,
they
can
had
you
no
exclamation
answers as to,
mom?
like, what was going on and what the cause?
Exclamation mom is my
I
crafting
don't know.
pimp.
Ben ends up being in the hospital for a little over 2 months. Again,
She
no
sells
idea
my
what's
shit.
going on. He's just like really sick.
That's
He's
where our
having
shop
terrible
is, so all the crap I
nosebleeds,
make
and
is
his
all
body
over
would,
there. I
like,
make all
shake
kind of things.
and convulse.
You know what I
That's what
found that I was
on
messing
him.
around the other
And then
day,
in
Sam?
January
I
of
found some of the
1952,
bookshelves
he
I
fell
didn't
into a
finish.
coma.
I have to
know.
finish painting these.
I don't know. Then a few weeks
I hand
later,
painted all these.
Ben, still in the hospital, still in
I
the
found-
coma. Sadly, he died, having never woken up. So this
I
is
found some
devastating
more of
news
the
for
book
Anjette, right?
skeletons.
And now, on top of this, like,
On the maple.
she has no income from herself
And-
or from Ben, and she doesn't know what else to do, so she moves
Where
back
is
in
it?
with her
Hang on.
parents. During this time, Anjette, 1952 to 1955, Anjette was working
Oh,
at a
there they are.
different diner. At a
I
different
found
restaurant.
more of the
but it was pretty much
Triceratops
the same
that I
thing,
haven't
like,
finished painting. I haven't
she would
painted it
bring
yet,
her
but it's,
charm,
you know,
she would serve
these
up
were the ones we were
customers
doing
like
in the
she
trans
used to.
flags.
But this time she was
And
hustling
then
hard and she was saving her money.
I
for
found more of
years.
these ones
And
hanging
then,
out in the back.
1955, after saving her money, she goes back to the
Painted
new
in different
owners
colors.
of Lyle's Diner and she
Yeah.
buys it back from them. Oh, that's right.
I think I
Good for
found a
her.
couple
I
of
mean,
more
she
snakes.
hustled
I just
hard,
felt like
and she bought it
I
for
keep finding random
$12,000,
piles of shit.
And Jet was
And I'm
happy.
cleaning
She
up my
literally
crafting
got her
crap.
job back as a
But that was the
waitress,
last of the
and
wood
she
stuff we were able to
also
use on the
rehired
laser cutter
Ben's
before
mother,
I
like,
broke
hired
the
the same
laser
people.
cutter when I was
Great.
cleansing.
And
It's
she
not
was
broken.
that was
I took
great.
off
Like,
3
that
wires
takes a lot
and
of
they
hard
were
work
never,
to do.
ever, ever,
And
ever, ever
she
able to
figured
go back
after having
on.
spent so
Ever.
much time, effort, and
It is-
money
it's broken.
on getting control back of the restaurant, she deserved to rename it. Thus, Anjette
We
was
higher
born.
than a motherfucker.
She renamed it Anjette. So rebrand, hired the same team, but it was kind of like the diner had never changed. All of the customers got word that Anjette was like back running the diner now, and all of those who used to visit her from her early 20s, you know, they all came back. It was great. I just have to acknowledge that it's pretty badass, right? Owning and operating, not even mentioning like buying out your own restaurant in the 50s. As a woman,
I
a
have so
widow,
much yarn.
That's pretty badass, Anjette.
I have
You
so
go,
much
girl.
yarn back
Too
there.
bad
You
the
can
story's
see
about
my yarn
murder,
pile.
though,
Oh, look,
so
look.
Not so much
Let me
about
move my
everything
titty. Wait,
else, but,
wait.
like, that part.
Get my yarn
I
pile.
root for you, but like I can't. Anyway, her restaurant.
There's actually a bag that holds it, but I was showing them the yarn pile earlier. Ignore my lightsaber. That's
She
not
got
your
her
business.
job
Wait, get
back.
this way. Wait, this way.
Everything's coming
Go
up
this
for
way, Finn.
Anjette, including her
Yeah,
own
see? There's
personal
more.
life. There was a
Look at all
man
the different
who would
cakes
come
of
by the
yarns and
diner,
shit. Look at them all.
And he because he was like this handsome
Hi.
man. She's like, what do you do? And his name's Joe Gabber, but everyone called him Buddy, so that's what I'm gonna call him too, Buddy. He was a pilot, And the two of them were really
Oh,
flirty
babe.
with each other.
You
and
should see the
before
shit
the
I
end
have
of
in here.
1955,
I
the
have
two had
a
gotten
bin
married.
full
They
of
just-
embroidery stuff.
Real quick.
I have a
apparently
bin
sometime during that
just
year, the two of
packed
them
with
went on
vinyls
vacation
like
together
this.
to Texas and
Hang on.
New Mexico. And when they came back, they announced to the family and everyone that they had gotten married. Which, again, to everybody, it felt like, oh, okay, like, you guys just met each other. Oh, all right.
The
Like,
faux
yeah,
leather
a lot
stuff?
of people just did not. They
For
didn't really
making bags
support
and wallets and
this
things.
marriage, But it is what it is. None of their business. And again, this is a really small town, so everybody
Ugh.
in the community is like talking
Then
amongst each
I have a
other,
bin
and they're
full
all
of
like,
my
"Hmm,
leatherworking
Angela got
stuff.
married."
Then I have a bin
But
full of my
that was just the
beadworking
beginning
stuff.
of what
No,
the
no, it's not a
residents of
container. It's a
Macon
bin.
would
It's
soon
a
be
big
discovered
ass
about
bin.
in Jack. See,
Beadworking
like I
stuff.
said,
Then
Buddy
I have another
was a
bin
poet.
full of my
And that
sewing
meant that
things for
Buddy
my
wasn't
sewing
around too
machines.
much. And Jen
Yeah.
liked that. Again, she was kind. She
And
was
then I have
an
my machine over
accommodating
here that
woman.
does
And it wasn't long before
my big ass
rumors
grommet
started up,
machine.
started spreading around town that
Yeah.
my son Jet was sleeping around behind Buddy's back. Now there was no evidence to back it up, to be fair, but it doesn't matter because there was something they did about Jet. Something people loved talking about seeing Jet. She was
And then
known
my
to be
yarn
into
pile over here. And then behind me on
witchcraft.
this side
Yep.
is
of
Legos.
course.
Hang
the
on.
whole Macon County is
Wait.
like Aunt Jet's into witchcraft. She's a witch. I know. It comes out of like nowhere. So apparently Aunt Jet would just like go see the local psychic quite often and people would see her doing this and they're like, she's weird. And then some people or some of Aunt Jet's employees, they came forward and said that they would see her in the back of the diner.
I
surrounded by a bunch
am
of candles and voodoo dolls.
the
as if
human
she was
equivalent
performing
of a
some kind
squirrel. It is
satanic
actually,
ritual.
well,
No one
technically
knows
it's
that's
12
true
squirrels in
either,
a
but
dress,
okay.
but
Anyway, as rumors
you
of
know.
Aunt Jet's character began to spread, tragedy struck once again. I'm
trying to get my necklaces untangled.
The
Fuck's
same year she got
sakes.
married to him, Buddy, her brand new husband, he fell ill. When he
Aqua
fell ill, he
Tofana!
had just come back from the hospital where he had surgery done
Oh.
on his wrist. Now it was said that this surgery was like very minor, and there was
He had
literally
staph
nothing
infection.
to be concerned
Staph
about.
infection.
So they sent him home, but soon after, like a rash had developed on his wrist, and then he got a fever, and then
Oh,
he
right.
felt
And I have
very,
diamond painting
very
behind me, too.
So they go
Which
back to
they
the
have,
hospital.
they forced me to
Doctors
start
figure
doing a
out
bunch of fucking
what was
assholes. I don't
happening.
like diamond
Buddy's
painting.
sick. I don't know. And then it wasn't long until Buddy was also hospitalized, just like Ben.
Here's some of the flower
And
ones.
then after being in the hospital for about a month, sadly, Buddy died. Doctors knew nothing about what had killed him, and they had no answers. Now, because they have no answers, the doctors, they go to Injet, and they're like, you know, we would like to do an
Red
autopsy, but we
slime,
need to get your
octopus.
approval.
Oh, a ghost. A
So
ghost.
they're
A
trying to tell
ghost.
her, like, we should do
A
an
ghost.
autopsy, we can get you some answers, figure out what killed him. And Jet said,
Ah, send it to you, Sam.
No.
Fuck yeah, bitch.
"No,
I have them
don't
in the
wanna do
closet,
that."
too.
She said,
And
"Buddy
then
would never
I
have
have
his heart cut off."
one,
So
two-
no
oh my God,
autopsy was
wait.
performed. And Bud
You can see one of them in my background. Where is it? Right there behind Jack. It's right here. That black. Do you know those Costco bins that are black with the yellow lid that you can fit several dead bodies in? You know that? Yeah, a red ghost. Well, I like cold colors, so I would say purple or blue. But I like rainbows. I like rainbow. What's your favorite color? Rainbow. What's your second favorite color? Black. What's your next cold colors? I like cold colors. If I can't have rainbow or black, cold colors. Rainbow always first, though. But you know those big Costco bins? I have 5 of them full of just fabric. Just fabric. Mostly flannel and fleece and stuff for quilts. For making quilts and shit. Yeah. I can't just do one craft. I have so many things always on the go. ADHD! Woo! Ooh! Whoop. Let me see. Let's turn Bailey back
Buddy's
on.
death would remain a mystery for a little while anyway. So
Whips and
Buddy is
finishes.
barely buried, and Jet over here is already filing to have her.
Where'd you put it?
name
The plotting
changed
area?
Back to Lyle. Like I guess within
No. The
months,
chat area?
She is back.
Why
to
wouldn't
being
you put?
Jet
No, that was
Lyles,
T and L.
Which we
Oh,
can't
arts,
judge fully,
crafts, and
but
everything. That's what you did.
we're judging. And of course, in Jet over here, she moved
Oh,
even
so
faster to get Buddy's life insurance.
Is that a
payout.
penis?
Oh yeah, baby. He had a life insurance
Sock.
policy on
This is so
himself,
cute.
And with the funds, it was said that in Jet, she bought herself a new house, a brand new Cadillac. She's just flexing on all these hoes in town. This new house of hers.
Oh, I
had
do
a lot
lots of
more
different shit.
space.
I like
So she
Legos
ends up
though.
inviting her
I don't
mother-in-law,
know.
Julia.
I like too many
to
things,
start
so I
living with
do
her and the
everything.
children, and this was like shortly after Buddy had died. Now everyone in town is like, "Wow, so nice of Aunt Jet.
Right.
Like she's taking care of her."
Yeah, I know, I was just making a
mother-in-law.
joke.
That's so sweet of her. Her mother-in-law just lost her.
I rock a dual hook
But
because I
eventually,
am
of
a
course, there
slut.
were rumors. The relationship between Aunt Jet and her mother-in-law Julia.
I love my double hook.
To say the least, Julia was a woman of a
You
certain
whipped through it
age
so
where
fast with
a
the double
will
hook.
should definitely be considered, and I guess Aunt Jet felt like it was her responsibility to pressure Julia into writing a new updated will, and Julia didn't like that. Julia would tell Aunt Jet that she really did not want to think about her own
Ooh, I
death,
also game.
and she didn't
My
want these
favorite
wills, so
one
she
is
kept putting it
Hollow
off.
Knight.
And I guess that made
Ooh.
Aunt Jet like a little nervous.
I have not played Silk Song. I will, but I will
Julia
not
still
yet.
Had another son that was alive,
Reasons.
and if Julia died,
I need to be able to
that
focus,
will
and there's no way I can
everything
focus
would
right
probably
now.
Go to that damn son. And then Jet's like, "What about me? I took you in. What do I get?" Herself here. Hey, weird thing though. You see, in 1957, while still living with Aunt Jet,
What else do I do? Oh, I like
Julia
those
got
metal
super
puzzles.
sick. And Aunt Jet's like, "I don't know, man. Like, super unrelated. Like, how could this be? Weird." But seriously, like, Julia got really sick. She fell very ill.
Oh,
and she
right.
went
The
straight
Funko
to the
list.
hospital. In my opinion,
Sam.
Julia's probably like, "Oh my god,
I
have
keep
whatever the
forgetting
hell
about
this I
that.
had or something."
Wait,
Because
hang
she
on.
went straight to the hospital. She didn't wait or anything. She was like, I'm not gonna sit around and wait until this gets worse. I'm gonna just go to the doctors right now." And she did. And Jet would go and visit Julia quite often, like throughout the week and whatnot. She would bring her meals on a daily basis from like the family diner, and the nurses were like, "Oh my god, you know, and Jet's so sweet. Wow, we love her. That's so nice." But sadly, in September, Julia would die in the hospital from unknown causes, just like Ben, just like Buddy. No answers. Nobody knows what happened. Nothing. But and Jet's like, "You guys, guess what? Guess what I just found? Julia's will."
Hang on.
That's right. And Jet brought out Julia's
Behind all
will,
these
like, after
bongs.
announcing that she had
I was
died.
looking at bongs
and
with my
Jet was
wifey.
like, "Oh, I found her will. It was in
Oh, there it is.
Julia's handbag. Isn't that wild?" She's like, "Wow, talk about good luck. That's crazy." Now, according to this will that Aunt Jet found, it left
Yo,
a third
I
of her
have an
assets to her son,
Un-okay
another third to
amount
Aunt
of
Jet,
Funko
and the
Pops
final third to her
that I am
grandchildren,
purging.
which basically meant all.
So
it
if
was
you
going to
want
Aunt Jet,
dibs
but,
on any of the
they
cool
were Aunt
ones
Jet's
before
children.
I
So good
auction
for
that
her.
shit off or just get
Yes.
rid of it as
So
a big
people in town
lot,
naturally talking, and a lot of them
let
are
us
like,
know.
"I don't know about Aunt Jet, okay? Like everyone seems to be dropping like flies around her. Isn't anyone thinking that's a little suspicious?" So back at the diner, all of a sudden customers, they start paying closer attention to how Aunt Jet would interact with her children, how she would interact or act when Aunt Jet thought nobody was watching her, you know. And it was said on several occasions that Aunt Jet would appear to be taking out her frustrations, like out on her 9-year-old daughter, Marcia. Some people said they saw Aunt Jet screaming at her, verbally abusing her, and many wondered, like, well, if this is going on here at the diner, like, what's going on behind closed doors? And, like, that's totally fair, but also, I was like, why didn't someone say something when they saw that? But, again, I don't know. It was the 50s, people are weird. That's my conclusion.
Mind your
Sometimes
business.
passes, and guess what? Marcia got sick, the 9-year-old daughter. Yeah. Marcia falls ill, and she was taken to the same hospital, and she was put in the same hospital room.
It's like Typhoid
as
Mary.
Julia, mother-in-law, grandmother, mother, right, and Buddy. So they died in that room. Now Marcia's in that room.
I
and then
used to make
Jet
everything
told
on
people,
sock looms.
just
And
had
then I
this
got
bad
this big
feeling.
Afghan
I feel
loom
like this is
because,
a bad
you know,
omen.
I like making
Can we move her
blankets.
to a different room? For a while
But
there,
normally I
Marcia's
make
condition
stuffed
was
animals.
not
I got
looking
into
good.
making
And then, just like Ben, she started to kind of get better.
sock
And the doctors
loom
went to
stuffed
Jet and they were
animals.
oh,
Like,
guess what? Great
well, I've
news.
been making them since
Your
I was a
daughter,
kid, but
she's
I
doing a
stopped
lot
doing it
better,
forever
she's
ago.
recovering, and she's gonna
But
be
I got
okay.
really into it
She's gonna
again
be
when
okay.
my dad
And
was
in
going
Jet,
through
her
chemo
response to the
treatment
doctor
in
was
like
like, no, she's going to
2012
die.
or so.
She is going to die. Like I
Then I
see
started
it.
making tons
The
of them.
psychic told me, whatever, she's going to die. I'm sure if you're watching this at home and you have kids, you probably wouldn't say that about your own kid unless you're real fucked up. So, yeah. Anyways, Aunt Jet had believed this so much that she had already ordered her daughter a coffin. Literally, like while her daughter Marcia was sitting in the hospital bed, alive still, and Jet was ordering a coffin, some like in memoriam, just funeral shit, okay? Do I need to say anything? No. And then it was said that Aunt Jet went around her hospital room, and she was removing like all of the get well cards and the flowers. And when asked like, why are you removing all that? She said that she wouldn't be needing them anymore. What a psycho. But in April of 1958, almost according to schedule, Marcia, 9-year-old Marcia, had died in the same hospital bed as her stepfather and her grandmother. And let me tell you, this was the last straw for the residents of Macon County. I don't know how someone could kill their own child. That will never make sense to me. Like, how? I don't know. So after her daughter had died in the hospital, the fourth death in her family in just 6 years, rumors about Aunt Jet had hit an all-time high. Everyone in town had turned on Aunt Jet, which makes sense because, like, you can't be mad at that, right? For good reason. Stories of how she responded to her daughter's death were like swirling around, saying that, you know, she wasn't showing any emotion. She didn't shed a single tear when she was sitting next to her dying daughter. Like, the whole thing was just suspicious, right? Now, this time is different, though. Coroners, they end up performing an autopsy on Marcia, but unfortunately, this led to no answers. They didn't find a damn thing. Now, by this point, police were beginning to look into Aunt Jet, thanks to her own employees who had gone to police and were like, let me tell you about Aunt Jet. So, Aunt Jet, she had restaurant staff, but also she had like a personal housekeeper for her own home. While this housekeeper had been talking to Aunt Jet's employees at the restaurant. And I guess the housekeeper found a bottle of ant poison in the house. Now, this ant poison was bought specifically for the restaurant because Aunt Jet swore up and down that they had this huge ant infestation. Mind you, the bottle of ant killer stuff poison is pretty big. Like, it was like a company size. Anyways, there was an employee who said that there had not been any type of ant infestation, nor had anyone heard Aunt Jet bring this up in the first place. Nobody's talked about it. Ants, what, when, you know? So it seemed a little odd enough for one restaurant employee to reach out to the coroner and tell them, like, hey, you should maybe, like, look out for poison or something. I don't know. Like, you know, just, like, drop that little fun fact. One of the employees had reached out to police and told them that they believed Aunt Jet had used the ant poison to perhaps, I don't know, maybe, perhaps, possibly misuse it and poison her whole family with it. Not making any allegations, just suggesting that this could be a possibility. And honestly, I really enjoy the teamwork. I love that teamwork. Great work, you guys, working together, trying to get this woman removed from the streets. That's great, everyone's working together and stuff, but then I was thinking, like, why aren't police doing that work? You know how it goes. Anywho, so they're putting the pieces together, they're passing on this information. The coroner went out and got the exact bottle that was believed to be the one Aunt Jet was using, and after looking at the ingredients, he saw that it contained arsenic. Oh shit. Now, if you don't know what arsenic is, let me tell you.
She's a bitch and we love her. Good night, Sam. Love you.
And it can also kill you. Oh, and it will leave a trace in your system if you know what you're looking for. But you have to know what you're looking for. Like, for the most part, most coroners can miss it. I don't know what they're looking for, but they're like, you get it. Anyhow, so that's why they had found nothing in Marcia's system, it's believed. In order to do this, to find out if it was arsenic or not, the coroner needed a certain type of equipment. So
We'll have to ask her if it was
they
her.
did not have the equipment.
Was it you, arsenic, you
In
bitch?
order to help them determine if Marcia was
Actually, I'm gonna
poisoned.
turn off the
So
Discord
Megan,
since
they
I'm not
end
gonna
up
bother it.
shipping her body off to
Disconnect.
a town
Bye,
nearby
Discord.
who had
Beep boop.
the proper equipment. And hey, guess what? They found traces of arsenic in there.
They did, that bitch.
And Jeff got some explaining to do. Anywho, once Marcia's death was confirmed to be from arsenic, the police, obviously, they're now involved. Police were curious to know if they'd also find traces of arsenic in Ben, Buddy, and Julia. So, all three of their bodies were exhumed. And hey, would you look at that? They found arsenic all up in their insides. It was clear as day that they all died from arsenic poisoning. We're looking at you, Anjet. So police decided to arrest Anjet after it was discovered that literally everyone who had died near her had all died from arsenic poisoning. So their suspicions were clear. They had 4 bodies worth of evidence, and well, just the fact that Anjet was acting kind of suspicious after the fact. They noticed that she had been benefiting from the life insurance policy from her husband and the will from her mother-in-law, and she also had life insurance on her daughter. Yep, Anjet is just making money, one person at a time. So making matters worse for herself, police interviewed some of the hospital staff who cared for all of Anjet's relatives. It's just like, she should have been arrested a long time ago, right? I would think after like person number 2. Not just me? Okay. But they ended up telling police that, you know, Anjet would come in, she would often bring food for the family members from the diner. Some of the nurses remember it being like really cute, remember? We're like, oh my God, wow, that's so nice. But there were other nurses who remembered fighting her on this. Like, you cannot bring outside food in here. We have food for them. They are good. But Anjet would just, she wouldn't give it up. Eventually the nurses were like, fine, whatever, lady, like, give them your damn food. But another key detail that police learned from the hospital staff was that before Anjet gave them their diner comfort food, she would always kind of like walk off to the bathroom with the food alone. I know. Do you think she was Yes, she was poisoning the food. Of course she was. What else was she doing? She's bringing them food. I don't know why she didn't poison before she brought the food, but okay. She would get the food, go to the bathroom, ant poison, beep bop boop, bring it back. Excuse me, I brought you food. I hope you like it. And she would do this a couple times a week. She was bringing them the poisoned food, and it was happening in small amounts, you know, and with that repeating and building up in their system, that's what eventually killed them. It was like a slow build that killed them. Could you imagine? Well, Anjet, she would plead not guilty to all of this. Honestly, her court trial was just a freaking joke. She stupidly thought it would be best to represent herself, so she could speak to the court directly instead of having a lawyer, someone in the middle. She's like, if I just talk to them, they'll believe me. So she goes in there and she makes some like lengthy statement where she explains like how heartbroken and torn up she was over this whole thing, and you know how she could never imagine hurting her family. So Anjet, she did offer up one single piece of evidence to back up her claims. Just one. Anjet in court showed up with a letter written by Julia, her late mother-in-law. Oh yeah, a letter. Now, according to this letter that Miss Julia wrote, it said that Julia was the one who had poisoned Ben, who was her own son, and also Buddy, before poisoning herself over the weeks and weeks and weeks. That's what this letter said, that she had killed everyone, Julia. It was all Julia's fault. So Anjet, again, she had this piece of evidence. Anjet told her maid to pretend and say that she's the one who found the letter in one of Julia's handbags. She's like, yeah, tell them. And like, how do we know this happened? Well, her maid ends up taking the stand and literally tells everybody, Anjet, wanted me to lie. She wrote the letter from Julia. The whole thing was fake. And she wanted me to come up here and lie. Like, she put her on blast. And honestly, that must have been amazing. I would have loved to see Anjette's face. She probably was pissed. Well, the jury would end up deliberating for just an hour before coming back and sentencing Anjette to death in the electric chair. Naturally, Anjette, she appealed the sentence, but that didn't go her way. But a committee did end up like reviewing her case and had her like sit down with a doctor and stuff. And they found out that she was schizophrenic, which meant that the death penalty would no longer be applied to her case. I don't know whose wiener she sucked for that one, but okay. Because look, I did some like digging around and it was said like this doctor may have been, like, I don't know, the whole thing was weird. It was a little weird, but whatever. Well, once this happened, instead of going back to prison, Anjette would be sent to a mental hospital where she would stay until her death in 1977 when she was 52 years old. Now, my favorite part, well, not my favorite part, but I think this just goes to show like that Anjette was smart, because one of her friends from the inside the mental hospital, said that her and Anjette became very close, and Anjette told her that she would never allow herself to be classified as sane or quote-unquote cured of her mental illness. If somehow that happened, she would have to face the consequences of her murder. And Anjette just couldn't have that. Nay. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Let me finish putting on this lash. Be right back. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I would love to hear your guys' thoughts down below, if you have any. I mean, we know, and final wish is that they are kept.
Hi friends, how are you today? My name is Bailey Sarian, and today is Monday, which means it's Murder Mystery Makeup Monday. So I'm in my robe, I'm nice and comfy, because why not? And today's story has been highly requested, and the main reason why I didn't want to do today's story, because like, I don't like the guy's face. He looks like a melting meatball or something. Like, I just don't like it. So I've been avoiding this story, but I finally like jumped into it, and you guys are crazy because you've been recommending this one and it's sick. You sickos. No, I'm just kidding. Before we jump into today's story, we do have a sponsor, so I'll be right back. Hey, just popping in here really quick to mention today's sponsor. I want to give a big old thank you to HelloFresh for partnering with me on today's video. I love HelloFresh. If you don't know, I freaking love HelloFresh because and we're back. If you're ever curious to know what I'm using, I will list it down in the description
How you
box
doing,
for
baby?
you down below. But other than that, I don't know what I'm doing, so here I go. Today's story takes place in Portland, Oregon in the 1960s. There, Jerome Henry Brudos, I think it's Brudos, he was born in Webster, South Dakota on January 1st, 1939. Now, when he was born, the Great Depression was still happening, and Jerome's father thought it would be best if the family picked up and moved in hopes to like find a better life, really. So that's what they did. The family picked up and moved to Oregon. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of jobs available in Oregon, so the family, they like jumped around a lot. They moved a lot, many times. And because of this, Jerry and his older brother, they would switch schools every couple weeks, it seemed. And to them, it seemed like nothing was really secure. At one point, Jerry's father ended up finding himself, and he would go outside and just kind of wander the neighborhood because, you know, I guess it was better than staying at home. While Jerry is wandering around doing his own thing, one day he like found his way into an area with some trash. People are getting rid of a bunch of stuff, you know, trash, great. And Jerry goes over there and he's kind of looking through it, and that's when he came across this magical contraption called high heels. He's like, what is this? It's so beautiful. Like, he was infatuated. He pulls them out of the trash and decides, I'm going to take these home. These are mine. I am these. So when he gets home, he tries his shoes on, and he's like walking around the house in his high heels. When his mother, Eileen, saw this, ooh, she was all sorts of upset. But like Jerry noticed this time, her upset was very different. Like, she became very frantic, like demanding for the shoes, give me the shoes, give me the shoes, and telling him like, you cannot have these are very inappropriate. And she's just outraged. Now, Jerry, he couldn't understand why is she acting this way over this contraption I found. Like, why is she so mad? He couldn't understand why she's so mad over this. It didn't matter, because Eileen, she ends up taking the shoes and she's showing Jerry like, these are going in the trash, and she throws them away. Jerry waited until she was gone, and then he like snuck back out into the trash and he got the shoes. Jerry would hide the shoes and wear them around the house when like no one was around, but it didn't take long for Eileen to catch him doing this. When she caught him, she was again outraged, but this time to an extreme, because she's like, how dare you go get these out of the trash when I threw them away. She grabs the shoes from Jerry, she took them outside. She's like, Jerry, come here, come outside, Jerry. And then she lights the high heels on fire right in front of him. She liked to put on a show, I guess. Anyway, so Jerry's watching this, and he's got such mixed feelings. Hatred towards his mother. He's feeling the adolescent, like, sexual arousal feeling. The shoes have made his mother upset, and like a dash of aggressiveness. This is the concoction, or the terrible mixture that had created Jerry's very disturbing, strong fetish. It was just not good. Not good. Also, my dog got to my beauty blender, and I keep forgetting to get a new one. I kind of like the shape he created, this edge. Let me see. The year now is 1955. Jerry is 16 years old, and he's living at home. And in the house next door, moved in a family with some teenage girls. Jerry over here went full-blown creep, okay, and became a peeping Tom. He would watch the girls through their windows, see what they're doing, just be a little creep. And because creeps don't just stay doing one thing, it progresses, right? So he's watching them through the window. And then he notices like that they have their clothes hanging outside on the clothing line. So he sees that the girl's underwear is on the clothing line outside drying. Jerry was like, I'm gonna take that underwear. And he did just that. He took the underwear numerous times. Eventually the family was like, dude, we have no more underwear. Like, it's just all gone. So they call the police. And they're like, we don't have any more underwear. I don't know how, but Jerry somehow figured out that the police were called about the missing underwear. He saw an opportunity, I guess. On a different day, Jerry saw that one of the daughters was home alone. He goes over to the house, knocks on the door, knock, knock. And when she answers, he pretended to be a police officer who had further questioning about the missing underwear. This part confused me because Jerry's, like, again, 15, 16 years old. So he must have looked older, or maybe he presented himself in a way that was very believable. The girl next door, she thought he was indeed a police officer, and he had more questions. So she's like, okay. Jerry told the girl to come over to his house to speak about the thefts. When she got there, again, knocks on the door, invites her into the room. He runs to another room really quick, puts on a mask, then comes back out holding a knife to her throat. He then tells the girl to undress and then takes pictures of her, and then he runs off. He runs off into another room. And then he comes back into the room moments later with no mask on. And he tells the girl, whoa, like a stranger with a mask came up to me, locked me in the barn. It was wild. This is what he's telling the girl. And he's trying to convince her this person with the mask wasn't him. It was some stranger with a mask, and he was locked in the barn. The girl, she never reported the attack because she felt embarrassed for being duped. Poor thing. But this was a very thrilling moment for Jerry. He's like, I did that, and she believed me. Yeah. Now Jerry, again, he's only like 15, 16 years old at this time. He's ready for his next situation. Jerry was out doing his thing one day, and he runs into a girl that he recognizes, and he's like, hey, do you want to go on a ride with me? Because he has his own car. She agreed. She's like, okay. And they go for a drive. So I guess Jerry drives out to the middle of nowhere, then sees like an opportunity to pull over, so he pulls over, and he holds the girl at knife point, demanding that she take off her clothes. Now she was in the passenger seat, right? And she fought back. No.
No shit.
And then she gets out of the car and she tries to run off. But he caught up with her. And they were, what's the word? It's like, they're not this isn't wrestling. It's like where they're going like this, like trying to get away from him, struggling,
Jostling.
doing this with each other, right? She's trying to get away. Another couple was driving by, and they spotted what was going on, and they're like, she seems to be in danger. So they leave, and they go to find a phone to call police. The police are called, and then Jerry, he gets arrested. After police arrest Jerry, they get a warrant, and they're able to search his room. And in his room is where they find Polaroid pictures of, like, the neighbor girl. Remember? They find weird pictures of, like, underwear, the stolen underwear. So police have the evidence they need to link him to the missing underwear next door. But also just the fact that he had these pictures is enough. Whatever. So Jerry's only 17 at this time, and instead of going to jail, they send him off to Oregon State Hospital for a psychological evaluation. So while he is there, Jerry spoke with a doctor about his fantasies and the thoughts that he had. At some point, he shared with the doctor that he had a desire to have an underground room where he could stash captured girls. Like, okay, red flag, right? Now, this was concerning to doctors, but they believed, I'm laughing because it's whatever, they believed this was just a phase. They're like, it's just a phase in his life. He's gonna get over it. Don't worry. So they truly believed that it was a phase and he would grow out of it. Because they considered this condition to be not that serious, the doctors allowed him to leave during the day, attend school, and then come back in the evenings. After receiving 9 months of treatment, Jerry was deemed safe for society and he was released. He moved back in with his family and he ended up finishing high school, and a couple of years go by and he's like, fuck, I don't know what to do. So Jerry decides to enlist in the army. Now this wouldn't last long for Jerry. Oh no. He would end up being discharged for having peculiar obsessions. He literally was there for like a couple months and they're like, you're too much. You're out. He ends up moving back in with his mother, who once again treated him very poorly. She was like, you can live in the back house. They had like a back garage area. She's like, you can live there. And as time went on, you know, he starts going back to his old habits. Jerry started breaking into houses, stealing women's underwear, also stealing their shoes. It progressed to him attempting to assault women. There was this one time in broad daylight, he was sitting in a parking lot, because he did this a lot. He would sit in a parking lot in his car, and he noticed like a very attractive woman. She was walking back from what seemed to be like her lunch break or something. So he's watching this chick. He notices that she's alone. He goes up behind her, grabs her, puts her in an area where no one could see them, chokes her until she passes out. While she was out, he takes off her shoes and then makes a run for it. The lady survived, but she never saw who did this to her. Like, he came up behind her. Terrifying. When he was 23 years old, Jerry met Ralphine, and she was like 17 at the time. They really liked each other. They hit it off. I don't know. And then they dated. So the two are very smitten with one another. And then Ralphine, she becomes pregnant. So the right thing to do at this time is to get married. So the two of them get married in spring of 1962. Time is going on, and Ralphine, she's starting to grow up, and she's starting to notice that Jerry is very controlling. He's very controlling, and he was super weird. You know, she's like paying attention more. He would make Ralphine dress up in women's clothing that he stole, and it would be underwear and shoes, and he would make her pose for pictures. Later on, Ralphine would say that she had no idea these items were stolen. She just thought Jerry had different interests. She started stepping up and saying no to his weird like underwear and shoes photo shoots he was making her do. Jerry would say that this left him feeling very unfulfilled in his fantasies because his wife wasn't playing along anymore. And because of this, he started going out and stalking women. It's her fault. We're always the problem, aren't we? One day, Jerry had seen this woman that he found very attractive walking to a bus stop. So he decides, I'm going to follow her. So he does. So when she hopped on the bus, He hopped off the bus. When she hopped off the bus, he hopped off the bus. Eventually, it led him all the way to her house. He watched her go into her apartment and like just waited outside and
I like
looked at
that
the windows
sausage
to see
puff
which
pastry
light
bread
turned
he's
on.
making.
He was like, okay, that's her house. And then he waited until he saw the lights go off. And then he's like, okay,
Look, watch.
she's asleep or she's going to bed. Once he notices that the lights are off, he then breaks in, quietly. He's trying to do this quietly, right? So he breaks into her house. He goes over to her dresser and he's like trying to snatch her underwear. I guess at some point he must make a noise loud enough to wake her up because she wakes up. She starts screaming. He then jumps on top of her, tries to choke her,
look.
and then assaults her. Once he's done, he finishes or whatever, he runs out of the apartment. Now this woman, she's okay. She reports it, but there are no leads as to like who this attacker was. It was just so random. So Jerry is feeling all sorts of unstoppable. His confidence is just building with each attack.
I don't like this one.
I'm gonna change my background. I'm not thrilled on it. Like, it's cute, but no. Next. Hi, how are you today? My name is Bailey Sarian, and today is Monday, which means it's Murder, Mystery, and Makeup Monday. I was up late the other night, and I came across this story. I don't know how I came across this story, but I had never heard of it. Now, riddle me this. Why is it when a story like this happens so close to home, why is it like so much more scary? You're like, oh my God, I know that place. I lived there. I drove over there one time. And like, it just hits you differently, right? That's this story for me. And it's so stupid because it has nothing to do with you, but you make it about you. Don't make this about me. I'm saying it's, we all do this. Don't lie. The way I set this up, I think it might be a little confusing, but that's okay. I'm just gonna try my best. You get it. You get it. Okay, so before we jump into today's story, I want to say a big thank you to Casetify for partnering with me on today's episode. I absolutely microbes and preventing bacteria. Box down below. I don't know what I'm gonna do, so I'm kind of stalling. We're gonna start with Brittany Kilgore. Yeah, quite the name, huh? She was 22 years old and she was living in Fallbrook, California. It's like the San Diego area. She was married at the time to her husband, who was a U.S. Marine, and his name was Corey Kilgore. Now, this story takes place in April of 2012. There's not much said about anybody's upbringing, so I don't really have much, I don't really know. I don't have anything to say, because I love a good background story. But what we do know is that Brittany and her husband were living in Fallbrook because it was close to Camp Pendleton, where her husband needed to be because he was in the Marines. So I'm not sure how long they were there for, but at one point he did get deployed to Afghanistan, which, like many wives in this situation, it turned out to be super lonely for Brittany. When the two of them got married, I guess she was like 19, 20 years old. So, she was super young, and as time went on, it seemed like maybe she just realized that the Marine wife life wasn't for her, and that's fair. So in April of 2012, after 2 years of marriage, Brittany decided to file for divorce. Now, I guess he was deployed at this time, so she was feeling super lonely, and she also wanted to move back home and just be closer to family. I believe her home, where her friends and family lived, was in Missouri, but I also saw different sources say Pennsylvania. So, two very different places, it seems. So she was going to pack up her stuff and move back home. I thought this foundation match is too dark. Just saying that, That's just a little bit about Brittany Kilgore. And now we're going to talk about 3 other people, and then we're going to circle back to Brittany, okay? 3 other people. Luis Perez, who was 45 years old, Dorothy Maraglino, 40, and Jessica Lopez, 25. We're going to be talking about these shitheads for a minute. Sorry, but I'm not sorry, because listen. First of all, this guy Luis Perez was a staff sergeant in the Marine Corps. Terrifying once you realize how gross these people are. You're nasty. So these 3 people were active participants in the BDSM lifestyle. I know that you are mature enough to know that this is not a representation of anyone who participates in BDSM, right? Well, maybe you're thinking, but wait, Bailey, I've never heard of BDSM before. What is it? It's an acronym for bondage, discipline, and sadomasochism. It's a lifestyle. But most of all, it's a lifestyle where consenting participants have certain roles like master, slave, mistress, and sometimes they can give and receive pain during quote-unquote play sessions. I mean, you get it, whips and change, maybe not.
Whips and chains,
They're caught.
handcuffs.
So these 3 people were living
Smack
this
a little booty
lifestyle
up with
together,
your belt.
and they had their roles as master, mistress, and slave. Now, Lewis, he was the master of the situation, and Dorothy was his submissive. And this other girl, she was like a little bit newer to the group than the youngest, obviously. Her name's Jessica. She was Dorothy's slave. She lived with Dorothy at her home in Fallbrook, which Lewis would visit pretty much he pretty much lived there, but he lived on base. So Dorothy was someone who would switch often. She would be submissive with Lewis and then dominant with Jessica. Now, they kept it kosher, and in the house they had a house manual that they followed with like all the rules, okay, of like what they could and could not do, and also a perfect slave checklist and slave contract. Pretty much just showing and agreeing that the parties were consenting, again, what they agree to, what they don't agree to, what just all the rules and stuff for them. Dorothy, she would make Jessica wear a dog collar, like all the time. Yeah. I'm not judging, but I mean, okay.
I'm not a dog. This is not a dog collar.
Because,
I am not a
she
dog.
was her property, and she controlled everything Jessica did within the home. Whereas Lewis was the master, and he had control over Dorothy's household, which meant he also had control over Jessica. Are you following? Are you listening? Good, I'm glad you are. So Lewis technically controlled all of them in the house. Okay. Now, Lewis over here, he loved inflicting pain on others. And in past relationships, it was said that he would choke his partners every time they had sex. And he had fantasies about having his partner like abduct a stranger and then forcing them to have sex, aka the R word that YouTube doesn't like. But I guess this winner over here, Lewis, he loved taking things too far with his partners, and if they wanted out, Lewis wouldn't listen. In other words, he's just a creepy asshole. If you're going to do this shit, the number one rule you gotta follow is that your partner is consenting, and Lewis is a piece of shit, you know? Sorry. It's not that hard to be an okay, basic person. So when people do stuff like this, it's just like, why? Why can't you just jerk off? Or get like a sex doll that you can do things to, and like, you're not hurting anybody. Just throwing out ideas, you know? I don't know why he didn't ask me. He should have asked me. I would have been there to help, like, hey, sex doll. They've come a long way. The boobs, they move. It's wild. Anywho, all 3 of these people in the household had BDSM, abduction, torture, and murder fantasies, and milking fantasies. I'm throwing that in there because it brought me back to one of my early murder, mystery, and makeup episodes, the Robert Woe episode, which is like just a weird story. This is a side note, I'm sorry. And I'll link it down below if you haven't seen it. But that's where they had like a milking device, and I was like, what's a milking device? Like, what? And I looked it up. Girl, you guys are wild. I learned that day. Yes, I did. I don't think it's for me, but I respect it. So, yeah, they have these fantasies. Great. So I guess Lewis and Dorothy did have, like, they were a couple, but they had an open relationship. But it was said that Miss Dorothy, as much as she played along with this open relationship idea, she was very insecure, and she believed that Lewis was going to leave her for another woman, so she was paranoid, she was insecure, she was jealous, she was everything. So you got the 3 people there, right? Great. Now we're gonna circle back to Brittany Kilgore. So Brittany had a close friend who also lived in the same apartment complex as her, and her name is Elizabeth Hernandez. Now, Elizabeth became good friends with Dorothy in 2011. So Elizabeth would get invited over to Dorothy's house pretty often. I'm not really sure how they met, but they did. Elizabeth would go over to Dorothy's house, and because Brittany was her friend, Brittany would tag along. It was said that neither Brittany nor Elizabeth were involved in like the BDSM lifestyle, but they were aware as to like what was going on in Dorothy's household, and like they were okay with the situation because it wasn't like affecting them in the moment. I guess in the beginning, Dorothy, she liked Brittany. She didn't dislike her. I don't know if they had like the best relationship, but they definitely were cordial. But over time, Dorothy got the feeling that Brittany was being flirty with her main daddy, Lewis. Nay. And because of this, tensions were a brewing. Dorothy was becoming quite jealous of Brittany and started calling her names behind her back, of course, because she wouldn't do it to her face. So she started referring to Brittany as the disease or the herpes when she wasn't around, and she was like talking about her. Just real mature stuff. You think when you get out of high school, all of the gossip and bullshit name calling ends, and it doesn't. And then you realize that, and you're like, wow, people just fucking are so stupid. So Dorothy was becoming extra friendly with Elizabeth, remember, Brittany's friend. And it was said that Dorothy was trying to recruit her into their BDSM lifestyle because Elizabeth seemed impressionable and easy to control. I think Dorothy liked to have Elizabeth over because like she really loved to just sit around and gossip with her and talk about how much she disliked Brittany. Dorothy would tell Elizabeth like, hey, I can get rid of her if you want. Like, she's so annoying, right? Isn't she annoying? Elizabeth, though, from my understanding, she would not like lean into this. She would like just hear Dorothy gossiping and then be like, okay, I'm just not gonna bring Brittany around anymore. Like, Dorothy obviously doesn't like her and whatever. I'm just gonna mind my own fucking business. Elizabeth does tell Dorothy, well, you don't have to hate her anymore. Like, you can let go of these feelings because she's actually getting a divorce and she's moving. She's gonna be gone. And I guess this made Dorothy happy. So a different day, Elizabeth goes over to the gang's house, right? The three of them. Elizabeth starts telling Dorothy about this dinner cruise called the Hornblower Dinner Cruise in San Diego that she recently had gone on. She was like, yeah, it was a real hoot. She's telling Dorothy all about this dinner cruise. And then she's like, oh, I was thinking about taking Brittany on this dinner cruise because she seemed super interested in it. And I just wanted to do something nice before she moves. And nothing seems like out of the ordinary about this conversation, but the seed was planted. So on April 13th, 2012, Brittany is at her apartment and she's packing. So she's at home, she has a friend there who's helping her pack. And then at 4:30 p.m., there's a knock at the door. Knock, knock. So Brittany opens it and it's Lewis. She's a little taken aback because, like, how did Lewis know where she lived? She never told them her address. She's never talked about where she lived. It was just kind of like, what are you doing here? She asked Lewis, like, how did you get my address? And his response was like, oh, I know some people, I asked around. She's like, okay. Well, Lewis tells Brittany that he is there because he wants her to come with him on the Hornblower Dinner Cruise that very night. He was telling Brittany that he had 2 tickets that very night, but he didn't have anybody to go with. Brittany tells Lewis, like, no, I need to pack because I'm moving. And second of all, it's like she didn't really hang out with Lewis one-on-one. It was just weird. Lewis gives Brittany his phone number and he's like, look, if you change your mind, just hit me up, let me know. I'm cool like that. I'm flexible. So as Lewis is leaving the house, Brittany's house, he sends Dorothy a text message saying something along the lines of like, this guy wasn't successful. So not long after he left, Brittany texted Lewis asking if he knew anyone that could help her move her heavy furniture. Lewis texted back, quote, party with me tonight and you'll have 5 guys there in the morning. Now, he wasn't talking about that hamburger place. He was like, I could get you help. Just, you have to come out with me tonight. So Brittany responded saying that she definitely needed help moving. She had a lot of heavy furniture, but she didn't want to party because she got the feeling that Dorothy, Lewis's like main chick, didn't like her and she didn't want to like ruffle any feathers. So Lewis responds to Brittany saying, oh, Dorothy's fine with it. You know, she doesn't hate you. She likes you. Now Lewis tells Brittany to go ahead and call Dorothy yourself and gives her Dorothy's number. He's like, call her up, text her, like ask her yourself. She's totally cool. So based off of phone records, I guess Brittany does end up calling Dorothy around 6 o'clock p.m. And we're not really sure what was said in the conversation, but there was a friend helping
Almost
Brittany
there.
pack, and she overheard the conversation, and she said that the phone
I'll
call
do a
seemed to
couple
like
more
go
rounds
well because there
before
was
I add the other
laughing,
ball.
Brittany was giggling, and just being friendly. Brittany tells the friend once the phone call's over that Dorothy couldn't go on the cruise with Lewis because she was pregnant, which she was, and she knew she would get seasick and just like ruin the whole night. It wouldn't be fun. So she's like, yeah, you should go. Like, no big deal. You should go. After hanging up the phone, Brittany tells her friend that she was not interested in Lewis, but she felt like this was her last chance to like experience that dinner cruise before she moved, and she really wanted to go on it. It seemed like a lot of fun. So at 6:10 p.m., Brittany texts Lewis that she will go with him to the dinner cruise. Lewis is like, yay, and tells her to be ready at 7:30 p.m. and he was going to pick her up. He assured her that like in the morning, his friends would come over and help her move. A side note, the Hornblower cruise left the dock at 7 p.m., so I think it's safe to say that Lewis wasn't planning on taking her on this cruise, okay? Because he's picking her up at 7:30. Before leaving, Brittany left her friend phone numbers for Lewis and Dorothy because she just wanted to make sure that she was safe. She was feeling a little unsure about this whole situation, and she's like, here's
Trust
their numbers,
your
just in case.
instinct,
Well,
you
there is
silly little
surveillance
muffin.
footage that showed Lewis driving up to her apartment complex at 7:36 p.m. and then the two of them drive out of the complex at 7:40. So we know that they left together because it's on video. So at 7:50 p.m., it's like 10 minutes after Brittany left the apartment complex, Brittany's friend, the one who was there trying to help her pack, her name was Channy, she receives a text message from Brittany, and all it says is help. That's all it says. And this is like 10 minutes after they left. So around 8 p.m., 10 minutes later, her friend is trying to call her. She calls numerous times and she's getting no answer. At 8:05, she, the friend, receives a text message from Brittany that says, yes, I love this party. Brittany's friend instantly knew, or she just got like that really weird feeling that it wasn't Brittany who was texting her. Shortly after, she also received text messages from Brittany that again just did not sound like her. So the friend kept calling and calling and calling Brittany, like, fucking answer, you know? She's like, she texts Brittany like, I'm calling because I need to hear your voice. I need to hear you. I'm not gonna do this texting bullshit. So the friend received another text from Brittany that said, okay, music is too loud. Later on, I guess during the trial, Lewis had admitted that he was using Brittany's phone to call her friend while playing loud music from his car to make it seem like she was at a loud party and couldn't talk. Meanwhile, Brittany's friend Elizabeth, the one who introduced her to the group of friends, she got word that like something was up with Brittany. Elizabeth calls up Dorothy. Hello, what's going on? What's going on? I'm hearing like Brittany texted help. You know, I know she's with you guys. What's going on? And Dorothy said that she had not spoken to Brittany and had no idea like what she was talking about. Brittany's friend calls up Lewis's phone and asks him like, what the hell is going on? Can't get a hold of Brittany. We're worried. Lewis tells this friend on the phone that he took Brittany downtown to like some club. She started talking to some guy and he left her there, and that was the last time he saw her. At this point, cell phone record showed that Lewis was at Dorothy's house this whole time, pretty much. Like, he left Brittany's house and then went to Dorothy's house. So Dorothy is telling Lewis like, hey, I worked for a cell phone company. Cell phones are traceable. They can detect where you're at because of the cell towers. She's telling this to Lewis. So Lewis, he's just like stupid ass. I'm sorry, but like he is. Like, he's so fucking stupid. He's like, what? Oh my god, like phones are traceable? So Lewis is like, okay, in order for my story to make sense, I need to take Brittany's cell phone to downtown San Diego and like dump it so it lines up with his story. But his dumbass didn't realize that, like, the phone showed that he went to Dorothy's house, then drove downtown San Diego, dropped the phone, and then they could track, they being like police, they could track Lewis's phone and see that he drove back to Dorothy's house. Cell phone data showed Lewis and slave girl Jessica's phone at one point moving east towards Temecula in the early hours of April 14th. Now, their phones were traced to Lake Skinner, and they were there for quite some time. And then the phones moved back to Dorothy's house. Just a bunch of dumbasses, because Dorothy literally told them that cell phones are traceable, and they take their phones on with them on this mission. Just like great listening skills, Daddy. Well, on April 14th, Elizabeth, Brittany's friend, remember? She calls up Dorothy. She's like, look, I know you had spoken to Brittany. What's going on? And I guess Dorothy gets all flustered and starts stuttering. She's like, yeah, she wanted, and then she like gives the phone to Lewis, who then tells Elizabeth, I guess, like 3 different versions as to what happened that previous night. Nothing was making sense, nothing was lining up, and nobody had like a clear answer as to where was Brittany. It shouldn't be that difficult, right? Exactly. So after all of this commotion, the police were contacted. Police ended up reaching out to Lewis, who seemed panicky, but he agreed to come talk to police in person. So, my nose is running, and I just smeared all of that on my face. Okay, great. So Lewis comes down to the police department, and it's noted that, like, his story seems to flip-flop. He doesn't have a clear answer as to, like, where Brittany is, okay? I won't waste my time on what Lewis's excuses were, but what police did notice right away was that his car was caked with, like, fresh mud. He's like, do you live on a muddy road or something? No. Nay, Lewis says, nay. So police are like, okay, noted, like, fresh mud on his car, missing girl. Interesting. So Lewis had agreed for police to search his car, and then Lewis was placed under arrest when they found an unlawful weapon inside his vehicle. I'm not 100% sure what it was, but I'm assuming, this is an assumption, I'm assuming it was the taser, which I'll talk about, but I'm not 100% sure. But he was placed under arrest. So then police go down to Miss Dorothy's home, and they perform a search there. So police had noticed, well, first of all, nobody was home. Interesting, right? And police had noticed that some items in the home seemed to be missing. Like, they just could tell there were gaps in certain areas. Interesting, right? They also noticed that the house looked and smelled like it had been freshly cleaned. As police kind of were going through the house and whatnot, time's going by. Interesting that they did not come home that evening. So police are like, well, we gotta locate these bitches. So they try to locate Dorothy's vehicle by looking up her license plate and whatnot. And they're able to locate Dorothy's vehicle on April 17th at a hotel parking lot near the San Diego airport. Seems like she's making a run for it. Skinnamarink dinky dink, skinnamarink doo. I found you. So police go down to the hotel where Dorothy's vehicle was at, right? They go to the hotel, they go to the front desk. They're able to find the room which these idiots are registered for the night because it's under their name. Great, easy peasy, love that. Police, knock, 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 on the hotel door. Now, weird thing happens, let me tell you. Jessica, remember Jessica? She answers the door. Now, it has a chain lock on the door, so it's like they can't open it all the way, right? So she's kind of peeking out. She's like, hello, can I help you? Police notice that Jessica seems to be breathing like very slowly, and she's like trying to tell police that everything's fine, but they are kind of looking, trying to see behind her and whatnot, and that's when they notice blood on the floor behind her. So police, you know, like kick down the door, whatever they do, and they go into the hotel room. And that's when they find, like, this is bizarre. This is where it gets really kind of weird. They find Jessica in the room, right? She's half naked, and she's bleeding from her neck. She has a cut across her neck. It was a suicide attempt. In the room, police also find a handwritten confession letter by Jessica with a sign that says, quote, "Pigs breed this," end quote. So I'm sure that was really awkward, right? She's like, "Oh my God, I wasn't calling you guys pigs. I thought I wasn't gonna be here when you guys read that. It's just for looks." So in the letter, Jessica took complete responsibility for Brittany's death, saying that she alone, she only and she alone, had grabbed Brittany, slammed her body into the stairs, restrained her wrist, ankles, and mouth, got a tasered her, wrapped rope around her neck, attempted to cut her body up with power tools, doused her body with bleach, and then dumped her body near Lake Skinner. This is what the letter says. Also in the letter, Jessica expressed her love for Dorothy and loved being her slave and pet. Just like wannabe helter-skelter vibes, right? It wasn't said in any of the stuff I read, but I think it's safe to say, in my personal opinion, I think they were making Jessica take the full blame because she was like the quote-unquote slave, I bet, you know? I'm sure you'd probably agree. You know, they read this letter and they believed that the killing part was most likely true. Like what was described was true. But they also, they didn't believe that Jessica did this by herself. Because it also said in the letter that Brittany had showed up at Dorothy's house the night before. She just showed up uninvited. She demanded Lewis have sex with her. And that's when the fight started. But based off cell phone records and surveillance, we know that's not true. Police were able to get the hotel surveillance footage. It showed that Dorothy and Jessica went down to the hotel lobby and asked, this is so stupid, asked the front desk lady if they could make copies of this confession letter. And it showed them making 3 copies. Unsure why 3 copies and where they were all gonna go. Yeah, so police knew like Dorothy was involved, okay. On the morning of April 17th, Dorothy had left the state. She like flew to Virginia to go visit her family. So she fucking bounced. She was like, "Thanks, Jessica. Bye." Well, after all of that, Jessica, she had attempted suicide by slitting her throat, which to me, this is, again, a personal opinion. I feel like maybe Dorothy did that before she left. That's like a very painful way to commit suicide, like in a slow process. Anyways, it doesn't matter. So police take Jessica, she's still alive, to the hospital, and she's arrested. Was it worth it, Jessica? A search team goes out to Lake Skinner, and it doesn't take long for them to discover Brittany's body. The medical examiner determined the cause of death to be strangulation. Her neck had been fractured, indicating someone had applied more than 30 pounds of pressure on her neck. There were bruises on her legs, a bruise on the outside of her left wrist, which was consistent with like handcuffs. There were 2 cuts which were forming like a T on her left wrist, and 5 small pinprick marks on the left side of her face, which was consistent with the use of stun gun thing. Now, they also saw that there was a deep cut to her left knee, which was consistent with the use of a power saw that is believed to have been used after death. Also, it seemed that she had been doused with bleach. Fucking... Police searched Lewis's car again, and police find disposable gloves, pieces of plastic, a stun gun in working condition, and there was blood found on the plastic gloves. I don't know why they didn't find this stuff the first time they searched the car. I found that to be weird, but also maybe I just misunderstood that part. Maybe they ran like the DNA tests and stuff and realized that it was Brittany's blood. I'm not sure, but they found this stuff linking him to the crime, and Brittany's DNA was all over the items and in the car. Well, on April 19th, Dorothy's house was searched again, and they found items that were believed to be used in the murder. That's also when police found like the BDSM contracts, as well as a full-on BDSM room, which it's okay. It was a BDSM room, which Dorothy was also converting into her nursery. because she was pregnant. So it was like a BDSM room slash nursery. Can you imagine? I don't know. I just feel like maybe those two shouldn't mesh together. But I'm not a parent, so... So Dorothy, I mean, she was very much pregnant. She was about to pop with Lewis's baby. Anyways, Dorothy, luckily, was arrested in May of 2012, but police could not find any evidence or blood at Dorothy's house, which, like, would link her to the crime. They didn't have any evidence that she was part of it, you know? So they were a little worried that they just weren't going to be able to link her to the crime. Police searched her truck and they found a rope and a knife, but they couldn't like connect those items to the crime. There's no DNA on it or anything. They also found in Dorothy's truck a receipt for cleaning products, water, paper towels, and rubber gloves that were purchased on April 14th. So they thought like that's their smoking gun. So a special agent with the Naval Criminal Investigative Service searched Lewis's home, which was on base, and they found BDSM writings, which included like some writings by Dorothy, which expressed her throat-slitting fantasy stories, along with Lewis's abduct and murder fantasy stories. Again, like it wasn't proof that they did anything, but it, you know, it just made sense, the situation. Dorothy's cell phone was found a year and a half later, which was wiped clean, disassembled, and in the closet of her brother's house in Missouri. Super random. The clothes worn by Lewis, Dorothy, and Brittany on April 13th were never recovered or found. I'm sorry, Lewis, what's the other girl's name? I forget. You know, none of their clothes were found. So all of them are arrested at this point, right? Great. As they should be. During trial, Lewis admitted that he had misled Brittany into believing they were going on a cruise long after they had already missed the boat in order to get her into his car. On October 21st, 2015, the jury convicted Lewis and Dorothy of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit kidnapping, torture, and attempted sexual battery by restraint. The jury acquitted Jessica of the conspiracy charge, but convicted her of all of the remaining charges. On November 19th, 2015, Lewis and Dorothy received life with the possibility of parole. Okay, if that's what you want to do, jury. And on January 8th, 2016, Jessica received life, also with the possibility of parole. They have all since tried to appeal their convictions. Brittany's husband later came out and like made his own statement saying that what had happened is awful, but also to not believe the news and whatnot, and that Brittany was just like a really nice person. Because the news, you know, when the news gets word about murder, which involves potential BDSM situations, oh, they lose their shit. And they take it to a whole new level. They're like, wild sex crazed people, they're getting murdered, you know, and that's what they were doing. And they were making it seem like Brittany was involved in this BDSM lifestyle, and she was not. It was just shitty people, not even shitty people, just fucking terrible people, taking this girl's life because ugly fucking Dorothy was envious and jealous of this girl. Unfortunately, that's the end of the story. It's just awful. Luckily, I mean, they're locked up. I think they should just be put down. Anyways, that's the story of Brittany Kilgore and how these awful people... Can't a girl have a mental breakdown in peace? Hi, how are you? Did you miss me? I definitely missed you. It's been a while. I am so sorry I disappeared on you. How many times have I said that? I know, huh? Yeah. 2022 kind of like kaboom. Like, wow, it really, my life turned upside down, and I just needed a break because I just needed a break and I think that's a good enough answer. And, yeah, I'm excited to be back. I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited for this new chapter. This new era is what I'm thinking of it as. I feel good. I'm happy. Thank you for being patient and being understanding and being supportive. I appreciate you guys for like reaching out and asking if I'm okay. I'm definitely okay. Just a bump in the road. It happens in life, and you know, it is what it is. But I'm here now, and I'm excited. Also, I was thinking about this really quick. No theme song. I'm not going to do a theme song moving forward because I feel like this has got to be a new era. I just got to move forward. I don't know. The theme song just doesn't feel right now. I'm reclaiming my space and I'm taking my murder mystery and makeup back. I feel like this last year I really let everybody's opinions and thoughts and comments and everything get into my head, and I kind of forgot, like, why did I do this in the first place? Because I was just trying to make everybody happy, say the right things, do the right things, all that stuff. And I was like, wait a minute, no, I don't want to do that anymore. I want to stay true to myself, right, as one should, and that's what I'm gonna do. I mean, just like many of you out there, I, Bailey Sarian, I too am interested in true crime, and I just want to talk about it. That's all that this is, really. Netflix has just been making it rain so much true crime, right? Like, it's getting out of control. It's just everywhere you look. It's like, whoa, 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 something new. I've come across so many stories that I want to talk about. I'm very excited, and yeah, I'm just happy to be back. I think that's mainly it. I'm a little nasally because I had a cold, not COVID, a cold. Before we jump into today's story, we do have a sponsor, and I want to give a big thank you to Best Fiends. Hi, Best Fiends. Thank you for partnering with me on today's video. They too have been quite patient with me. Free, using my link below to get $5 worth of gold and energy for free if you beat level 5. I'm on 1,400 and what? I think you could beat level 5. And remember, it's just like Friends, but without the R. Best Fiends. A big thank you to Best Fiends for partnering with me on today's episode. Let's get to today's story. I'm like extra hyper just because, I don't know, I'm just excited to be here. If you're ever curious to know what I'm using, I will list it down in the description box down below. Okay, but other than that, let's get into today's story. So, today's story takes place in a little town in Missouri called Independence. Yes, it's called Independence, which I guess is like an adorable little neighborhood just east of Kansas City. And back in the 1940s, Independence had around 16,000 people living there. And then in the 50s and 60s, they saw like a big boom. It was like growing a lot, and it went from 62,000 people to then like 110,000 people by the 1970s. Our story takes place in 1960 in this growing town of Independence. So in this town, there lived a girl named Sharon. And growing up, friends would say, even at a young age, I guess, Sharon was always thinking about the day when she could get the hell out of this small town of Independence and move to like a big city, you know? Like Los Angeles or New York. And by the time Sharon was 16, she was just obsessed with reading magazines and following celebrity gossip. It was just all so glamorous to her. She just wanted a life outside of this small town, as many do. The summer when Sharon was 16 years old, she met a guy named James at a church event. Now, James was 22 at the time, so, you know, it's a little questionable, but okay. And he was home for the summer. I guess he ended up, you know, going to the church event, and that's where he met Sharon. James was actually attending college at, how do you say this? Birmingham? I don't even freaking, hold on. Brigham University is one of the world. Brigham. James was a college student at Brigham Young University, and he was also studying, or he was an engineering student. So he's like, you know, smart. Engineering student, wow. He also grew up in Independence, but he was able to break out of the small town and move to Provo, Utah. Sharon found, you know, she found this to be very exciting. Someone who actually broke out of the small town and like moved on to do bigger things. She was like, oh my God, do me now. She was infatuated with him. And honestly, James seemed to be infatuated with Sharon as well. Isn't this cute? This is a side note. I just want to say thank you to my friend Jill. She got this little neon sign for me for my birthday, Christmas. It was very nice of her. Listen.
Oh, you fucker.
So the two ended up having a summer of love, smooching and stuff. But as soon as summer ended, it was time for James to go back to school. He does.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Now he promised Sharon that he would like write her as often as he could while he was away, which
I guess I
he
need
did.
a,
Like, he held on to that promise. Now,
like a
Sharon
gulping
would
or
always
a
get excited to
swallowing
see a
for
letter
that
from
one.
James, but not
Sound
long
alert.
after going back to school, James gets a letter in the mail from Sharon, and in this letter, she's telling him that she's pregnant.
Gratuitous
James
swallowing.
was a practicing Mormon, and baby girl, this is the late 1950s. Getting pregnant out of wedlock as a Mormon, you better think twice, you know? Nay, nay. You don't do that. So the couple needed to figure out something fast, and their best bet was to get married. Well,
Can
James
still do a
does
couple
the
more
quote,
rounds.
unquote right thing and goes back to independence and marries Sharon. It happens like very quickly. And after they get married, or I think like right before, I'm not sure if it was right before, like right after, Sharon converts to Mormonism. She becomes Mormon. After the wedding, they both moved back to Provo, Utah, so James could finish school. So Sharon's excited because she gets out of independence. That's like everything she wants. Well, not long after moving to Provo, Utah, Sharon ends up having a miscarriage and loses the baby. There are many who have speculated if she was really pregnant or not, but who knows? The two would end up having a baby together in 1957, and they would have a daughter. Well, I guess married life, school, being a parent, it was just all becoming too much for James, and he decides it would be best if he just drops out of school. He just can't do it anymore. Like, the stress was just really getting to him. Because James dropped out of
I
school,
regret you
they
now
really had no
finding
reason
them
to
sound
be
alerts.
in Provo, Utah anymore. So the family moves back to Independence. So Sharon is like devastated. Her dream of leaving, she's like, fuck. They end up moving into a small home, which is like very close to James' parents' home, which James's parents were very strict, super Mormon, and they really didn't like Sharon. She wasn't a true woman of their faith, and you know, they wanted the best for their son, so there's some tension. In May of 1959, the couple had a baby boy, but as time went on, their marriage was just not going very well. Sharon and James started having serious discussions about divorce, and I guess at some point, James ended up cheating on Sharon with a past lover, and Sharon had found out, and obviously not a great thing to find out. Your partner's having an affair, right? And because of this, they would argue a lot. But to be fair, now I don't know if James knew this, but Sharon was also doing a little something on the side. Okay? She was talking to an old fling and was like hanging out with an old boyfriend that she had before she met James, but she was making James feel really bad. Do you know what I'm saying? You know when a cheater is being a cheater and they make you feel bad for having an affair or cheating, meanwhile they're actually cheating? That's Sharon. That's her. I think one thing that irritated Sharon the most was the fact that she really thought like she got out of Independence, like she had her meal ticket out of there, and then it backfired and she ended up right back there, stuck in this home next to her parent-in-law's house who didn't even like her. I mean, it's just not an ideal situation to be in. Money within the relationship was tight, and this isn't like the life Sharon imagined for herself. She wanted somebody who was financially stable, and again, she wanted to move out of town. Sharon told James that she would be happy to get a divorce only if she got custody of their 2 children, got the house, and also got $1,000 cash. The cash was to help financially until she could like find a job of her own. So James is kind of, I guess he's, you know, he's unsure of what the right thing to do is. So he goes to his parents and he tells them what's going on, and he's looking for some kind of advice, right? What should I do? Like, should I get a divorce? She's unhappy, blah, blah, blah. Well, his parents told James that divorce wouldn't be an option and that the two needed to work it out. They needed to fix the marriage because most of all, like, divorce was just really not okay within their belief system. So they are highly suggesting that they work it out. James listens to his parents and he goes back to Sharon, tells her that he doesn't want a divorce. He wants to work on it. And so they did. But as time went on, the marriage was not getting better. Well, now it's March of 1960, James and Sharon's daughter was almost 3 years old, and their son was about 10 months old. Great. So on March 19th, 1960, Sharon went into her bathroom to get ready for, I guess, like a church dinner that they were heading to. And James, he was feeling a little tired and he wanted to take like a quick little power nap before they went to this dinner. So he lays down on the bed, and the bathroom was like right there, right? Because it's the master bedroom. Great. So he decides to lay down, take a nap. Sharon said that she was in the bathroom getting ready when she hears her daughter, who's 3 years old, walking into the bedroom. And she goes up to her dad, James, and says, "Daddy, how does this thing work?" And then Sharon says she hears a kaboom, or a bang, I should say. Bang. Sharon is like, what the fuck? Like, she hears a loud bang. So she runs out of the bathroom, and she saw that James is bleeding from his head in the bed, and their daughter was standing next to him with a gun lying on the pillow. Sharon, she recognizes the gun. It's James's .22 caliber pistol. Now, their daughter, and friends and family can confirm this, their daughter had toy guns of her own that she always played with, and Sharon thought that maybe her daughter thought like, oh my god, this was one of her toys, but it was a real gun. James was shot in the back of the head, which showed that he didn't do it himself. And according to Sharon, their daughter was the only one in the room. Mind you, again, she was 3 years old. Killer baby on the loose, you know, like, holy shit. James sadly was pronounced dead at the scene, and he was only 25 years old. So police come out and they question Sharon, like, you know, they have to. What happened? Now, it was reported that Sharon was like very upset. She could barely talk. She seemed like traumatized. They could tell she was upset. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were like, okay, if you're guilty of something, you don't act like that. Police tried to question the 3-year-old daughter. Okay, I'm sorry. I believe the daughter was 2 years old, not 3 years old. It's got to be 2 years old. I'm sorry. She's 2 years old. Please forgive me. So police tried to question the daughter. I mean, she's 2 years old. So they tried to question her as much as she could. There's not much information that she can give them. She could talk and like give basic answers, but not anything in like super great detail. So after questioning the two, police decided not to do a gunshot residue test on the 2-year-old or Sharon because they didn't want to subject them to it. I know. Now this would be a very big mistake. Doing a gunshot residue test was not as easy as it is today. It was a very lengthy process back then, and police felt like it could further upset the family, who was obviously very traumatized by this horrific accident. The lead investigator on the case did have some questions though. Like, he was kind of a little like, I don't know, you know? He wondered if a 2-year-old could really pull a trigger at her size. I mean, what are the odds that she could pull the trigger right at his head, like holding it up and everything? Like, did she even have the strength to pull the trigger? So the department, they wanted to test their theory and see like if it's true, if it's possible. So they ended up bringing the daughter back in for questioning, and this was like days later, and they ended up putting an unloaded .22 in front of the daughter, and they told her to pick up and play with it. It's not funny, but it's just kind of like a, you know, I don't know. It just is weird when you think about it. Like, play with this gun. Let's see what she does. Well, I guess the daughter did pick up the gun a few times, but she did not pull the trigger. So it really didn't even answer their question. So the lead investigator ran more tests to see if a 2-year-old could pull a trigger. But unfortunately, they could not get a solid answer. So the theory that they could come up with was that the daughter must have climbed into the bed, asked her dad how to use the gun, and then maybe the body weight may have set the gun off. And that's the only reasoning the investigators could come up with. Well, it turns out James had a life insurance policy. Oh, funny, huh? Now, I know you're gonna think you've got this whole story figured out, but let me tell you, this is the stupidest, wildest story. So James had a life insurance policy on him, right? The policy was worth $250,000, which It was very odd because James was only 25 at the time. Why would he need such a high life insurance policy? Nobody needs that much at 25. Interesting. Well, Sharon had collected that money about a month after James's death. Now, investigators and people in town, they kind of kept their eye on Sharon. They didn't have any evidence that it was like a murder or anything, right? They had nothing on her, really. But everybody was kind of just really watching her. After she received that insurance money, Sharon was spotted at a car dealership, like buying her dream car, which was a blue Ford Thunderbird. And, you know, a lot of people thought, that's kind of weird. The car salesman was a 23-year-old named Walt. Now, Walt over here was also married with 2 kids of his own. But Sharon found Walt to be just a total babe, and the two would end up having an affair. Oh dear. I need more concealer. This is too natural for me. There we go. Yes. A month since meeting Sharon, Walt goes to the police to report his wife, Patricia, as missing. Weird. He tells police that 2 nights ago, the couple had a fight, him and Patricia. They had a fight, and then the next day she didn't come home from work. So he asked Patricia's coworkers, like, have you seen her? She didn't come home, what's going on? And Patricia's coworkers said that after work, they noticed that Patricia went up to like talk with a woman that was in a light-colored Chevy that had pulled up by her work, and like Patricia went straight to the light-colored Chevy. Patricia told coworkers that she was gonna get a ride from this person, so like don't wait up for her, whatever. Interesting, right? Great. Now, at the time, Walt, the husband, he figured like maybe she's just trying to not come home because they had a pretty heavy argument and she just needed some time to like cool off and go somewhere with a friend. But once Walt had found out about the car, he got that really like funky feeling. He knew something wasn't right because Walt knew that Sharon, her father's car, was also a light-colored Chevy. No shit. Sharon! Mind you, Walt is telling all of this to the police. So before going to the police, Walt calls up Sharon and he's like, was that you? Did you go up to Patricia? Like, come on. I know that's your car. What the hell's going on? Now, Sharon confesses to Walt that yes, it was her. And she said that she told Patricia that her sister, Sharon's sister, was having an affair with Walt and that she thought Patricia should know about this affair. Side note, Sharon doesn't have a sister, so she's being that bitch, like, my friend told me that they're having an affair. You get it. You get this game. Sharon tells Walt that the two of them went for a drive to talk about this affair. Then she drove Patricia home, but she dropped her off about a block from Patricia's house. Sure. Sharon tells Walt that it was so funny because, like, after dropping Patricia off, I'm sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied. She saw her walk up to a green car that a man was driving, and she started talking to that person. But Sharon just reassured Walt that she was probably just angry and hurt, but off somewhere just like cooling down and trying to get her mind off of, I don't know, the affair. So I guess when Patricia didn't show up for work the next day, that's when Walt got like really upset. And he went to Sharon's house and he confronted her.
This is
and
3
was
balls
like,
of
I know
yarn,
that you
actually.
did something to Patricia.
This is the last
And then
3
he's,
balls.
He threatens her with a knife.
And then I've got to order
and
more.
He's asking her, what did
But
you
I
do
need
with
to
my
check
wife? But she doesn't give
How long
any
that made
answer.
it.
And
I'm
Walt
pretty
tells
sure
police
I get
I threatened her
10
with a
inches
knife,
for every
and I know she did something to my wife.
300.
Later on,
I get 10
information would
inches.
come out that
LOL.
the night Walt and his wife Patricia got into the fight, Walt
This.
had tried to like break it off with
10 inches
Sharon
of length.
hours before, and he was like, "Look, I'm done with you. I want to work on my marriage." Blah blah blah.
See?
Sharon told him that she was pregnant and demanded that he leave Patricia for her. Now Walt wanted nothing to do with Sharon and did not even believe that she was pregnant. So naturally, Walt believed that Sharon told Patricia about the affair as revenge. So after reporting Patricia as missing and telling police this whole story, several hours later, a man named John Blades calls the police from a gas station. So this John guy calls the police station and he tells them that he had been out in like an area in Independence near an abandoned farm where he found the body of a woman. Oh my God, yeah. What? This is a side note, but I'm just like randomly thinking. I say it so casually, like, oh, he found a body of a woman. But could you imagine just like minding your own business and you come across a body? That would be fucked up. That'd probably fuck you up for a long time. You're like, wow, I'm having a really great day. Body. I mean, I get upset when I see like roadkill. So the spot where this body
I try
was
to guess
found
what it is.
was also
I'm
known
usually good
as,
at guessing
like,
what
the
it
town
is.
of Lover's Lane, you know, where like people would go and make out or like hook up, you know? Yeah, there was a body out there, so that's not good. Police meet up with this John guy, right? And he told police that he was driving in the area. You know, he was on this long drive and all of a sudden he has to go potty. So he pulls over and he walks over into this area where it's like Lover's Lane, and that's where he spots the body. Now, when police were out there with him, they find a purse that was close by. And in this purse, there was an ID card. It was 23-year-old Patricia Jones. Upon further investigation, Patricia was shot in the head, shoulder, and abs. Now, police could tell that this shot, it was done at a close range, and whoever did it tried their best to make it look like a sexual assault had also taken place, but it was determined that that was a lie. There were no physical signs of sexual assault, but whoever did it tried to make it look like there was. Naturally, police are looking at this John guy as their main suspect because Lover's Lane, like the area where people went and where the body was found, it was kind of like, it was quite a walk from the main road. So it's like, if you have to go to the bathroom, why are you walking way out there to go to the bathroom? Like, it didn't make sense to them. So John is feeling the heat and he confesses. Well, he doesn't confess. He admits that he went to Lover's Lane with his girlfriend when they spotted something in the grass. Now, the girlfriend that John was with, she didn't want to be involved. So she was like, please take me home before you go to police. Like, she was really spooked, I guess. So he did that and then made up the story about going to the bathroom. So police felt like this story could be true, but again, they were like, something still doesn't make sense. Like, something isn't right with this John guy. So police keep pushing for more information. And John eventually cracks again. John confesses that he was out there actually looking for Patricia. So I guess like news had gotten out around town that Patricia was missing, right? So John said that his girlfriend had suggested or like made a comment that she was probably out there in the Lover's Lane area with like another man to get back at her husband, which is like, how do you know all that? She, John's girlfriend, told John that they should go out there and look for her because they were like really good friends. So they drove around, and then not long after, that's when they found the body. So police are like, well, who the hell is your girlfriend? Like, how does she know all this? John's girlfriend? Sharon. Yeah, this girl gets around. John's girlfriend was Sharon. Girl, what are you doing? First of all,
Murdering
she has
bitches.
so many boyfriends, this girl. So police are putting together these pieces. They're like, oh, Sharon was the last one to see Patricia, and now she's like the first one to find the body. Interesting information. What are the odds of that, huh? Sharon was brought in for questioning, and they asked her, Walt, and John to take a polygraph test. Walt and John agreed, and I guess they passed the polygraph test no problem. She refused. She didn't want to take the polygraph test, which is fine because we all know, or I hope we all know, that polygraph tests are not reliable. But you know, the fact that she doesn't want to take it is like more suspicious. Now Sharon tells police that this John guy was the one who was insisting that they go to that location and look for Patricia, not her. Why is he blaming me? I don't know anything. So while they're questioning Sharon, police are also at her home searching her home, right? Okay. So while they're searching her house, they come across a gun box for a 22, but it was empty. Sharon said that she bought that gun to replace the one that killed her husband because police ended up keeping that one and she didn't have it, so she needed to buy one. So she did. Sharon tells police that she bought this gun and she purchased it 2 weeks before Patricia's murder. And they're like, so where's the gun now? Because it's not in the box. Sharon's like, I don't know, I lost it 2 days after purchasing it. She just lost it. That was her excuse. Another mistake was made, and no autopsy was performed on Patricia's body because the funeral home messed up and they picked up the body before they could do an autopsy. It was some kind of mix up, and then they realized that they made this mistake, and then they sent the body back, but they had already embalmed and washed the body, so like there was no point in doing an autopsy because all of the evidence or information they needed had been washed away and just gone, not available. Sharon was arrested on May 31st, 1960, and she was being charged with the murder of Patricia. And also, she was getting charged with the murder of her husband, James Kinney. But to be fair, they really didn't have any evidence. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're ready to pack up and leave right now. You're like, okay, that's the story. Wow, the end. No. Stay put, because look, so right before her trial, Sharon was pregnant. She told people that it was James's baby, her husband, but like the timeline, it didn't make sense. Okay, people guessed that it was perhaps Walt's baby because James had been dead for quite some time. But because she was pregnant, her trial did get pushed. A year later, it was finally held. So Sharon's team during the trial had pointed out that this whole case was built against Sharon simply because investigators found the same gun box at Sharon's house because they still hadn't found a murder weapon. And also, Patricia's body didn't have an autopsy done, so there's no time of death that could be determined. Sharon's team would focus on the fact that, you know, Patricia could have died like on Thursday or Saturday or Sunday. I mean, who knows? We just don't know. She could have shot herself for all we know. Well, Miss Sharon had spent her money on a good defense team, and it paid off because Sharon was found not guilty when it came to the death of Patricia. And it was said that the people in court actually cheered. Like, they were happy that she was found not guilty because they felt bad for her that she was being blamed for all of this when, you know, it wasn't her at all. People were cheering, and I guess, like, members of the jury were asking for her autograph. So next up was the murder trial for her husband. So remember John, the boyfriend who found the body with Miss Sharon? Well, he started cracking at the seams. Police were putting pressure on him, you know, say something, because they knew that he knew something. So police would end up getting John to crack a little bit more. John tells police that Sharon had approached him and asked if he would kill her husband, James, and she would pay him $1,000. Now, this was back when he was still alive. I guess she was talking to this John guy. She was busy. I don't know how she had the time. But she asked him if he would kill James. And John was like, no, I'm not gonna kill him for $1,000. That's a ripoff. First of all, I am worth more than that. James is worth more than that. Okay, so John tells her no. And then she asked him, do you know anyone who will kill him? He tells police that this had happened 2 weeks before James was killed. So police are like, oh my gosh, like, we need you to, you know, take the stand at trial and tell everyone this. So in order to prove that Sharon sucks, police set up a plan to catch Sharon on tape confessing to the $1,000 that she had offered to John. They need to catch on tape
She's dragging
Sharon
around her
mentioning
toy,
that
the cat.
this actually happened. So John gets her in
It's this
his
big,
car,
long,
and he's
fucking
trying to be
raccoon
like, hey,
thing.
remember that time you asked me to kill James for $1,000? Like, he's trying to get her to say it because there's police officers in the back of his car hiding, like in the back seat, hiding and recording the conversation. Now you're probably thinking, what the hell is this freaking circus? Okay, this is the 1960s, so I guess they couldn't just put like a little recorder in the car. This was back when like someone had to operate the recorder. So a police officer is hiding in the back with the recorder, trying not to get caught. Meanwhile,
John and Sharon are in the front, like having this conversation. He's like, oh. And he's trying to get her to confess, or at least mention that she had said this to him. But unfortunately, after driving around for quite some time, they could not get her to confess to this. Like, you know, all they can do is have John testify against Sharon and just hope for the best. Okay, stay with me because it's about to get real messy. So the trial ends up taking place 2 years later. So in court, James, the husband who was shot by the 2-year-old, James's parents actually stood by and supported Sharon, agreeing that it was definitely the baby who killed their son. Now this, I guess, was all for show. I don't think they really believed this, but Sharon was threatening to like hide the kids from James's parents if they didn't support her. So John does end up testifying against Sharon, and after 5 hours of deliberation, 22-year-old, yeah, she's young, 22-year-old Sharon was found guilty and sentenced to life. Yay! Right? But don't get comfortable because this does not last long. So Sharon would end up appealing her conviction, and it would be overturned 18 months later. It turns into just like this big shit show from here. Her next trial would end in a mistrial because really the only evidence they have is John's word. John? Yeah. I think his name is John. I'm getting everybody real confused right now. Her next trial would end in a mistrial. Then her third trial ended with a hung jury. Her next trial was set for October of 1964. Okay, so October 1964. So Sharon's free. She's out doing her thing. And people really don't know where she went. She just kind of like disappeared. So Sharon's just kind of like off the grid. She's laying low, I guess. Then she appears. She appears in Mexico. In September of 1964, this is a month before she's supposed to go to trial again, she's in Mexico. She gets arrested for murder. So Miss Sharon had left the kids with her in-laws and took off to Mexico with her new boyfriend. Yeah, she gets boyfriends like boom, boom, boom. She's got like beer-flavored nipples or something. She got something special, this one. So while she's there, she took on a new name. She gets a new name for herself. She starts going by Jeanette, but we're just gonna call her Sharon, right? So Sharon would say that they were only in Mexico to get married, not because like they were attempting to run away or anything. They were there to get married, but many speculate that that is most likely not true. Sharon said the first day in Mexico, the couple had gotten a stomach virus and they were stuck in the hotel room for a few days. Then Sharon allegedly left the room to get medicine at a local pharmacy. And then when she got there, oh no, the pharmacy was closed. She's like, what do I do now? What do I do? The pharmacy is closed. She sees that there's a local bar nearby, and she's like, I'm gonna go there instead. So she goes to the local bar to hang out and get a drink, I guess. A different kind of medicine. So I guess while she is out doing her thing at this bar, she also brought a gun with her for protection, right? That's what she said. And while she's there, I guess a man approaches her in the bar, buys her a drink, and then invites Sharon back to his hotel room. And she's like, okay, I'll go. So while she's there, she said a man approaches her, buys her a drink, and then invites her to his hotel room. Now at 3 a.m., the hotel clerk heard a gunshot coming from this man's room. When the hotel clerk ran into the room, right, the man was on the bed. There's like blood around. And Sharon was in the bathroom, seeming to like count money. When Sharon realizes that someone had come into the room, she picks up a gun and shoots at the hotel clerk, which did hit him in the arm, but he was okay. After shooting, Sharon tried to run away. But luckily, Sharon was caught, arrested, and charged with murder in Mexico, where she swore up and down that she shot in self-defense. Now, when police searched Sharon's hotel room, they found money, guns, fake IDs, ammo, and it looked like the couple had packed for like a very long trip, not like a quick little trip to get married. It looked like they were on the run. Police sent the bullets back to police in Independence, where they were able to match the bullets to Patricia's murder. Now, unfortunately, there's double jeopardy laws which prevent her
Sharon from being tried again for Patricia's murder. The bullets matched up. Everything's pointing to Sharon, right? Great. In Mexico, Sharon was tried and convicted. Now, she did receive a 10-year sentence, which she then tried to appeal. And it's funny because it ended up backfiring on her. You see, she appealed, it went back to court, and then they realized, like, oh, we were actually way too nice. And they added an extra 3 years on top of her sentence. After her 13-year sentence, Sharon would be deported back to the States and arrested there. Oh, because she had to do the trial for her husband's murder. Okay, but, and you think this is the end, but let me tell you, get ready. On December 7th, 1969, at around 2 a.m., police were alerted that Sharon had escaped prison. She's gone, bitch. The guards were all questioned to see, like, were you working with Sharon? Because what are the odds that she would successfully escape? Literally slim to none. Like, there's no way she could have escaped unless she had help. And unfortunately, no answers were found. I don't know what this Sharon girl had, but she had something. She used it in her favor. It's been 53 years since Sharon was seen last, and she's never been found since. The end. Can you, what? She got away. That's it. She got away. That's it. Story's over. I have nothing else to say. If you're watching this, Sharon, bitch, girl, what the fuck? She murdered 3 people and got away with it. And she started a whole new life somewhere, probably in Mexico. We don't know. She's probably killed more people. Why not? She's gotten away with it. Mind blowing. Mind blowing. When I read this story, I was like, it's just, huh? Anyways, that's today's story about Sharon Kinney and how she got away with killing 3 people and hasn't been seen since. What a little bitch. Wouldn't that be funny if she was watching? I'm like, hey, Sharon. Hey. I would love to hear your guys' thoughts down below if you have any. Maybe you've seen Sharon. I don't know. If you have, turn her ass in. Fucking murderer. She blamed her child for killing her husband. Like, that's fucked up. She's like, yeah, the baby did it. And she got away with it. Like, that's wild. Let me know down below in the comment section who you want me to talk about next week. Even though I kind of already know who I want to talk about next week. But other than that, I love and appreciate you so much. I hope you have a great day today. Please make good choices. Hi friends, how are you today? I hope you are having a wonderful, happy new year. Welcome to 2022. Love, joy, yay. I mean, technically, I'm filming this before I go on my break, so I'm a bit of a liar. But whatever. Oh my god, I just called myself out. I feel guilty because I'm like lying. I can't do it. I just can't lie like that. Because like I really want to change my background and stuff, you know, and I don't want you to think like I went on my break and like didn't change my background. I take great pride in my background. It doesn't matter. Hi, how are you? I hope you're having a wonderful day today. Hope you had a happy and safe holiday and a great new year. Let's hope that 2022 treats us right.
Wow.
We can hope. Yeah! Today is Monday, which means it's Murder, Mystery, and Makeup Monday. Thank you. If you are new here, hi, I'm Bailey. And on Mondays, I sit down and I talk about a true crime story that's been heavy on my noggin, and I do my makeup at the same time. If you're interested in true crime and you like makeup, I would highly suggest you hit that subscribe button because I'm here for you on Mondays. Cool. So I'm excited to be here as usual. Let me clip my hair out of the... Isn't my hair cute? I just have to shout it out really quick. I spent forever doing this and it just needs a moment of appreciation. What is that? I did it. Can you believe it? Ah! So today's story
really wasn't
takes
all that
place
hard,
in
though.
Colorado Springs in 1990. Oh yeah. That's where we're going, babe. Now I guess it's like a super charming, cute little town. Never been. Maybe I can go one day. I'm never prepared.
So Colorado Springs today has a population around 500,000 people. But I guess back then, around the 1980s, early 90s, the population was around 250,000, right? I think that's a good amount, right? Yeah. But I guess it's considered a small town. Okay. It has a very large military area, and it's right near several army bases, and it's also home to the Air Force Academy. So maybe you can get like a sense of what the area and the people might be like. Army spouses, church-going folk, locals who work in flower shops, you know, that kind of thing. Our story begins on a September evening, again in Colorado Springs, where a woman by the name of Diane Hood, she was coming out of a local community center. They held weekly support groups for people who had been diagnosed with lupus, and Diane would attend the support group. If you are unfamiliar with what lupus is, according to lupus.org, lupus is a chronic long-term disease that can cause inflammation and pain in any part of your body. It's an autoimmune disease, which means that your own immune system, the system within you that like usually fights off infections, it attacks healthy tissue instead. So your body's kind of like attacking itself. Diane was diagnosed with lupus in the 1980s, long after she had moved to Colorado with her husband. His name was Brian Hood. He and Diane, they had met at Angelo State University in Texas, where she was a cheerleader, and Brian, he was like a big college football star, like super cute, very Lifetime movie of them, you know, just like football player and the cheerleader together, you know. So they met, they dated, and once they were out of college, they went on to get married in 1980. Their friends would describe them as super cute, this perfect couple, you know. I'm going like, you know, it's just like people don't really know. We gotta stop giving opinions on couples because you don't know what goes on behind closed doors, okay? You don't know. After all these stories we've done, I'm like, we gotta stop making comments on people and how perfect they are. And according to all of her friends and stuff, Diane just loved Brian. Like, that was obvious. It was just, they were just infatuated with one another. So right after they got married, they moved to Colorado Springs, had 3 children, and in 1986, Brian gave up his job. He was selling liquor, and he became an insurance salesman. Now after that, he over time,
who
he
messaged
converted
me the colors
to
for
Christianity,
TNL's blankets?
and then he was
The
became
crafting
born
pimp?
again. Got like
Let me
baptized in the
see.
church. Brian got heavily involved with the church, and he would actually go on to become some kind of leader within the church. So he was killing it for Jesus. So that's a little bit about Brian and Diane. So let's get back to that evening in September. Diane, she's coming out of her regular meeting. She's walking to her car, and then all of a sudden she feels her purse gets yanked from under her arm. And she's like, what the fuck? So she turns around and she sees that someone's holding a gun at her, close by, holding a gun to her. Now, Diane can't tell who it is because whoever this person is, they're covered head to toe, ski mask, they had military pants, camouflage jacket, just prepared for the situation, it seemed. Now, Diane, she does the smart thing, the thing you should do, where you just throw your purse at them and you say, take it. And then you run, hopefully. So she does that. She throws her purse and she tells them just to take it. So Diane is running back to her car. She thinks, okay, the robber, whoever this person was, they got what they wanted. They got her bag. So she's just taking off, right? Well, whoever this person was, they ended up catching up to her, and they kind of grabbed her.
Did TNL say he will get the colors, or he already got the colors? To the ground.
And as she's falling, this person shoots Diane right through her shoulder. She must have been in pain too, because there are witnesses there, and they said that she was screaming on the pavement, crawling away, and begging whoever this person was not to kill her. Or maybe, you know, she was just afraid for her life, not in pain. Either way. But the shooter was just not giving up. Whoever this person was, well, they walked up to where Diane was crawling, recocked their gun, and shot Diane again, this time through the chest, before taking off running with Diane's purse. Now, you can call me crazy, but I believe that is not a robbery. That's just a straight execution. sadly, Diane, she did die in that parking lot, and it left people with so many questions. Like, who killed Diane? And why? Okay, now I know a lot of you at home are probably thinking, it's the husband, it's Brian, he did it, because it's always the husband, you know. But
All
a
right.
witness who was there at the scene
my back's starting to
described
hurt.
the killer as a 5'6" thin
Bye,
man.
TikTok.
Now Brian,
Where's the thing?
Diane's husband, he was 6'2", muscular, I guess like an athletic build. So
Bye,
Brian's out.
TikTok.
Brian is out. So of course,
we go.
investigators, they have to go and talk to Brian because that's, you know, they have to start somewhere. So they go to Brian and Diane's home where their 3 kids are at, tell him the bad news, and ask him like where he was at that day around the time. And he was like, I was at home
that
watching
fucking
my
TikTok.
beautiful children who my wife.
All right, that's enough, Bailey. All right, that's enough of that too. All right. That's enough for today. Let's go raid someone. We were. Oh, stop it, you a-hole. Refresh. Bum, 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 bum. All right. I'm taking y'all over here for this fortnight. Alright. Oops. 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 Oh, I closed my shit. I'm so bad at this. Alright, that's it. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you being here. Thank you to all the people who rated me tonight. Y'all are awesome. All the new friends, all the new followers, all the new good shit. All the good old shit. Yes! But yeah, I'll see y'all probably tomorrow. Bye, love you, bye!